Hello, everyone. Before the ALGS Split 2 regular season begins, we wanted to take a moment to acknowledge the devastating conflict that continues to unfold in Ukraine. We continue to be shocked and join so many voices around the world in calling for peace and an end to the invasion. We stand in solidarity with the people of Ukraine.
They know what fear is.
Yeah.
Look at the coast on the bin, kill him!
Taking on gas, rapping.
Push through too cool, they can take us. Break rules, you know we the ones they afraid of.
Give me zone. Hey, man up. No.
A little underground brutality. Let us begin.
Oh my word! Shiny just putting up huge numbers in this bubble fight with the PK. Oh my Shiny!
Let us see how impressive you truly are.
Oh my goodness! What a crack! Has taken North America by storm and are supplanting the greats, the heroes of times past. It is a new time. It is a new hero. It is Esports Arena who are going to be your champions here.
For Complexity, it's a case of just making sure they make no mistakes, and one of those mistakes, 8 missing shots, and that's what Monsoon is doing.
My word, the missile swarm is going to crack shields for fun. Reptar is just going to be shooting fish in a barrel.
Nice! Jump on them together! Go together! Let's go, boys!
We're so much better than them.
Look at the Costa! Costa dead! Shoot right! On the bin! Kill him!
Pay attention. Take this as a mercy finish.
I'm gonna have no cover too soon. Hey, look! Go up! Give me out that!
I'm looking at him.
Push that!
Let's go, baby! Oh my god, you guys are nuts!
TSM, this is it! TSM are your champions within the NA playoffs!
And we are live from the dropship once again, which means it's time to officially welcome you back, one and all, to the Apex Legends Global Series North American Pro League. My name is John Kefalukas, also known as Fallout, and I'm joined by one of the best voices we have in competitive Apex, the illustrious, the handsome, shiny-headed man himself. It's Onset. How you doing, brother?
That's too kind, man. Like, that's too much for me. You got me blushing right at the start of the broadcast, John. I mean, I'm excited, man. I think it feels like a long time ago since we had the playoffs, right? And there's been a little bit of a break, and now we're back. I'm looking forward to NA kicking off the action. We've got some new faces, we've got new team changes, we've got new map. We've got everything to talk about today. Pro League Split 2 is here, and we're ready to go.
You hit the nail on the head, and we're going to walk you through all of that and more over the next few minutes here. First things first, let's talk about the format for those maybe new to the Pro League or just anyone that needs a refresher. Pro League format is one of my favorites in all of esports. It is a round-robin meets playoffs format. So that means 40 teams are split into 4 groups who continue to compete in 6 series over 5 weeks. Every single week in competition, you earn points based on placements, kills, etc. in these series. And of course, in the end, the top teams will qualify for the Split 2 playoffs. And you have to also mention the Challenger Circuit teams that are competing to try and earn a spot in the ALGS Championships later on as well. But for now, it is the North American Pro League split across 4 groups. Groups A, B, C, and D. Today we'll be watching Groups B and C, but don't worry, tomorrow we got TSM, G2, Sentinels, Torrent, and more. But it's all about today's competition on set. Let's start to preview some of these teams in Groups B and C. Which ones are you looking out for in particular?
I mean, there's a lot, right? And I looked at Group C when we were kind of going through things before the show got underway, and I was like, wow, this is a stacked group. Whoever is playing in Group C every week is going to have a battle on their hands. You've got Esports Arena, C9, Liquid, Fury, 100 Thieves, BBG in there as well, and then you've got, of course, NRG on the left-hand side. W, great performance from them last split as well. There's just so much to talk about. Like I mentioned, there's been team changes, there's been org changes, but B versus C today is going to be a perfect way to kick things off here.
Yeah, you're right. You said Liquid Fury, by the way. I thought you said Liquid Fury, which sounds like a great drink. So maybe someone should put together that concoction. But then you also have Optimal Ambition and others that are joining from Challenger Circuit from last year as well. I'm excited to watch some of these new guns, these rookies in the ALGS as well. And also excited to share, for the first time in a long time, my friends, we got 2 maps live in competition. That's right, Storm Point added to the competition here. Games 1, 2, and 3 will be featuring Storm Point. Games 4, 5, and 6, well, it's World's Edge, the map you know and love for almost the entirety of competitive Apex. But that means we see different comps across both maps, different teams that will perform differently on each map. Maybe one team's a better Storm Point team and not so good at World's Edge. That sets us up for all types of storylines on set, which I'm really excited about. And speaking of storylines, I wouldn't say it was a roster mania by any means, but we had quite a few notable roster changes as well in between Split 1 and Split 2. Walk me through it.
We did indeed. We wouldn't call it roster mania, but we'll say there was a bit of a storm brewing for sure. You can see that 100 Thieves making a big change. Vaxalon coming into the lineup and Vayne being exchanged out. So a big change there for our ALGS Championship winning team. Obviously not too happy with their performance. Charlotte Phoenix also making a change of Bowser coming into the lineup. You can see Pathfinder also making a change there. Furia, one of the biggest pickups, I think, with Pandas, the controller player, coming in to join Tech and Zeratricky. And then Lazarus also making a change there. GS Bird coming into the lineup, and Z Davis, unfortunately, kind of finding his way onto another team or on another roster in some other time. But now, one big standout for me is not the Ghost Gaming change, because that is a notable one, but Renegades at the end there. Madness coming back into the fold with his former teammate Pow Pow. I look at that Renegades lineup, and I'm going to be honest with you, it gives you the tingles. It makes me feel some kind of way. So does Team Liquid's change. Gilderson's coming in for Flanker, another controller player being added to a lineup to give them that a little bit more firepower towards that endgame and in and around those bubble fights. Exit, that's where Vayne ended up from 100 Thieves as well. Clarify falling off the roster there, and Vayne joining them to give them some more power. Now, Knights have disbanded from the Pro League as well. You can see that due to players moving to other rosters, Gilderson and Azura are doing exactly that. They will not be part of it, but now you've got Dexterity, which used to be Absolute Monarchy. You've got Stompies, you've got Samsung, and you have Davis Wave also still being on that lineup and still being able to perform in this Pro League. You also have Ghost Gaming taking over Rack and Issue. You have Impulse and Six on that lineup. As you can tell, everybody, there is a lot going on in North America at the moment. Premier GG swapping over to Atlanta Premier as well. So a lot of new names, a lot of new lineups, a lot of new faces. But John, one thing I can guarantee with all of these roster changes, it gives us so much to talk about. It gives a lot of players the opportunity to stand up and be counted. Maybe on some rosters where maybe they didn't feel like they were being counted for before. Madness, one of those players, maybe I think is going to have a big impact on this season's Pro League. I can now catch my breath.
Yeah, that was impressive, Mark. I got to say kudos to you, man. You absolutely nailed that. But no, you're spot on. A lot to talk about, that's for sure. A couple notable ones that I'm excited to see is 100 Thieves, Vaxalon joining that roster, and 2, Gilderson's on Liquid. I think that might quietly be the most significant roster change. I mean, Gilderson's one of those underrated players from Split 1, controller demon from that previous squad in the Pittsburgh Knights. I'm excited to see what he can do. I think he's going to be a phenomenal standout player. So those are, of course, just 2 of many of the overall roster changes. A lot of changes coming through. But here's one thing I am excited to share, and it is that Multi-View is officially going to be making a return. We heard your feedback loud and clear that you loved Multi-View throughout the entirety of Split 1 playoffs. Well, guess what? It'll be available for the whole ALGS regular season. You have the option to watch the ALGS on 2 to 4 split screen windows using the Command Center functionality on Twitch, which means you can watch the action from multiple viewpoints, whichever teams you want, whichever players you want. If you want to have us, our blabbering faces and mouths, you can watch us as well alongside your favorite teams and players. This is possible only if you're watching on the Twitch ALGS channel. Just click on the Command Center below the Twitch channel player near our follow button and choose which perspective you want to follow. Experience everything from the drop to looting to every strategic rotation, every clean wipe, every kill, you name it, with Multi-View, which is awesome. I know a lot of people love the Multi-View feature and functionality last time around. I'm really, really excited it's making a return on set.
Yeah, no excuse to miss your favorite team and their performances. Every single bullet they fire, you will be able to capture. You'll be able to watch every single team from one point of view. It is basically the greatest viewing experience you could possibly ask for in a battle royale. It's almost impossible to capture it on one broadcast, so now you have the opportunity to choose what you capture.
Yeah, which is absolutely amazing. I'm excited to announce that it's going to be making a return. And of course, it's time to jump right into discussion here. Let's jump into the tea a little bit, if you will. Gameplay's right around the corner. It's time for our Lenovo teams to watch. Well, kicking things off, we chose 3 teams to keep a very, very close eye on. In addition, obviously, the other 17 that are competing, but 3 in particular on set. Start us off.
I'm going to start you off with 3 little letters that everybody knows very, very well, and that is NRG. Now, the reason that I've looked at this lineup and thought they've got to be a team to watch, it's not obviously because of their, phenomenal performances in the past. It's the fact that Storm Point is going to be such a talking point over the next couple of days and through the next few weeks and months of action in the ALGS. And when you're on a new map, you need a leader. You need someone who's going to be able to command the troops, to make the most of situations maybe you weren't aware of before. Sweet is that man. NRG are going to be dangerous.
Absolutely. Team number 2 for me, well, it's Esports Arena. How could you count them out? 3rd place in Pro League, 3rd place in the playoffs. They continue to play consistently. And there was a big question. Who is going to fill the shoes of Verhulst, who went to TSM? Well, Noct filled those shoes so damn well. Controller player. A lot of people question why he got dropped from Cloud9 in the first place. He comes in, joins this squad. They pick up right where they left off. We got to put some respect on Skittlecakes, on Duplex for their leadership. I think ESA is a team to watch, certainly here in our kickoff of the inaugural Split 2.
And finally, we have Fury. A little bit of a wild card pick for me, this one. And the reason is I'm looking at Pandas, that new pickup. Is he going to be the difference maker for this team? Are they going to be able to improve on those previous performances and really kind of step up and find a new level? You can see from some of these clips as well, they try out a lot of awkward compositions, you would say, in comparison to maybe some of the more traditional ones. You see the likes of Fuse being used a lot. I think the Pandas is going to be a player that is going to have a little bit of a breakout season. I think he's going to be one to watch for sure.
Yeah, completely agreed. I'd put Panders in the same category of Gildersons as one of those underrated controller demons. Excited to see the type of impact he has on Furia. The interesting thing about Furia and the teams to watch is the first 2 teams, NRG and ESA, well, they're proven. They placed top 3. They perform so well throughout Pro League. Furia is a big question mark. Will they finally improve to kind of make it to that A tier, that S tier with Panders? That is the question, as this has been your Lenovo teams to watch. To our talent predictions, because like we said, we know y'all want to watch Storm Point. We know y'all want to kick off. That's starting here in just a minute. But talent predictions here, we all had a chance to predict who we think is going to win this first series, the kickoff here for North American Split number 2. And with that in mind, speaking of those 3 little letters, Mark, a lot of love for NRG. Walk me through why you think Vicky and Rainday picked NRG.
Oh, do you want the honest answer, or do you want the the actual answer? Okay, so I am playing it safe all season long now. I am going for number 1 ranked teams in every group, whatever it might be, because I got burnt last time when we were at the playoffs. And let's just say that Hal had a few words for me on TSM, not picking them. So I'm just going with top of the group every single time. I go with safe picks. I'm sorry, everybody. If that's not your favorite team, I'm sorry, all right? And I think that Vicky and Rainday are alongside me here. They just don't want to be burnt by anyone anymore. We're just going to go for the most predictable thing, John, and we're going to see if we can get the most points. And if we don't, then it's not our fault anymore.
Smart pick, safe pick, but that is so damn boring on set. Listen,
100%.
I took some risky picks last season.
It's as boring as you can get. I know it is, but I just can't be burnt anymore. I'm not doing it.
Your pride is too strong. Your ego's too big. I get it. Your ego's as big as your head. It's understandable. But look, at the end of the day, I also picked a safe pick in ESA. So who am I to talk here? ESA, though, the reason I picked them over NRG, well, it's about damn time we put some respect on their names. I mean, throughout the entirety of Split 1, we kind of kept watching them perform well week over week and thinking, was that a fluke? Are they really the real deal? Are they in the S tier or the A tier, one of the top teams? And the answer is yes. Undoubtedly yes. I mean, this is a team that is really just as good as TSM, as NRG, as Sentinels, and it's about damn time we put some respect on that. I mean, Skittle and Duplex, 2 of the best kind of duos and leaders, in my opinion, joined by Noct, a really, really talented controller player. I'm excited to see what ESA can do. I think ESA is going to perform really, really well today. But, Mark, outside of those 2, any other kind of honorable mentions here as we kick off map number 1?
I think that Liquid certainly wants to talk about, right? Liquid, you mentioned Gilderson, that pickup. I think it's going to be a really big pickup for them. It's a big change for Liquid, right? That roster's been together for quite some time. So when you have a roster that has been a solid 3 for quite a long time and you make that change, it's not made without a heavy heart, right? You know that you have to make a change, that you have to try and make improvements. And Gilderson, you mentioned, I think there's a group of controller players who have now kind of established themselves in that middle pack. And the controller player is now like gold dust, right? A good controller player. You've seen how it becomes almost a necessity necessity to be on a top team now. You look at Verholst, you look at Snipedown, you know, the effects that they had with TSM, and then, you know, you look at, like you mentioned, Noct going on to ESA. I think it's become an opportunity for controller players to step up, and I think Gildersons and Liquid certainly going to be dangerous this year.
Yeah, gone are the days of like every single top team in an A and EU had almost all mouse and keyboard players. It was like maybe 4 or 5 controller players. Now it's every roster has to almost have a controller player on it, which is what you love to see. And you know what? I just gotta say, speaking of, you know, any other teams to watch, shout out to our Challenger Circuit teams that made it through Challenger Circuit, actually beat out a lot of the Pro League Season 1 teams and made it today. We got Optimal Ambition, we got Literally Vibing. Hopefully they are literally vibing today and doing well. We got LMK, we got RCO Esports. So I'm keeping an eye on them and seeing if maybe some of these dark horse teams can perform. Welcome to the LGS. Welcome to the Pro League. Let's see what you got here in game number 1. And speaking of game number 1, the dropship is loading and flying across Storm Point for the first time here in ALGS. We got Storm Point competitive Apex on display. I've had a chance to cast a couple community tournaments with Storm Point, but of course never an ALGS competition where the stakes are going to be super high. Teams wanting to perform, teams wanting to show that they are starting strong and are the best here. So Mark, map number 1, talk me through Storm Point and some of the drop spots. What can we expect here?
Well, first of all, don't be worried if you're watching ALGS and you've only watched ALGS and you're thinking, where is the pilot taking us? This is not the usual view out of the windows that we're used to seeing. What is this thing that's happening below us? Of course, it's Storm Point, but I think when you're talking about drop spots and stuff, there's a lot to be talked about. Everyone is still battling a few of the teams to actually find a comfortable drop spot. But Built by Gamers, newly picked up, I will say, by Built by Gamers, they're going to be dropping in the middle of the map at the moment, just outside of the Jurassic area. So there's a lot to be talked about here. Essentially, let's break it down to the most basic, right? For some of our viewers who may not have seen a lot of Storm Point. Storm Point, essentially, from north to south, is kind of a big hill. The northern side is right up on height, and then down on the southern side, you have kind of the ocean and the deltas where all the rivers kind of flow down to, and it's a good example of it right here on our screen. Synced is going to be kind of working his way up that hill, so to speak. So it's going to be an interesting battle of elevation in a lot of our end games, and a lot of the rotations are going to be based around elevation. So you're going to see some changes in composition. I think we're going to see a lot more Ash being able to portal from point A to point B from downloads up high. You might see a little bit of Horizon being thrown in there as well. It's certainly going to make for a little bit of experimentation with comps, lineups, and how teams want to rotate. Plus as well, it's new still to all of these players in competitive. Yes, they've had scrims, but scrims are one thing, John. And as we know on others, when you get to a tournament setting, people play a little bit differently.
Yeah, that is spot on. You take a look at the overhead map here. It'll show you where all the other teams are dropping. Obviously, NRG dropping in Checkpoint. The Mill, my personal favorite drop spot. You see Optimal Ambition. Obviously, might have some contest there. You got to be a little careful. It might be an initial fight. And then we have teams dropping on top of each other. Look at W along towards the center of the map here. RCO looking like they're in a little bit of a contest. Will they split that 50-50? Will they compete? We'll see if some early fights happen. So far, no one's been knocked. Nothing crazy happening just yet. But that's one of the interesting things about Pro League as well that I really love is depending what group in matchup you get, Group B versus C, A versus D, you're going to see teams maybe have to change their drop spot. Obviously, the NRGs, the TSMs of the world will not have to, but some of the lesser-known teams are going to have to learn how to be versatile as we see initial fight here with RCO.
Yeah, a little bit of a tickle fight going on here between a couple of teams actually dropping over here at Barometer. So a few shots are going to be exchanged, but nothing too kind of devastating. Excuse me, it's over antennae at the moment. You're going to have to give me a few seconds to adjust my bearings as well. Trust me, it's going to take us a while to remember exactly where we are at different points on the map with World's Edge being so heavily ingrained into our brains. But LMK, not a great start for them. Dimmy's having to back down. Bubble goes down, but he would be able to escape for now.
That's right. LMK featuring players that have been here before. They've played in ALGS competitions, maybe not in the Pro League Split 1, but before the Pro League format and our online tournament format, they qualified multiple times. I was actually really impressed by Force in particular. I'm excited to see what Dimmy and of course, Turns, who's been here many, many times before as well, can do. Turns used to be on the Pittsburgh Knights way back when with Hodzik and Six back in our preseason qualifier. On board now with RCO. And switching on over to NAND 203. Looting up, looks like a little bit of early poke in Antenna, but no team's going to necessarily go all in. Just goes to show maybe the nerves here already in the first map of the day.
I mean, excuse me being a little bit English here, but that is officially Nando's from now on. That is that guy's name. I don't know if that's not your name. If it isn't, I'm sorry. Okay, but you're Nando's in my head forever. But this is one thing that I was maybe expecting to see a little bit. I talked about how, you know, there's a lot of teams in the Pro League. There's 40 teams overall, and there's not 40 drop spots across the map. And this little bit of contesting is something we're going to see a lot of from teams, I think, in the first couple of weeks. I know there's been a lot of stuff on Twitter between Fury and G2. I think Tech's been keeping the score, and I think that G2 are down by 1 at the moment. Fury actually have the advantage over them, dropping over at Lightning Rod and towards Thunderwatch. So those things are going to progress, but when you, like I mentioned, when you get into the competitive lobbies, into these big moments, then I think teams are going to kind of, you know, put the ego to one side, especially with knowing how one game across all of the week can have such an impact.
Yeah, that's a good point. So we take a look at another kind of rookie team here. Banshee, Alizura, and Jaren. Welcome to the Apex Legends Global Series. We have never seen any of these players compete in ALGS competition. I don't believe an online broadcast or a finals competition in the past. So those are true rookies to the scene. Excited to see what this squad can do. Is again, this antenna fight, a lot of long-range poke. I don't think you're going to see these teams take this fight. I think you're going to see them play a little bit more passive. We know RCO is able to get some insights into where the next zone is going to be, so they're content just leaving with this loot and rotating, but it looks like they're actually going to spot one team out nearby, and they might take this fight. They got to be a little cautious, because I believe W and Built by Gamers potentially might be dropping right over what I personally call a Jurassic Park. I don't know if I'm going to get in trouble.
100% it is Jurassic Park.
We're committing to Jurassic Park as the call out. All right, fantastic. I don't know if EA is going to be like, licensing issues, please stop doing that. But nonetheless, there's a couple teams that drop just across the cages there. They got to be really, really careful where those prowlers drop.
Oh, 100%. I think that fight might be a little bit more extended than we would expect between those two teams, just because of the fact we did see the zone and it is fairly central, so nobody really has to overly commit to anything at the moment. One thing to note as well about Stormpoint in general, from what we've seen and what we've been watching in scrims, Circle's a little bit more predictable than what we see over on World's Edge. So when you get that initial information, especially if you get a beacon, you really can get a good gauge of where the end game will be. So you're going to see a lot more teams, I think, stacked up towards the end game, trying to play for those god spots, but still, as you can see, RCO still in this battle, still doing a little bit of poke damage and not getting a huge amount of damage done either. You can see that Sleepy Panda, unfortunately, is kind of got a night sheet on at the moment, let alone an Evo shield, as he's only got a few kind of HP left on that white armor. But they're going to be doing a little bit of looting right now, a little bit of crafting, and one thing to note as well, crafting rotations have changed, and one thing that is in there, that's a flatline, and that's going to be one of those guns that can still do a heck of a lot of damage.
Spot on. You saw ESA in the distance. They typically drop over to mill, kind of making their rotation. So you got to be careful, because teams are going to be rotating through. Antenna tends to be one of those spots that teams early rotate towards. And there's a lot of action kind of similar to a fragment of World's Edge, where there ends up being kind of obviously a lot of fights early on, but then a lot of fights in kind of that tier 2, tier 3 level or phase of gameplay. As we switch on over here, it looks like Ganja and Enemy, former Istral Esports, the scary squad, find themselves in a fairly scary situation against one of our Challenger Circuit teams that qualified through. Looks like they're not going to take that fight. They'll just reset. ESA taking that the quick rotation over from Mill, and they will find themselves in the action in the early rotation as well.
Yeah, something to point out as well, we're going to have a few vehicles here on Stormpoint as well to play with. That's going to provide not just quick rotations like you mentioned, but end-game cover as well. And some of the end circles that we will see here on Stormpoint, trust me, they're pretty out in the open. And I tell you what, if you've got a little bit of a car to hide behind, it could be gold dust towards that end game. But just looking across the compositions, you can see what we were talking about before the game kicked off, right, John? You've got much less Wraith and that kind of mobility legend on rotation. It's more about being able to establish verticality. You've seen a lot of Ash, you've seen a lot of Horizon in that kind of, we'll call it spot one, where Wraith usually is in a lineup. You of course have Valkyrie as well, which is going to be vital for rotations towards endgame. And of course Gibby's still there. Even though, you know, there might be a few changes to Gibby in the future, Gibby's going to provide that cover towards endgame that you just need at this point in competitive Apex Legends.
Yeah, that's a good point. A lot of changes, obviously, from Stormpoint to World's Edge. You obviously are going to see a Trident, much like you see on Olympus, for the first time in competitive Apex, actually, which is kind of interesting. But then, of course, you're going to see a lot of similar things, like you said, which is going to be Gibraltar Dome Shields, providing artificial cover, keeping teams alive, and being almost a necessity. We saw in ALGS Split 1, I think like a 96% pick rate of Gibby, something crazy and along those lines. So kind of one of those must-use legends in terms of his kit, his utility, and it's really because of that exact point, those Dome Shields.
Yeah, I don't want to be rude, but if you weren't playing Gibby, you're throwing, basically, at this point in competitive Apex. You know, the kit is the ultimate team kit, right? And we've seen why teams use it. We've seen why it's such a necessity, and you'll see an example of it towards the end game as well. You're going to see a lot of bubbles being used, and a lot of artificial cover being absolutely, you know, required at this point by the teams. But we're having a little look at some of the POIs as we're flying through at the moment. Not too much to talk about at the moment, as we're seeing kind of 100 Thieves set up around Stormcatcher. This is quite a central, slightly over to the east POI. Alenta Premier are going to be playing just underneath as well. And this can be a little bit of a difficult situation to play from if you're underneath, just because of the fact that if you're playing down low, of course, and you don't have the ability to go from A to B in a vertical way with a legend, then you can kind of be stuck in these positions. But that's why Crook is on Ash. That ability, if damage is done, to capitalize on it almost immediately becomes a necessity here, and I'm expecting to see more and more of it as Stormpoint evolves.
Yeah, that's a great point. Mark, talk me through, actually, don't talk me through anything because we got to fight. Optimal Ambition versus the Atlanta Premier. Atlanta Premier, welcome with your new team name change here. Premier GG quietly placed 7th in Split 1 playoffs. Really, really well performing. They pick up Asura from the Pittsburgh Knights, who is a phenomenal player. I'm excited to see what this squad can do. They get the first kill, or sorry, second kill now of Pro League Split 2. That's going to be over Optimal Ambition. And it looks like the rest of Optimal Mission will survive for now. So things slow down, I'll re-ask the same question. Mark, talk me through why Ashe is really, really important. Why you think we'll see a little bit more of Ashe in Stormpoint versus World's Edge, as you started to allude to it.
I mean, if you think about it from a map top-down perspective, right, World's Edge is not a huge amount of changes in verticality. Usually when you're talking about rotation, you're talking from point A to B, kind of along the ground, right? if you understand what I mean, the kind of the footpath, so to speak. But due to just the geometry and the way that this map is built, with it being essentially, at its most basic, a big hill from north to south, you need to be able to take verticality almost immediately. If you have Ashe, you have that ability with the portal to do so. And that is why you're going to see Ashe. You can see Horizons. We also see another fight going down, and it's going to be CLG, who have got a lot to prove this season. I do want to say they've made a few changes to the lineup once again, but they're going to pick up the first full squad elimination of our first game back. And as we get a look at our first squad elimination, we also get to see a little bit of info about where that circle is going. Stormcatcher looks like it might be the only POI left, and we're going to probably pull right in, like I mentioned, towards the outer edge of that.
Mamba, welcome to CLG. That's a nice win over Scary. They're going to be our first team eliminated from this one. Meanwhile, Furia, we said we wanted to watch this team. Panders making his debut onto the Furia roster. Tech's going to go down, so Panders has to go big. The controller player last alive. Horizon. Zeratricky's going to get some good damage, but he finally gets knocked as well. The damage is coming through. It's going to be Scissors and Phony W taking out Furia, unless Panders can do something miraculous here. Now left in a 1v3.
Panders is left on his own, and we said how he needs to do something ridiculous. Here comes C9 now to try and have a little bit of a piece of the pie, so to speak. Albreleli and Zach Mays are using that Horizon Q to get up on height. Also going to have to take their time here just to avoid the defensive bombardment, but you're starting to see the action pick up a little bit here as the zone starts to close with 19 squads still remaining here, John. Pandas has survived, but for how long?
Yeah, just as fast as Cloud9 enters, Cloud9 exits. They are so quick, probably the quickest team to take a third party, but right now it's going to be Phony and Scissors who started the action, getting taken out by the casuals here. It's Ziffer, Akuma Wraiths, and Casual FPS, also a Challenger Circuit team from last season, making their debut in the Pro League with a huge, huge pickup over W. Now down to 18 squads remaining, a lot of action picking up in the mid-game here.
Certainly is, and Casuals, well, welcome to Professional, because that is the way to start the game, right? 18 squads remaining now as they eliminate our second team from the lobby. They've got the zone closing behind them, but they will be safe for quite some time. As you can see, not only they're close to that next zone, but pretty much close to the beacon information they have as well, of where the zone will be going after that. So not only an important win for kill points and things like that, but also important in the fact that they've cleared their backs now, John. Nobody's going to be able to rotate behind them. Built by gamers, though, you can see that they're bang in the center of the the second circle at the moment, and Wicked's going to be doing his best impression of Robin Hood with a bow check in hand, but only 5 arrows to work with here. I don't think he could be able to do too much damage.
Yeah, and want to also note, Akuma on Casuals, actually one of our 4 in this lobby, Mexican players representing Mexico and Latin America on this squad, playing with 2 American players. So we'll see what the Casuals can do in their first map. That's a good start for them. And look at how many teams are over here. Torm Storecatcher. It's going to be BBG positioned just east. 100 Thieves just chilling in Stormcatcher right now in the main POI. They'll be actually occupying the majority of that POI, but 4 or 5 teams in the vicinity. We know Cloud9 is near. We know these teams have to be really, really careful because third parties will be on the prowl.
Yeah, 100 Thieves are going to be one of those quick rotating teams as well. We've seen that traditionally that's what's worked for them, and you're going to be able to get a lot of information from where 100 Thieves set up and where that circle will be ending. But look at this, Fury have managed to get tech back into the game. Unfortunately, Zeratricky might take a little bit more time, but there's also a mobile beacon down for them. So Furia, who looked like they were kind of in all sorts of trouble, have gone from rags to riches at the moment. They will be able to get back to a full team, but you can see that they're going to come under pressure. The question is there enough loot for Zeratricky to pick up on his way down to help them fight out this position?
Yeah, that's really, really big. The fact that they're able to get their full squad back in, the fact that Panders was able to survive the Wraith of the Cloud9 squad, playing so incredibly aggressive. No, not Wraith the Legend. We haven't seen a whole lot of Wraith on Stormpoint just yet. And as I say that, Cloud9 nearby. They might want to take this 3v3. They know that Zeratricky just got revived, doesn't have loot, doesn't have much shield just yet. Obviously has a couple loot boxes to work with. But with 4 teams in the vicinity, don't expect any of these teams to initiate a fight, because if it does, it likely means death for you, as you'll get third party soon after.
Well, Fury are looking to make a little bit of a move, and it looks like they want to be a little bit aggressive, and they're going to do so not actually just to be aggressive onto players, but to get Zero Tricky some goods to work with, because if you don't have goods to work with, you're not going to be able to do a lot of damage, and you kind of jumping in the backpack, so to speak, of your teammates, hoping they can get you towards the end game and maybe find some on the way. But at least he's got a Mastiff to play with, and to be honest with you, I was going to say, at least he's got to play with. He's got a fully decked out R301 and a purple bolt in Mastiff. That's the kind of loot box you want to find if you're a player dropping back into the game.
Yeah. Oh, look at this, though. NRG, it's almost like they smelled red in the water. They're going to find the Furious Squad, take this 3v3, and it's going to be Panders that gets the first knock on Rocker. That's huge. That gives Zero Tricky an opportunity to either level up his Evo shield or shield swap if they can get that finish on Rocker. Now, the rest of NRG going to be just sitting on the rooftop with Cloud9 and Casuals nearby. They have to be so careful. They're down to a 2v3. Rocker gets taken out. That's massive.
I mean, there's about 3 or 4 teams in the vicinity here. Wow. I'm not quite sure what NRG's decision-making was there. I talked about how the decision-making is usually exemplary. They make so few mistakes, but surely coming down from the high there, the Valkyrie passive would have given them the information. There were multiple teams in the vicinity. Sweet, unfortunately, now is going to be left on his own on top of this building, and with just a car and a 301 in his hands, it's going to be a very difficult job for him. But as we mentioned, if there's anyone in the world that you probably want to try and survive these situations, it's Sweet, but just at the bottom of your screen, you see him taken out, and NRG, I'm sorry, I've cursed you already with the predictions. They are out inside our top 3.
The safe pick, he said. The pick of the team that drops on a fully squadded, a nearly fully kitted Furious Squad. But obviously, we didn't see that from NRG's perspective. We don't know if they were in a really bad spot, late to rotate, and had to just take a gamble, because that's really what it is. It's a bit of a gamble when you drop late there. So NRG ends up getting taken out. Again, we didn't see it from their perspective. We don't know what went wrong, but certainly not the right decision overall, as Demi's actually going to knock Jaren at the top of your screen, and it looks like there's going to be 3 full squads eliminated. And on top of that, literally Vibing finds himself in a really dangerous spot as well.
I like what Zach Mays is doing here for C9 as well. You can see he's just constantly trying to put pressure onto Fury and the other team that's inside of this building. Any kind of battle that breaks out between them, Zach Mays is going to be in position to third this, to pick up maybe a couple of kills from the downs, just to be a nuisance. And he's also playing within enough range of his teammates that if he does get taken down to no shields, he's got an escape plan and he can play back with his team. C9's positioning is really, really solid now, as we do see that circle potentially pulling away from them a little bit. C9 are just going to be looking to be the predators, so to speak, on the edge of this zone, and Zach Mays is using that Q to try and get all of the information that he can for his team.
And like I said, I love how Cloud9's playing this, right? They're hugging the edge of the ring. They love to play edge in general. That's kind of their play style. But they're also just keeping their head in a swivel and seeing, is there an opportunity to take this fight? We know these 2 teams are to our right, and they're just going to slowly inch their way in. Occupying so much real estate is Cloud9. I love how they're playing this, and I'd love to jump right in to a listen-in with Cloud9 to see how they continue to play it. Let's listen.
Because if they get control of our right side, we get pinched. So we need to control out here and inside the egg.
Yeah, you stay there, and I'm going to help Nutty then, right?
Yeah, exactly.
What,
they're aping in the building right now.
Are they aping?
No, kind of. No, one team's just on roof. One team moved from the corner on the roof.
Remember Valcolts, guys. We could always lose our thing if we're 2 split.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm thinking of. That's why I'm asking for too much.
If we see a Valcolt, we just group on egg. Valcolt coming from the west. Right now, they just left Stormcatcher. They're flying towards us. They might land egg.
Yeah, Nutty, land on top of the egg.
They're right here. They're good. We're good. They're right there. They're in death corner.
You're doing great right now, buddy.
I know. Oh, trust me. I know.
Yeah. We just have to hold this fucking dome, bro.
What to do right now.
I feel like the team is going to slam this and try to hold it with us. You know what I mean?
Yeah. It's not split holdable. Unless they play bottom floor and we play top.
But we're not going to do that. We're Horizon and I have 3 arcs and a thermite.
Yeah. I have a frag and a thermite.
Gotta keep looking down the hill because they're going to let the come.
I know. I'm already pinging where they have to play. I already know where they're going to be at.
Zach, if a fight breaks out over here, should I give you ult it to push them away still or what?
Yes, if a fight breaks out there, Mac, I am running at that. And you will just support me with your
No, you don't even need to run at it. You can
These guys have so much space, by the way.
I'll have no cover from you.
They're super
space. Going down here.
Yes.
They moved
Mac,
here.
they're hard fighting?
No. 70 on 2 of them, purple. They're moving. They're in the corner here. They're gonna Valcolt, I think. They're not Valcolting. They have no dome, Zach. They're at the rock here.
They're getting walked up.
Landing. I'm getting on our thing.
I got a knock. I got a knock on that guy.
Are we getting
down? I have to sell. I'm looking up.
I don't see one.
Open us. I might be down here, man.
Get inside. Go.
I'm inside.
Hold the door. They're gonna come in, I think.
I'm hitting them.
I have nades.
We need to queue up. Come to me.
Okay, I'm here. They're in our building.
They're not on roof. Roof is clear.
Batting.
Stay roof. Mac went in. Stay roof. Come back to roof, Mac. We're gonna get 30 from our left. We're gonna get 30 from our left.
I have to sell.
There's a rat right here. They don't fall on the right.
You gotta watch this. This is really bad from there.
I have no ult. We're chilling for zone. Look at zone. We need to find a place to stay alive.
What the
it's
fuck?
Fine, it's fine. Stay on the roof, Naughty.
I'm up. I'm good. This team's gonna start to shit on us.
Put safe on me.
I'm good, Mac.
On me.
Mac, just hold it. Who cares right now? It's fine.
It's not a rat here.
Can I hold red mark or no?
He's playing very close. I don't think you can.
No.
Very close.
Okay.
He's on it. He's on it. No, you can't.
Dude, we have like... Max, you have to focus right.
We can't play roof. We can't play roof.
Yeah, we all have to focus right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Naughty, you need to hold our backswing. You need to hold our backswing, Naughty. Me and Al are gonna shoot right. I have a fucking Spitfire, bro. You have to make for the team on the inside. Naughty doesn't peek me and Mac.
I know.
I don't have any bats left. I'm popping
a lot right
here. Balcony. We can't play that.
I can't see that guy. I can't see that.
We have to play right here.
This team has a really good heady right there.
We have to play right here.
We have to play our cooldowns really good. Like our dome, we have to hold our dome and our horizon.
Yep.
A remarkable listen in there, Mark. I mean, just the amount of multi-threaded conversations they're having, how much they have to think about and track at once. Are they getting Valk ulted? What's this going on with this fight to our right? There's a team creeping up on our left. In some way, somehow, Cloud9 survives through all of it, and not only survives, but is kind of sitting somewhat well. Obviously in a tough spot right now. We'll see how they play it.
Yeah, they're playing incredibly well, and shout out to Little League coach Zach Mazer saying, Naughty, you're doing a great job, pal. Little pat on the back for his controller player, saying you're doing a great job of controlling so much of the map for us while we try and work away from you and keep the space. But now C9, you can see they've got ESA inside of this build and CLG on the outside. You got RCO also surrounding them, and then you have 100 Thieves joining the party down from the heavens. This is going to be carnage, and this egg might crack for one of these teams pretty soon.
Oh, it's going to have to, right? There's 5 teams within the vicinity of this egg. I don't know how none of them have gotten taken out or knocked yet. RCO is going to actually find a knock on Crook of Atlanta Premier. That's going to open things up just a bit. Cloud9 is literally hugging the edge of the ring right now, somehow still alive. CLG doing the same. This is the team that he said was in death corner here. We'll see if CLG can survive. Zach Mazer needs to get his health back quick. In some way, somehow, they're able to survive. But for now, our Horizon Q is going to come through. Cloud9 maintains control courtesy of a Gibby ultimate.
Yeah,
Gibby Dome Shield, sorry.
Gibby Dome Shield. Also, I didn't know that Gibby could float quite that well, but he does. And I mean, it's absolutely ridiculous to see, but I love the discipline being shown there by C9 as well. They could have easily popped out of that bubble, but you pop out for 2 seconds and go for that kill. Who knows who's got their pre-aim on you? Who knows who's looking straight down those sights and could be beaming you from multiple angles? So prioritizing survivability, the most important thing for C9 to do now. They have control of height. They have control of the top of the egg. ESA still underneath.
Yeah, 7 teams remain, and I love where this zone is pulling to. Once we see the regular overhead map, we'll show you. It's going very center of this ring, and you can tell by the top left of your screen where the line pulls in the mini-map here. So Cloud9 will have to move towards Egg, and one of these 3 teams will get taken out. It's going to be Knock that manages to get a first kill. Actually, no, Skittle Cakes on BBG. Tempest gets taken out as well. Cloud9 is going to try and take advantage. They want to be the benefactor of the third party here, and they're going to be. Wow. Nice job from Cloud9. From hell to thriving right now is the 2 teams that were right on top of them eliminate each other. Cloud9, king of the hill.
Fight breaks out, C9 sets it. C9 third party, easy kills, but also complete and utter control now of this egg building. C9 just looking to patrol, looking to cause all sorts of problems for anyone who's trying to push in. There's actually a couple of players trying to push into this lower area at the moment of the egg, and C9 is saying, hey boys, this is our home address here. You cannot come in without knocking, and they're doing so much damage. Still alive as we're down to 4.
Yeah, I'm so glad we followed this Cloud9 journey throughout, because the fact that they are still alive, 100 Thieves right above them, but it looks like only down to 2 members left, Scurry and Amnu, as Vaxilon got taken out. So Cloud9 with 2 above them, and keep in mind, 100 Thieves will take some pressure from the other teams. They're actually going to get a knock on Atlanta Premier that big. They're going to actually leave the fight and ape this Gibraltar by himself. Somehow the Gibraltar survives, but Cloud9 again, third parties and wins. Kill leader in the hands of Alberlelli. He's the Predator. 3 squads remain.
100 Thieves just thinking we can't win from here. Maybe a few KP to help us on our way to another placement, but now it's CLG versus C9. You can see the bubbles are down here. Zach Mazer's taken damage though on the cross, so Alberlelli on the Gibby is going to have to do some work with this massive, and work he will be doing. Big numbers coming in from C9. Alberlelli gets the Spitfire out, sings the first, but he will go down here.
and Cloud9 is going to do it. What a game from them. Albrelelli, Naughty, and Zach Mazer performed so incredibly well to kick off Split 2 of the Pro League. They were quite literally under so much duress. 4 teams within just an inch of them in that egg in their vicinity. In some way, somehow, through some great comms, great IGLing from Zach, co-IGLing from Albrelelli, they are the last team standing. What a game that was. I mean, that was high kills as well on set. They must have gotten at least 10 to 12 to 15 kills there as well.
Oh, super high kills, but the one thing that really stood out for me, C9, when they don't play well, they're a little bit reckless. When they play well, they show that reserve, they show that little bit of steel and the determination to play together, not overextend for kills. The kills will come to you if you have that God spot, and that reflects in that score, John. 12 points, of course, for the placements taking home first place, but 11 kills totals up to 23. The perfect start for C9.
Yeah, a Jordan game to kick things off for Cloud9. Great start for them, but CLG's right behind them. Atlanta Premier right behind them as well. Very top-heavy game in terms of placements. I mean, all the way down to 4th place, 6 points only for 100 Thieves, and they're able to get a 5th place overall in placement. So nice job from them to try and get some points on the board, but again, Cloud9 performing very well, and then some evenly distributed points. A couple kills here and there. Ghost Gaming with 4 kills, though. They'll get 5 points, so that'll put them in the top 10 overall in standings. But really, the entire story is Cloud9. And Mark, start talking me through what did they do so well in that late game? I mean, it all started with Albrelelli and the Mastiff, right?
Oh, 100%. In that final fight, Albrelelli, if you're on Gibraltar, you get that arm shield up, you're doing as much damage as you physically can to the opposition. And it might sound like a really silly thing to say, right? But Gibby, you're the biggest target, so you've got to be the biggest damage dealer. If you do that and you go down and you've done more than enough damage for your teammates to clean up, you've done your job. Albrelelli in that end game, chunking away with the Mastiff. Perfect play from him on Gibraltar to make sure that the opening was there for his teammates to clean up. But having created the opening, you need to be able to take advantage of it. And you can see Albrelelli not only was doing it in the close game with the end game with the Mastiff, but also with that charge rifle. Almost 3k damage from the former TSM man, now standing here for Cloud9.
Absolutely insane game. It was really the charge rifle that was doing it for him. You saw him actually want to drop his Evo shield and saying, hey, look, let me swap shields out because I'm not missing with this charge rifle right now, and it shows 3k damage. Are you kidding me? That is near a record in competitive Apex. Albrelelli popping off, the former TSM GOAT. Definitely has already cemented himself in the Apex Legends Hall of Fame with the 5 straight championships he got with HAL and Reps, and continuing to cement his legacy with Cloud9. Shot to my man, Naughty, a.k.a. Guzulis, my Greek brother, popping off on controller as well as Valkyrie, and obviously giving them the utility they needed as well. But a really, really good game, and all of them over 1k damage, about 6 to 7k damage as a team, collectively a really, really great game from Cloud9 there. And I will say, Mark, I had a chance to do our kind of first Let's Play series, which we'll talk about and kind of promote a little bit later, but it was so awesome getting into the mind of Zach Mazer. If you haven't checked that out yet, make sure to go to youtube.com/PlayApexEsports to watch, but he really is just such a unique personality, a unique IGL, truly one of a kind as an Apex Legends player, and obviously it showed in game number 1.
Yeah, I think one thing that stood out to me, there was a couple of things that stood out to me from the overall performance of C9 there. One was the discipline, right? Discipline is the key for C9 to succeed. Like I mentioned previously, they can look amazing when they get a little bit reckless. They win the team fights just due to individual mechanical skill, but consistency doesn't come with that kind of play style. If you can show that little bit of kind of more solid decision making, playing for your lives a little bit more towards the end game, letting the kills come to you, that's great. Also, I want to give out a huge shout out to Albrelelli as well, because we know mechanically he's nuts. Like, he's ridiculous. He's probably one of the best players we've ever seen in Apex Legends, but being able to put your ego aside and jump onto Gibraltar and do the damage with a charge rifle and a Mastiff in your hand, it says a lot about, I think, not only his mentality and the willingness to win, to do whatever it takes to win, but also the respect he has for his teammates to play on the other Legends and do the damage that he probably wishes that he could do as well.
Yeah, that's right. In my opinion, Albrelelli, one of the smartest players in all of Apex. I put him alongside Monsoon. I put him alongside Sweet, HAL, in terms of his brain, the way he thinks about the game. And obviously, he brings a lot to this Cloud9 roster. I mean, there was a lot of question. Why'd they drop Noct for Albrelelli? I think that game truly showed. I mean, having Albrelelli as kind of a secondary co-IGL alongside Zach, crucial. And Cloud9 looked really, really, really good there in Game 1. The question is, can they keep up the consistency in Games 2 through 6? We'll find out. We're going to take a very quick break. When we come back, we'll have Rain Day. We'll have Vicky Kitty live for Game number 2 right after this.
Monster Energy,
the official energy drink of the Apex Legends Global Series.
On rock.
Jump in the
I'm
back, jump in 2 minutes.
I crack Gibby. I idiot on Ash.
Give me dead.
Ash and Dome, one shot. Ash absolute. Ash absolute.
Go! Let's go!
That's how we do it, boys.
Oh man, you can tell the passion is alive and well on the beaches of Storm Point. And of course, there's no point to talk about that before we introduce ourselves. It is Rain Day and Vicky Kitty handling game number 2. And also, Vicky, handling the spice of what we saw, reacting to that first game from C9. I mean, what a way to kick it off. You mentioned they were taking a dip in the pool, then they just cannonballed at the end and said, this is our game to win. Let's do it.
Yeah, their hard edge playstyle really benefits them in the late game, and I'm glad that they're sticking to this on Storm Point. We were talking a little bit about it during the break, but I feel like the switch over to Storm Point has benefited C9 more than anything, and in that first game, that really showed it to us. I mean, 11 kills, what a way to start things off, but I love how slow the start of that game was. Game number 1, a lot of these teams, they're just dipping their toes in that cold pool, and then they all just flung themselves in when they figured out the water was warm here, and that's what I like to see for our game number 1 here for the LGS.
Warm water, baby. I mean, you know, hey, Storm Point, that's what I expect. I see the beaches, I see the sand. I'm like, all right, there's some spiders, but it at least looks warm. You know, I get the discount, but now I'm like, I'm here. Let's get in here. And also, let's see what the teams did
before you guys jump into Game 2, we have a leaderboard to show you of how the action has settled for our first match. And you know C9 took first place, but it also means CLG, Atlanta Premier, Esports Arena, and Built by Gamers rounded out the top 5. Casuals, 100 Thieves, RCO Esports, Ghost Gaming, and Charlotte Phoenix got in the mix, but it's really a story of CLG and Cloud9. In fact, CLG maybe taking a little bit of the, the less obvious path towards a very strong game. 18 points to start. We didn't mention them much, but, I mean, a really strong start for two teams there.
Yeah, and it's a good way to start building up that gap between those first two teams and then the rest of the squads here that you're going to be seeing. And I just want to note, never again am I going to let Mark be able to take over these predictions because I'm going to get so lucky. Look at Energy. What a rough start here for Energy when all our predictions were on Energy. Hopefully they can bounce back. It's almost a little bit of some deja vu looking how Energy did in that very first week for the first split of the ALGS. Maybe getting a bit of that deja vu just out of the way here and having that first game just to wash your hands with.
Coming in based on number 2 in terms of points of the overall ALGS, NRG has a lot to prove, but I've seen them also have a little bit of a time that they rev up to their maximum potential throughout these lobbies. I think there are teams that are a little bit more aggressive and they're either on or off. NRG feels like they're a slow burn, a team that starts to get good and once they figure it out are finding themselves getting these big point games. Now, winning at the end has been the issue I've seen for them, Vicky. Do you think there's a way that they can turn it around so quickly, or do you expect that it's still going to be a couple of games before they start getting things rolling?
I feel like depending on how these end circles are pulling, I mean, we know that Energy lands checkpoint, and their plan in mind usually is to rotate up through North Pad, and since that was on the complete opposite side of where that final circle was pulling, that was troublesome for Energy, and they kind of got caught in the middle of that rotation, maybe trying to take things a little slowly. If necessary, sometimes they try to go for third parties in Mill and Cascade. That's what I've seen so far in their scrims. So looking at these final circles, that first circle, unfortunately, just was not beneficial for Energy there.
How do you tell which part of the game it is? Because there's so many factors changing. It's the map, it's the first game, it's the lobby, because you're playing in this ALGS against different teams each time you're going out to play over the weekend, and then it's the lineups too. Obviously introducing the Horizon instead of the Wraith. Mark and Fallout did a great job talking about the adjustments to this meta, but again, Vicky, that's a difference. There is a lot of different team compositions here that all of these teams are working with as we head into Game 2. It's going to be very interesting to see which element starts to make the biggest difference here as far as determining a winner.
And looking at these highlights, I mean, overall, looking at what we had seen in our Split 1, TSM really popped off. I know Hal gave a shout out to the team Preds that we had here on the talent desk, but you know, for a reason, seeing some of those highlights, they were able to pop off, and you know, now you have the rest of the NA teams trying to just stay in touch with that there too. But just touching up on the compositions that we've seen, I love how Fallout and Mark were able to highlight just how this high to low ground disposition is going to try to change things up. You have a lot of verticality added to a lot of these teams. You're seeing the Horizon, you're seeing the Ash, and I like that too. I like the fact that we're obviously still going to have the Gibby coming out. We still have those domes that are so crucial in those late games, and I think that with some of these adjustments and having to swap between Stormpoint and World's Edge, these compositions are going to change things up a little bit for our teams.
Finding risk and balancing that with reward is the key to, I think, a lot of these adjustments starting out as well. As we do take a look at the highlights, Hal, you found a way to get in on this lineup, on this broadcast. You're not even playing until tomorrow, okay? Relax, buddy. Stay on your own channel. And you can see here TSM Alberlelli, obviously playing for Cloud9, but one of the founding members of that legendary TSM roster. He's translated his skills to a couple of different teams. It seems like such a good fit. And the charge rifle as well, such a good weapon with the distance that it's been closing. The massive charge rifle taking that kind of anchor role for his squad, and it's worked out so well, especially with most of that fighting either long distance or on the top in the middle of that egg we saw.
Yeah, Rain, I'm actually so glad that you were able to bring that up. The charge rifle is so crucial here on Stormpoint. We saw it with Reps earlier when they were actually able to take out the charge rifle, put in so much damage, but you saw the damage that we just saw coming up from C9 just with the charge rifle alone, looking at Aberlele and just the amount of impact that they were able to have to secure that egg building. But that's what we're going to see. We talk about the composition with these different characters, but we have to focus on the gun compositions and how important that charge rifle has been so far.
Yeah, it's going to be something you see a lot here heading into game number 2 on Storm Point. The map is bigger. Wide open spaces might be the theme of this place that disguises nothing about the dangers that lie ahead, whether it be Parasite, Animal, or simply an R301 aimed at the dome. There are horrors around the corner, and it's going to be which team navigates them the best, or maybe which team sees them coming first. That 4 to 8 times on a charge rifle would be my preference. And speaking of the team, it's Cloud9 starting it off. Stay Naughty, Alberlelli, and Zach Mazer coming off a win and now just looting up. A great start for them, and more importantly, Vicky, because of the nature of the way these tournaments run, Game 2, maybe even more impactful as far as how we're going to see this team perform throughout the day.
Yeah, seeing how split up C9 is too, you can see that they're going to be able to cover a lot of ground here by launch pad. They're going to be able to loot up quickly here. I also saw Aberlele briefly on that Trident, which obviously something else that we have to highlight. We heard it earlier on from Fallout and Mark, but we have to also highlight how important it is for those quick rotations. We had seen it earlier on when CLG likes to play around the ledge too by the circle, but look at this circle going forward. We were talking about how we have to see how Energy kind of traverses through the eastern part of the map, but this time they just have to go south here, and this is a great look for Energy's rotation. But look at this, Mooney already getting ahead, Barometer already taken over by that team down there.
It is a good sign that NRG have a much less of a distance to travel here, but it also reminds you of, take a look at where the team we've been talking about, C9, is right now at Launchpad, and where that final zone ended up. Around Stormcatcher, around Launchpad, around these areas, that was such a short rotation. This is going to be a much bigger test, Vicky, to see can they translate the opposite way, run into a lot more teams, probably have a little bit more pressure, and you know, I think community-oriented players trying to establish their points before they get there and have a chance to do it. So maybe a little bit more fighting, maybe a little bit more aggression coming their way to get to that God spot where they seem to have been very much more relaxed in attaining it last time.
And I wasn't looking at the kill feed, but LMK, they usually share this drop spot here with RCO, so looking like they already were able to pick up that early KP, starting things off already quicker than what we had seen in that first game. But a very good look for one of our Challenger Circuit teams that have made their way into this ALGS. And we've talked a bit in the past. I mean, I've seen Dimmy pop off before, and I like to see how Dimmy has been able to make that adjustment, as Dimmy was on Motors in that split one section of the ALGS. So now they're making that comeback. They're going to be able to get that beacon scan and already rotate towards that southern part of that circle, where it's going to be pulling more so towards that west side.
19 squads remaining, already one down. Couple kills to the name of Turns playing the Ash. And about 50 seconds here in round one. For all you players there, you'll start to see those Valkyrie ultimates charged up. Doesn't mean they'll be used, especially with LMK here having some potential to take their time looting a bit more, but you will see them in the air. You'll start hearing the Jets. Cloud9 on their way as well. So team starting to set up, but still so much farther to go. 2 blues and of course a purple here for Stay Naughty. Going into the replicators. Whether it's shield bats or especially the extended level 3 heavy bag, Vicky, there's a lot of stuff in there that's valuable today, especially even the purple backpack.
Yeah, and the boosted loader has to be the highlight, because we see the wingman coming out. The Hemlock, of course, that boosted loader is definitely going to help things out here with a lot of our heroes here running those wingmans, and Team Liquid already making the rotation. They're also going to get some intel with this Valkyrie passive to see if any of these other squads have rotated in the area, but they seem to have locked down a building, just keeping their eye on what could have already been looted here, but also trying to highlight the composition that we see from Team Liquid running the Loba here for Gale, but they've dropped on top of a team, and that's exactly what they were looking for, but maybe biting more than they could chew here as Fun falls pretty low.
A lot of players may be confused right now. This is not a match in Control. This is actually an ALGS Pro game here. I know a lot of you have enjoyed the new mode, and this is one of the only 2 places you could play it. So going to be very familiar for casual fans as to how to hold this center dome at the bottom and the height on top. But you can see as well, so many teams already getting their preferences in terms of being established. See some shots coming in from Liquid onto 100 Thieves. And you're right, the Loba. Talk to me a little bit about why you think this is so important, Vicky, because we've seen the Loba, we've seen the Horizon, we've seen the Ash become staples in this new meta, but why the Loba?
Well, if you look at Team Liquid's composition, with Nocturnal being on this Valk, I mean, obviously we've been seeing so much Valk since her release, but it's so that way you could get to these final circles to hold that final positioning a lot more consistently. And with Caustic having those nerfs, you won't be able to really secure these buildings as secure as you would want to with those gas traps unfortunately getting nerfed. But with the Loba, you don't have to commit too hard. You have that black market so you could stay looted up. You have that final circle positioning that you could use with the Valkyrie ult. And it's a great spot here for them to not really overcommit with a lot of these teams already securing the final circle buildings that they want to be in.
It's also just so valuable to have the speed of that ultimate, too. It's not just the loop. It's 2 for each player, but you can get it up in another 2 minutes afterwards, which when you compare it to maybe Wraith's Dimensional Rift Portal that a lot of you are familiar with, it's 3.5 minutes to get that ultimate. So over 30% more you'll be able to get over the course of the game. It's an incredible value. And also, let's talk about mobility and height mobility, too, Vicky, because you're going to play a lot of areas that require you to get up. And sometimes the character's abilities don't promote that, and so Loba, one of the only characters who can. CLT, though, a little bit in trouble. Charlotte Phoenix trying to get a punch for his team. Greek getting the revive, but Bowser knows they're in trouble, and he's got to hold some angles.
I was looking at Charlotte Phoenix in that first game originally because they usually landed Stormcatcher, which is why they had to make this quick rotation with the Valk ult, but look how much damage they're taking right now. They need to utilize this portal, get to safety in this egg-shaped building here, try to get out of that point of view, especially with the shields they're running right now. I mean, Greek is still getting shot at the same time, so bit of a pressuring situation here for Charlotte Phoenix.
It's a good showcase of what is the difficulty in this map, and you'll see the ability for you to be in a nice egg-shaped building. There seems to be a lot of that here in Stormpoint, which creates this interesting kind of staircase fighting 1v1 opportunity. I don't want to push, you don't want to push down, but then wide open spaces, wide open lakes, and beautiful blue water and high ground, and you have to find a way to traverse those. It's one of the reasons we've seen the Ashe become so successful with that phase breach, the instant translocation of her and the team to height across those areas, but you can get caught out very, very easily, as Charlotte Phoenix did mention there. Greek going down, but obviously back up, stabilized for now, as we have 18 squads left here with the round, looking to get close to closing for a barometer in circle. Should be a fun one.
Also here to highlight that Greek is one of the few players running the Wraith here on Stormpoint, and it's for reasons you were just mentioning here too, Rain. And it's important here because that's why you're seeing so much of the charge rifle being utilized with those open spaces and seeing where that circle is going to be pulling. I got my eyes on that northern building right on top of Barometer, and that's going to be so important because we've seen final circles just kind of pull in that northern area, so you know a lot of these teams that have already secured the buildings in the southern part of Barometer who may not have access to a beacon are going to be forced to funnel out of those buildings and into the line of sight of the teams that have already secured those northern buildings of Barometer.
Great point. And Casuals here, they're still trying to find themselves involved in anything. 7 points to their name. Not a bad start at all. Still spending some time with the Replicator and rotating very, very late in this zone. You'll see this often in Apex Legends competitive, maybe more so on Stormpoint due to the variability of tools you have to survive in the zone. Not just the heat shields, but the tridents as well, making rotations from a much greater distance that much easier. And considering the fact that Valkyrie is your second huge rotation opportunity, a lot of these teams aren't going to feel that normal pressure to keep up the pace on playing Edge, and will feel very relaxed here, hanging in for a minute, 2 minutes, even 3 minutes sometimes before heading into the edge of the circle.
Yeah, we're going to see a lot more teams just play outside the circle way more often as they get set up. And you talk about the Replicator. We talked about what was in the Replicator just for today alone. Just to reiterate, it's going to be that purple heavy mag, the boosted loader, the purple bag, and the purple helmet. So Casuals maybe just trying to get some shield bats too. Meanwhile, C9, though, they're continuing up their reign. They're continuing the momentum that they were able to bring from game number 1 already with a knock. Just trying to find an opportunity to go in for the flank as Zach is on their 6 here. You can see that sandwich and the Devo too on top of it all.
I mean, just wait. Anywhere you go, it's pain left or right. Nice shot there to take down Albrelelli. Could this get a little interesting? Oh, it almost did. Oh, a little too close for comfort for Stay Naughty, especially with Albrelelli going down to what must have been a massive headshot. But Cloud9 get the job done anyway. Add 3 points to the tally. That's 3 kills, 26 points on the day. Big shout-outs to the team creating all that UI to keep us informed and aware of where these teams stand. And it's always a great sign to see a team that performed so well in Game 1 continue in some situations just like that to still do well.
It's all about that momentum. I love how we usually highlight it all the time, but it's for a reason there. You can see how that's continuing on for C9. They're going to also be able to get that beacon information that's going to be important here for C9's rotation. And I like the position that they're in, too. You see, they're going to be able to approach from that southern side, so they're going to avoid a lot of the chaos that's already happening in Barometer and maybe go around the circle instead. Maybe just try to rotate away from Barometer for right now, take their time, and rotate through the edge of circle like we were highlighting before we went into game number 2.
Well, it's 17 squads here. It's been a good start. It's been a little slower as well. We already know where it's heading, and Zach Mazer on the horizon. It's so fun to see new characters come in, and it always makes you wonder as a casual fan, well, what happened? I mean, did Horizon get a buff? Did, you know, something happen in the patch notes that I missed? Well, why is this character suddenly at the forefront, and not just at the forefront, in the interesting kind of in-game leader position here? And we've talked about it a little bit. We'll continue to talk about why she's made that transition today, especially in Stormpoint. But Optimal Ambition, got to give a shout out to one of, if not the only team running crypto today, who did certainly get some buffs, Vicky, to make that drone a lot more easier and effective to get off those EMPs and have an impact in this high-level play. Curious to see how they do, because they are positioned for maybe a little bit of an aggressive either attempt here or delay at that final circle.
Yeah, kind of stuck in the middle. There's going to be a lot of squads that are kind of going to go for that pinch, but Ghost Gaming now making their way towards the graveyard that C9 set up for them. Maybe trying to chase them down at the same time, but with Rack and this Rampage, I'm scared. I'm in danger. You have the bombardment coming down, and 6 gets deleted running the bang.
Oh, Ghost Gaming, the Atlanta esports squad, and they're going to do their best to just grab their teammate back up and down. It's going to be tough, though. Impulse, he's going to fall, and this is C9 doing what they do. Zach comes out from the skies. Horizon shows them just how good she is and why maybe she shouldn't have left for as long as she did. And that charge rifle, boy, oh boy, is that thing hitting. It is just keeping pressure on, and they are willing to stay here in this zone as it pulls away to finish this fight, get these downs. It's Rakanishu trying to run away from what is a rampant Cloud9.
They got the res up surprisingly here, and C9 just taking their time to play with their food, and it's that charge rifle that you were talking about before that Lele was able to get the original knock here. C9 still playing outside the circle. They know that they've been making some noise as the circle is going to be able to close in around Barometer. A lot of those teams are hearing the chaos going on right now, but C9, they had the advantage being on the high ground, but getting beamed from the left side, Zach goes down.
Oh no, and this is not what they expected here. It was a third party from the left. They're going to have to get Zach down, and now they can't pursue those kills. It's double trouble. Did they bite off more than you could chew? You could see it's Charlotte Phoenix, Greek, and Bowser who were able to contribute to getting that knock on Zach, maybe a little too greedy. And these are the things you have to traverse, not just the ability to find that kill, get aggressive, have an opportunity to keep your momentum up, but to not overstep it and set yourself up for failure by taking a little bit more on than you should have before healing. And this is just a good awareness there. Charlotte Phoenix now has their eyes trying to gatekeep Cloud9.
And this would be so good for Charlotte Phoenix. They need this loot. We saw what happened earlier. They had to rotate early on so that way they could get to the circle, since they usually land pretty far away from where the circle's going to be pulling. Casuals here, they're going to be able to restabilize. They're the ones playing outside the circle this time around. They made their way to the party a little late, and they do not like what they're seeing. Mom, pick me up. I'm scared.
Exactly, but you got to wait. Oh, well, it's actually 2:45 where I'm from. It's about school time right there, so there could be some early pickups potentially for some teams who want to get out of harm's way. I wouldn't blame them. The casuals for our newer teams as well, sitting on a red, a blue, and a purple, keeping things interesting color-wise and playing out in this circle. This is about the last one you can do it. Once Ring 4 starts to hit, it will start to chunk too much for any engagements without a heat shield to sustain them, but they're taking their time. And this is, again, something unique to Stormpoint, and not necessarily unique to competitive, but the length of time Stormpoint really allowing this to happen. A Valkyrie ult just to get them out of this area, because they do know, hey, we can't stay here for long.
And to recap what Casuals did too, we were talking about how a lot of these teams are going to be rotating from outside the circle a lot later. They're going to be taking that ring damage, but you have to watch out when you play by the edge. A lot of these teams are going to be able to pinch you, which is exactly what Casuals is able to do to C9 right there. So if you are that edge playing team, you're going to have to look out for a lot of these later approaching teams as they are going to rotate from outside the ring. Ghost Gaming, they get to see another day. They got out of that situation, and they were able to reposition so that way they do not get pinched by both Casuals and Charlotte Phoenix.
Well, that's the thing, too. And, you know, you sit there, and Ghost Gaming are doing an incredible job of just surviving, and through that, getting over-chased by C9, who end up losing their opportunity to get that kill and then die themselves. Furia, though, want nothing of it. Bloodhound completely out of the meta for some reason on this map. Maybe not enough space for the scans to be as impactful as possible. Maybe not adding enough to the team in terms of verticality and movement like you've seen from Horizon. But certainly Furia feel confident with it. They don't mind running squads that are a little bit different. Right now they get the high ground, and that might just be all they need. Holding with Mastiffs here is Panders. Checking angles left and right, getting shot from a triple take is Zeratricky, and so he's just going to hold there, but they've got a decent spot to head into at least the next zone for him.
Insane how they were quickly able to just secure that second floor of the building. Important here as Ghost Gaming is going to be in the line of sight of both Charlotte Phoenix and Furia, who were fighting for that building right behind them here. You see Ghost Gaming with that other team right in their sights. A good spot for them to be for right now, but we know where that circle's pulling, and that circle's going to be pulling south of Barometer here, so it's going to be lethal since you're forced to traverse through this open ground.
Well, Ghost Gaming, a team that has been having a heck of a game too, wants to make it a heck of a final circle. Let's see if they can get there, what their plans are with the listeners.
I might die in the air.
I might die in the fucking air, bro. Holy shit, man. Wow.
Dude, no shot. Selling the way down.
One charge rifle.
Dude, what the fuck is going on, dude?
There is a spot on me.
Gotta wait on Bub, dude. I think this thing gotta push cross.
Well.
Oh, man.
That happened.
Rain. That's so unfortunate. What we heard too in the listening notes, I may be dead here. Well, you know what? At least you called it. That was a good read.
Hey,
they used
you
the
got it
Dome
right.
Furia already. Yeah, exactly. And now Furia, they saw the opportunity. They heard the fighting happening on the outside, and they completely clear out those buildings from Charlotte Phoenix, who was secured here for quite some time to wait out on the opportunity to rotate. So this is a good spot for Furia when it comes to their rotations, and now they're going to have a good amount of loot to work with too.
Furia do have an aggressive lineup, and that's the thing the Bloodhound brings, despite not bringing the verticality of a Horizon, whereas not bringing the same level of rotation abilities and information as a Valkyrie. But you do get the recon element to the Bloodhound. I think that's what makes Bloodhound so viable in general, the fact that serves as a recon legend, but also just now you've got aggressiveness that you can hit that ultimate, you can go into the hunt, you can scan, you can help your teammates out, and you can really push these fights at a tempo that not every other team can do, which is what's giving Furia a little bit of an edge here. 3 points out of the 5 total that they've gotten. 13 squads left. They are pushing on this left side as round 4 is coming to an end. And round 5 is about to begin. 13 squads, like we had mentioned, for North America in Game 2 of this ALGS Day 1. And it's Tech again looking to push with this bubble. What can they make happen? Oh, after they take a little bit of time to go shopping.
Ooh, shiny. You saw how quickly he was able to shift that focus, seeing the black market right in front. Good call, though, to be a little bit more passive as they were forced to kind of funnel up those stairs. You could see as that team is waiting for the opportunity to capitalize off of that. Meanwhile, on the very high ground of Barometer is 100 Thieves that have secured the tallest building, to see the approach that a lot of these teams are going to be taking when it comes to securing these final buildings in the circle.
Yeah, we know how good this spot is. A weapon that I enjoy. Hasn't quite made it into the upper echelon of play for all players, but definitely a niche pick for someone who likes that long-range position. You can see the 30-30 repeater. Issues are, of course, the bullet drop and the size of this map. It's just so big. Just like the triple take, it falls down in value due to the fact that it cannot accurately hit in the same way from distance like a charge rifle. Oh, but an arc star from that close should certainly be able to rotate some of those players in. But again, the staircase battle, the flight of the stairs, and we'll see if that fight continues or if Furia decide to hold on. Still 13 squads, but it's getting tight in here, Mickey.
They know, though. They know there's another team behind them, too, and that's what the Bloodhound scan provides in this situation. Once you get to this point, you know a lot of these players are playing much more close quarters. You have those buildings that these players want to secure here, so that scan is providing so much information while being on that Bloodhound pick. Meanwhile, 100 Thieves, they know they're getting scanned here, but they know that they're not going to be threatened and forced off of this high ground. They're seeing a lot of the action happening right below them. You see the bombardment ready here for Scurry, too, as he takes some of those pop shots from the 30-30, like you were mentioning before, too. Now, that Bloodhound is still in that beast of the hunt, though, which is why they are able to get so much intel from the scan.
Well, I know that guy, Scurry, feels pretty confident with the 30-30 repeater in his hand. On move, Vaxlon, how confident are they feeling representing 100 Thieves heading into a top 13 here in Game 2? Let's find out.
Okay.
Look at the horizon.
Well, I got her. Good shit.
Fighting all right here.
What are we gonna do? We have to do something.
Let's go, let's go. We're gonna
Yep,
get
Falco.
Team on the right's gonna fight.
Just
gonna
hover.
fight for that side.
Team's taking that small rock. Team taking that small rock. Hover for a bit. We gotta get a third. I think we land here and third that's under us.
Land right here, land right here, land right here.
Land here now, land me! Turn and look right now!
Queuing it. Look right here, under bridge to the left, to left.
I'm gonna be ulting this.
You need to control. I'm safe.
I have no ammo. I'm just in Evo. I think we clean this. We gotta run over there and clean it. We can, yes.
Look at the buck.
There's two right here. Shoot these. I'm out of ammo.
Team on the left is pushing up right now.
I only have shotgun. Follow me. We're TP on this. You ready? Go. Take my TP and bubble. Pull that bubble.
4 with 10.
We're gonna have to fight a team.
In front of us.
Look right. We gotta fight right now.
Not only the phase has been breached, but the top 10 as well. 100 Thieves looking to make an impact here. CLG on the other side has been dominant, but how dominant can they be against Fire and the Flames and a couple of shotgun shells? Vaxlon making sure they know he's there. And Skittlecakes finds Scurry, though. This is 100 Thieves falling down. What will they do here, Vicky? Because this is a do-or-die moment.
That's that colossal Titan moment here for 100 Thieves. I mean, living to the name quite literally right now as they saw that drop here for 100 Thieves, and now they're going to be able to rotate out, hopefully try to reset, as CLG is on the other side of those traits. We were highlighting CLG before, but they were fighting two teams at once successfully. So here, see Mamba with the bolt in hand, trying to take some shots himself, but this is such a good spot for CLG to actually traverse into that middle part of the circle with.
Now it's Mamba with the tether, getting tethered back. That is going to be tough to get out of there. It's going to pull you. It's going to do the damage, but they don't want to move. Not quite yet. Let's see if he has the Mamba mentality for this one. It seems like Esports Arena may be in a better position to hit the shots and put it in the hoop, but of course knocked. Doesn't get a knocked on that, so it's 3 squads remaining. And you can see CLG, Esports Arena, and I believe that is still 100 Thieves. It's a phase breach. It's going to be CLGs and 100 Thieves fighting. This is Esports Arena with a chance to clean up the mess. And oh, will they clean it up? Knocked heading over to the left-hand side. He's got the car in his hand, and it's a drive-by, baby. Esports Arena is your champion of Game 2.
They were in such a good position to just wait out the fight in front of them. They saw CLG, they saw 100 Thieves just fighting it out right before their eyes and said, you know what, this is our time to shine. And ESA, they thrive off of that final circle position.
You know, it's a great showcase of patience, and sometimes being involved is not the best thing for your in-game strategy. CLG, I think, felt so confident that they were going to be in a good position after Game 2. They lost a little bit of the discipline there in going to push 100 Thieves. They also realized there wasn't a good way out in terms of their position. They were going to have to fight eventually, so why not just be the aggressors, Vicky? And I think it actually worked out pretty well for them. But Esports Arena, because of those final 3 kills and because of the extra 3 points that they're going to get for first place, 5 points over that, it's going to result in a much bigger score, 21 to lead the lobby there.
And this is amazing, too, because you can see the difference between what we had seen as aggressive as C9 came out to swinging with 9 kills after they took that victory in game number 1. And now game number 2, we see something similar here with Esports Arena finishing things off with 9 kills, 100 Thieves following right behind that. But a lot of our teams, we saw the chaos. I thought that the circle was going to pull north of Barometer, but boy, was I wrong, as it actually ended up pulling all the way south. And you saw the funnel of all the players that were already securing that northern point of Barometer just funneled from the circle into the line of sight of a lot of our teams here.
I mean, this is how it goes. You've got to be ready for all these situations. And the hardest thing to do, I think, as a team is to go and win game 1 and then come back and win game 2. Because not only are you trying to replicate and take notes of what you did in the first scenario, the second scenario is undoubtedly going to be different. It'll be a different rotation, a different final circle, a different team. And so you've got to not only do what you did before, but then do it differently. And so it's a harder challenge in my opinion. And I'm not surprised that there's only 3 points coming from C9, although Casual's picking them up there off of the chase from Ghost Gaming. Maybe something to look back up and go back to the drawing board. But it was ESA, Vicky, who played the smartest, the strongest, and I think the most consistent game overall to put them in a 21-point victory.
Yeah, and I love how Fall is probably doing backflips right now, saying ESA take this game number 2. I mean, Fall was highlighting ESA for a good reason. This is a team that has consistently picked up the pace here. Looking at the synergy that we already have these players have together, it's really shining in terms of their positioning and the priority that they have when it comes to looking at what's happening in front of them, whether they want to rotate. And like you said, it wasn't a really good position for ESA. If they were the ones to pull out of behind that boulder first, they would have been in the line of sight of both CLG and 100 Thieves at the very end there. But 100 Thieves and CLG, they were shoulder to shoulder first, and they saw the opportunity, so they tried to take it and fully send it on one another.
As we check the leaderboards here to show you how things have ended up after 2 games, heading into our third, it is CLG at the top, 29 points. Esports Arena, after their 21-point second game victory, is in second place, overtaking Cloud9, who won game 1. But let's just talk about it here. The team who has not won any game is first place with CLG. Vatro, Malice Mamba, Nano Fries. Better start talking about them a lot more in Game 3 because they are showing that they know how to play Stormpoint, whether they get the win or not. Still, Vicky, not necessarily what we would have expected for 4 of us to have selected NRG and see them after 2 with only 4 points. But, of course, there's still a lot more tournament to go.
And you and I were talking a little bit about CLG right before we jumped in that game too. I love watching CLG on Stormpoint because their use of those tridents, especially for those eastern circles, are fantastic. They often usually go around fish farms or they take the hill up towards cliffside, but overall, you could see that CLG is playing into Stormpoint amazingly.
And that's the key. Now, as you make your adjustment, you're going to have to make it again in Game 4 because Game 3 is your last time on Stormpoint. Say you start getting the ball rolling, well, all right, let's take you to a whole new lane. It's like going at the bottom lane on a bowling alley and then going into the top where they do the leagues with all the oil, and now you got to change your whole shot. I'm saying that because I've been bowling a lot. But at the end of the day, you get the idea. A lot of differences. You got to adjust, but that's the name of the game, baby. That's why we love to watch. It's Renee and Vicky. We're going to see you guys in Game 4. It's going to be Mark and Fallout coming up for our final game on Stormpoint right after this.
Go in. We need KP.
Valk. Get the thirst.
Get the thirst. Nice. Good boys.
Lenovo Legion. Gaming PCs that are stylish on the outside and savage on the inside. Lenovo Legion is the official PC and monitor of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Welcome back, everybody, to game number 3 of the Split 2 North American Pro League Fallout, joined alongside Onset, as we just heard from Vicky Kitty and Rain Day, absolutely crushing the game 2 call. ESA on top, though, Mark. A dominant game 2 performance from ESA.
Yeah, you were certainly smiling as well. Your predictions looking very, very good at the start of things. Can't quite say the same for mine at the start. NRG, we need you to pick it up a little bit, but you're quite right. ESA, great endgame positioning, and once again, just finding their way into one of these wonderful positions. They seem to just be able to thread the needle through so many other teams in these endgames. You saw it in that first game as well. They almost managed to get into a god spot there. Unfortunately, didn't quite get the win, but good placements. But that second game was just, it was exemplary from them. A lot of kills alongside it as well. They're going to be right up there on the lead.
Yeah, you're spot on. Really, really good game 2 performance from ESA. I was smiling not only because I called ESA for the entire day, but someone in chat actually asked me, what's your prediction for game 2? Who's going to take it? And I was like, I got a feeling ESA is going to take it. And they did. Dominant game number 2 from them. That puts them 1 point behind CLG, actually. I was going to say Cloud9, but CLG quietly playing really, really well. And actually, it was I think it was Cheddar, someone in chat that said, you got to put respect on Nano's name. Nano is a player to look out for. Does not get nearly enough recognition and respect. Well, CLG, with the addition of Mamba, who came from Buff Pathfinder, looking so incredibly good here so far, Onset.
They certainly are, picking up a lot of kills along the way as well, and that's always dangerous for a lobby where there's one team who seems to be just winning every single team fight that they're involved with. And when they're getting towards that end game, if you're in those sort of positions where it's a 1v1, a 2v2, and you've got the likes of CLG involved, then you're going to be a little bit worried, which kind of gives a lot of credit to C9 and the fact that they did win that straight 3v3 in that game number 1. But as we look down the leaderboards a little bit, maybe some teams that you weren't expecting to be there down there. NRG, I kind of highlighted a little bit. RCO a little bit slow at the start of things, but I think the story so far is of the 3 teams right at the top of the leaderboard. ESA involved in both end games, picking up 1 win. Cloud9 a huge win in game number 1, but they're just getting pinched in game number 2 after taking what felt like an eternity to try and decide if they wanted to finish the fight, did they want to escape, and ended up not doing what they did so well in game 1, which was making a decision and being confident with it. And I think CLG have taken advantage of the lobby so far. They've seen their way into some great end game positions, but as I said, they've been slaying out alongside it.
Yeah, that's a great point. I was going to say the same thing. They weren't necessarily decisive enough, which is what their strength was in game number 1. Very, very decisive in all situations, but obviously cookie crumbles in that way sometimes for Cloud9. Game 2, not as good of a start. How about NRG, Mark? I know, not saying this because you picked NRG, not throwing any bad blood your way, but what's not working out so well for them? Obviously, we saw them in game 1. Didn't get a chance to see a whole lot of them in game 2, but a slow start for them.
Yeah, we haven't got to see a lot of them full stop, to be honest with you. They
true.
really haven't been present in the lobby so far. They've been knocked out pretty early in both games. Game number 1 was a Valcolt gone wrong. That's all you can really say about it, to be honest with you. They landed in a position where there was just multiple teams surrounding them, and it was a very difficult position to work their way out from. Game number 2, similar situation. They didn't manage to really find any kind of clear rotation in towards that zone. It seemed like they were late on the rotation. Everyone else had taken up the spots, and the problem with Storm Point, like I mentioned, is a lot of those end zones will be 1 or 2 buildings, maybe left involved, and a lot of open area. And if you can't find your way in early, it's very, very difficult to work your way in late. So I think NRG have just had a poor start. There's not really too much to say about it. The rotations have been off, the calls have been off. Maybe game 3 will be where they put things right, and maybe they're just looking forward to World's Edge.
Well, here we go. We're jumping into our last game of Storm Point of this competition. If you're just joining us, first off, welcome. Fallout alongside Onset here. Second, you probably see it. Something different on screen in competitive Apex. We have Storm Point added to the competitive cycle, which means we'll have 3 games of Storm Point, followed by 3 games of World's Edge. This is our last game of Storm Point here. NRG, obviously not doing too great. One thing I want to point out, though, we've had a far east zone, and then we had a southern zone, obviously a barometer finish there. So both zones that force NRG to play kind of a fast rotate or a late rotate. They obviously opted for the late rotate in game 1, and Valcolt did go wrong. We'll see if we get a northern or a northwest zone this time as they drop over towards checkpoint. So we'll keep a close eye on NRG and see what they can do as we kick things off with our Mexican team here. It's scary.
And we're dropping ourselves into fish farms as well. And hopefully there won't be little fishies getting taken down and being caught by the rest of the teams. In fact, that's a screen I didn't expect to see, to be honest with you. The match has been ended by an admin. Match end, everybody. You're not stupid enough to have me explain what that means. It means we're going to have a little bit of a reset here. Hopefully we can get back into game number 3 as soon as possible. But it does give us a little bit of an opportunity to talk about some of the teams that have maybe not struggled a little bit. Liquid is one I'm a little bit surprised about. I thought they were going to have a really good day today. Been a little bit on, a little bit off, a little bit sketchy. Of course, there's only 2 games to go, but certainly look at them. One team coming into today, I was expecting to put up some big numbers.
Yeah, it's a really good point. Team Liquid, for those that did not hear, did actually replace Flanker with Gildersons. That was one of the marquee pickups, and I actually highlighted it before the match started. Gildersons joining this squad is probably one of the biggest roster changes. Really good controller player. Played alongside Asura and co on the Pittsburgh Knights. Very, very talented individual player. So having a third player now on controller on Team Liquid, I think is a great pickup. We'll see if they can have a better games 3 through 6 as we take a look at our highlights here so far in the competition. Of course, starting with Cloud9.
Yeah, C9, this was a great start for them, right? They managed to win their first engagement on the edge of zone, but then it was just a couple of, I think there was just a lack of awareness maybe of a couple of teams' positions around them. They maybe thought they had an isolated 1v1, but casuals, I mean, this is the point of view to see it from. Just standing in the zone and C9 going, where are we getting shot from? What is going on here? We've got 2 teams in front of us. Why is there a team late rotating in zone? Well, you can see exactly why, because you pick up free KP if you can play it perfectly. But towards the end game here, Furia picked up some decent kills, but once again, just falling right towards that end game. But it was just ESA's position. Whenever you go on board of ESA in an end game, somehow or other, I'm still not sure how they do it. They always seem to have a great power position. Even if it's not the perfect one, John, it's always one that's going to cause some problems in the end game. And they just have this knack of finding, like I mentioned, threading a needle through 20-odd teams to find themselves in that position every game.
Yeah, that's a great point. And that's why, I keep saying in this broadcast, because it's true, we got to put a lot more respect on Skittle and Duplex. As a team of 2, as kind of co-IGLs, if you will, this team very, very well positioned, very, very well practiced, and that's why they find themselves in such good positions. It's not just happenstance that they find themselves being very, very well positioned, one of the best positioned teams in all of Apex. It's because of the work that they put in and the prep that they put in, and it certainly has shown so far for ESA. A couple other teams here, Oxygen, we haven't heard a whole lot about. They, of course, drop in the northern side of that, over towards the wall. Also, very, very far rotations for them, actually max rotations for them. Ghost Gaming, another team that drops over towards North Pad, they've had to make some pretty far rotations, also been a little bit quiet here so far on set.
They have. I mean, rotations is one thing to talk about, right? But then you kind of put ESA into that conversation as well, and it's like, well, they had to rotate all the way from the west side of the map to the east in that game number 1, and they still managed to put in, I think it was top 5 performance. I have to double check the exact numbers, but they were certainly involved in that fight towards the end of the game. And even though it was a little bit of an easier rotation, granted for them in that second game that we've just seen down towards Barometer, it was still, a rotation that they have to make ahead of some other teams that are in a better vicinity. So rotations are one thing, and I think Valkyrie certainly helps them out for sure. And I think they're one of the best teams who actually make the most of those Valkyrie rotations. It's one thing to take to the sky and kind of think, I have a vague idea of what I want to do and where I want to land. It's another to know, when you're in the sky, what is your priority position? What is plan B if that doesn't go right? And also, have a little bit of luck on your side. We did a Twitch Rivals tournament recently, and I asked Skittlecakes, like, whenever you take to the skies, you seem to find a spot. Like, how'd you do it? And he goes, I don't know. Like, I have a little bit of luck on my side. Sometimes it's just like, I'll pick a spot, I'll land there, and for some reason, teams don't look at us, and we'll get away with it. So there is that kind of factor to roll in there as well. It can look genius. It can also be a bit of luck on their side sometimes. But ESA, I mean, more consistently than not, are making the right decisions. And I think they're just the masters of the Valkyrie redeploy at the moment. I think they've just got it nailed down how they want to approach falling from the sky into a great endgame spot.
Yeah, that's a good point. And you also mentioned Furia. Furia, a team that's played really, really well. They've taken a lot of aggressive fights. They've won a lot of those fights. But their issue is they have not necessarily been able to make it to the top 3, top 5, which is obviously where a lot of the placement points are. And I think a big part of that is the exact thing you're talking about. Valkyrie redeploys and leveraging Valk to their advantage. We'll, of course, see if Furia can do a better job of that here going into game number 3. And just on the topic of Legends in general, we've seen some interesting things, some interesting shakeups here. And as we're going to take a look at the map, by the way, I love this new graphic that showcases all the different colors. So if we ever show the mini-map, you know which color to look out for. That's your team. 100 Thieves on the light blue, Furia on the red, so on and so forth. And you look at where each team is dropping. Furia obviously in the northeast side of the map, which makes that Valkyrie deploy so incredibly important. But the one question I was going to ask you, Mark, was around Legends and the Legend compositions we've seen so far in Stormpoint that we're not really used to seeing on World's Edge, and that's the addition of Horizon. Alongside Horizon, what are we seeing so far in terms of Legend comps?
I think it's the Ashen Horizon is the biggest story, right? I think Gibby and Valkyrie have pretty much been a consistent. I think Furia aren't actually playing with a Valkyrie, if I wasn't mistaken.
Bloodhound
they're running Bloodhound instead, I think, if I caught that one right. But that's a little bit of a surprise for me, and that's the difference between going, like you mentioned, between a top 10 placement maybe to a top 6 placement. Look at what 100 Thieves did in that last game, right? Taking to the skies and just surviving while everyone else is fighting and making that late dash across open ground. That could be the difference, because all the teams die as you're still in the sky falling to the ground. So it can be that little bit of a difference maker for teams. And as you see throughout a tournament, right, game to game, those few points add up. And if you find yourself in a position where you're not sure what you want to do, and you can't really find your way into a zone without Valkyrie, a Valkyrie buys you time. essentially, and you can find yourself a spot opening up as two teams fight in front of you. They land, and you can go, hey, we're landing here, we're cleaning up the pieces, we've got a spot to play. Everything's cool, we're good.
Yeah, that's a good point. And that might be, a big part of why Fury is not able to make it to late game. You obviously don't have Valk for the redeploy, and you can't do what we saw 100 Thieves do and getting from 10th, 11th place to 6th basically during a Valk ult if you hit that at the right time. And instead, Fury finds himself not super well positioned, unlike the ESAs, the Cloud9s of the world, who obviously leverage that Valk and that Valk redeploy. So big risk, but that's kind of what Tech is known for, always kind of going against the grain and finding unique team compositions that, works for his play style as an IGL. And this time, it's featuring Bloodhound. We'll see if that works out for them in Stormpoint. One thing I'm really excited to see, though, is just keep an eye on team comps as you're watching, and we're scrolling through teams here in Game 3, because I think we'll see quite a few changes. I don't think we'll see Horizon as much, and that's to the point you made earlier. Not a whole lot, not as much 0 to 100 verticality, if you will, on World's Edge. It's a lot of slopes and mountains that are kind of walkable. So we'll see a little bit different of a variety in terms of team comps overall. World's Edge, so keep a close eye on that here in Game 3.
Yeah, I think Horizon as well. We talk about verticality, very, very important, of course, here on Stormpoint, but also towards endgame, when you don't have a huge amount of cover, ability to survive while fights are going on are really important as well. So you could look at the gravity lift being a way to survive for an extra 2-3 seconds while a fight is going on, which is the difference between a 6th place and a 3rd place. So all of these things kind of come together right in those moments, and I think Horizon certainly is a pick that works here on Stormpoint, but you're completely right. There's more playable areas in end zones in general on World's Edge, which is why the ability to have to take height on whatever it is isn't as much as of a necessity, as I remember how to say that word. It's more about just working your way into position A to B, right? Which is why Wraith rotations have been so heavy and why we see Wraith come into the equation a little bit more. I think it's going to be very interesting to see how the compositions develop as well. I think we do see these kind of ideas formulate, right? A little bit of theory crafting from teams throughout scrims and what's going to work, what's not going to work. But it's usually one team who gets out to a good start in a tournament, and throughout weeks in Pro League, everyone starts to adapt and copy. So we'll have to see if there is one composition that starts to dominate a little bit more as the weeks go by.
Yeah, that's true. That is the evolution of things throughout the entire Pro League. One thing I will say has been a change that's been welcomed by me, at least. I know we got some Caustic stands and fans out there. No Caustic. ESA, even who was kind of known to use that Caustic team comp last split. Obviously, with the nerfs that came through Caustic, you haven't seen Caustic at play. EU tends to kind of shake things up a little bit, so I'm excited to see when EMEA kicks off. Things obviously currently postponed, but excited to see what team comps we'll see come out of the EMEA side of things, because typically it's a little bit different here in North America. For now, Game 3 is back and reloaded. I want to take a moment to say our apologies for the slight delays there. Obviously, a technical difficulty. Maybe a few players didn't load in. We don't know exactly what happened, but we did have a restart, and Mark and I had to fill some time. But guess what? Gameplay is here. Again, apologies for the delay. Let's go ahead and jump right back into it. Game number 3. Currently CLG on top. Cloud9 and ESA right behind them.
And CLG, who we're going to be watching off of the drop here. So Charge Rifle already in the hands of Vatro here. And I think that Charge Rifle is, again, something we should just take a few seconds to mention. We know how impactful the weapon can be on World's Edge, for example. We see a lot of players, Mandy over in Europe for Scars has been synonymous with that weapon. He almost spawns with it, it feels like a lot of the time. It's a great damage dealer, but at the same time here on Stormpoint, due to the openness of a lot of the areas and due to teams wanting to get into Godspot, it's the perfect weapon to hold people out and do damage as they try to enter late. Take yourselves back to that game number 1. Arbor LA put on a showcase of how to use that Charge Rifle at its most effective when you have a great spot in zone. So if you're playing a little bit of ranked one day and we're back on Stormpoint, that is the way to utilize that weapon to its max as we take a look at where all the teams are dropping and where those rotations are going to start to take place.
Yeah, and I want to point out, you talked about the Charge Rifle in the hands of Vatro, but the fact that they are dropping C-Note Cave uncontested, it's a pretty lowly contested POI for some reason. Not a lot of people, even in, I've seen in ranked and pub matches, like to drop C-Note Cave, but there's so much loot. It's insane. Plus you get a beacon, plus you get a trident if you need to make kind of a wide rotation, plus you get all the loot from that connector that takes you over to Barometer, and all the loot outside of C-Note Cave. So a really, really great drop spot for whoever's able to get that uncontested. I think that's a big part of CLG's success. Obviously they've had to earn these rotations though, but it's going to be another northeast zone, which means a far rotation for CLG, for ESA, for NRG, and others. We'll see how they rotate here, but Furia without Valkyrie might fare well in this game, because they of course do have a very, very short rotation to make. They can rotate early with Bloodhound, they could take an early fight before the third party threat is there, and they could kind of post up and chill.
Yeah, it's an interesting composition for me, to be honest with you, from Furia. You look at it on paper, and it's a hyper-aggressive composition, right? It's one that's built for fighting. Horizon and Bloodhound, arguably two of the best engagement legends that we have in Apex Legends, and then of course you have Gibraltar there just to pick everybody up if they fall over. But it's sometimes I think maybe Furia, this is my personal opinion, of course, Furia can be a little bit guilty of overthinking a composition. Sometimes I think they'd be more suited with just looking at the lobby and thinking, why are people having success, and what can we do to match that success, and instead of trying to sometimes think 2-3 steps ahead, which I think can cost them a little bit throughout the weeks that we have seen.
That is true. Meanwhile, we saw two different Prowler fights going down right now. We saw Fury up the northeast side of the map, and of course ESA over towards Mill. That's one thing that's obviously super unique to Storm Point in competitive Apex here. For the first time we have AI, and a lot of people were a little scared of that in competitive Apex. I don't think the Prowlers have been, too annoying, if you will, and obviously the nerf to the Prowlers came through and certainly helped. I think it's been a kind of a nice change. You get some loot, you get to level up your Evo Shield a little bit, and you get to get pretty well kitted as we see a fight going down here between Casuals and one more.
Yeah, Casuals, who caused problems for C9, more than problems, eliminated them in that last game. They're going to be looking to similar here as they rotate through these caves, but not a lot of armor to work with at the moment. And you're looking across the loadouts of the players, and Team Liquid, who are on the other side of this fight, certainly have the armor advantage and also seem to have the weaponry advantage. I did see a Mozambique in the back pocket. Yes, it's had a buff. Yes, you get a purple bolt and some hammer points on it, and it can start to shred shields, but let's be real. In these competitive lobbies, if there's a Peacekeeper on the floor with a purple bolt and a Mozambique, I know what I'm picking up.
I'll switch on over to the Casuals, as mentioned earlier. Akuma, Mexican player playing alongside two American players in FPS, and Ziffer are one of our Challenger Circuit teams that made it through. For those that were asking in chat and wondering about Nick Merckx and his journey, is he competing today? The answer is, well, he's competing in the Challenger Circuit of the Challenger League, basically trying to earn his spot in the ALGS Championships, which will be later on this year after Split 2. This is the Pro League teams that qualify for this Pro League, either qualified through placement in Split 1 or through the Challenger Circuit last season in Split 1. That's what you love about this format. But again, big shout out to the entire EA competitive gaming division and team. John Nelson, the commissioner of the ALGS, who used to be the commissioner for Major League Gaming back, when Nick and others competed way back then, putting together an amazing format, which is any team, anyone watching right now, if you grind, if you want it, if you think you have what it takes, you can qualify to make it to the Pro League or make it to the championships. There's a last chance qualifier, so that open format, that open opportunity for anyone to qualify and make it through is always there, alongside having a chance to watch our best teams and best players play every single week, which is awesome.
One day, John, I hope to have the job title Commissioner. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Like, when I think of Commissioner, I think of like old WWF, like WWE, like the Commissioner comes out and makes the matches, kind of like causes a stir. Maybe that's going to be my next move in my career. But for now, unfortunately, everyone at home, you're going to have to deal with me on the commentary desk. Because RCO Esports are going to be in a pretty good position here, John. You can see where the circle is starting to move. They're inside, or just a few inches away, I should say, from where that beacon information has popped up. So they're going to be just kind of holding the high ground for now. But the only issue they do have, of course, as we look across the backpacks and the Evo armors, is not a lot of damage being done by them at the moment. They have a good spot, but as the zone starts to close and teams start to work their way in, and a little bit more damage is being done, having 3 grey armors is really going to put them at a disadvantage. So you can see the poke weapon, the wingman, is going to have to start being used here. Some shots are going to have to be hit. 150 till that next Evo, but when you've got no one in your sights, it looks like a long way away from where you are right now.
Yeah, and keep in mind a big part of why they're so light in loot is because they are splitting the loot in antenna 50-50 with LMK. And 50-50 looted antenna is not going to net you a whole lot, as you can see right now. They couldn't find a single blue shield here. Meanwhile, switching over to ESA, you talk about the add of Tridents, Prowlers, a lot of things we're not used to seeing in competitive Apex here, as ESA is using the Trident over towards the mill to make their very, very wide load rotation. Look how ESA is playing this rotation. By the way, take notes for anyone playing ranked right now. They are just hugging the northwest side of the map, making a very, very far north rotation. I like this decision, a very safe rotation coming through from ESA as they're playing Edge, which is, again, something that ESA is known for. An Edge team, that was, talking to Verholst, that was the biggest thing he had to make in his transition to TSM. TSM likes to play early rotate. They always have. It's always been their bread and butter. ESA is the exact opposite. They like to play Edge, and it's showing right here.
They play Edge until they see an opportunity to take that God spot, right? And that's where the Valkyrie ult comes in, and that's where kind of a lot of their games hinge, and that's why they have success. Like I mentioned previously, they just have this ability, this knack to find a spot to play in that end game. And for now, if you want to break it down to the most basics and why this rotation is effective, hey, you're playing from height. And that's the most northern part of the map here on Storm Point is the highest point. So when you get into those edge fights, you're just going to have that natural advantage of being able to shoot down on your opponents. But sometimes it's the most simple things that are the most effective. At the other side of the map, we're going to see CLG now. They are right down at fish farms. They could not be further away from ESA at the moment. In the game, in the tables, in the points, maybe a little bit closer.
Yeah, in the points and in the drop spot. They both drop in the kind of southwest side of the map or the west side of the map. CLG opting for a southern rotation. I think they also probably used the Trident. They have at some point. ESA opting for a northern rotation. They might be right in the heels of Ghost Gaming and NRG making their rotates. So they got to be a little careful. Meanwhile, Furia gets in a fight against Impulsive Dream. You see at the top right of your screen. We'll see if we can catch that action and what's going on. It's going to be our first player knocked in this game.
Yeah, one thing to point out here is how slow these games have been at the start, right? There hasn't been many engagements, and that's just due to the fact that this is a big old map, Storm Point, and there's a lot of space to play with. You don't have to rush your way into zone, and you don't have to really, you know, cross too many teams on your rotations until you get around that third or fourth ring. Speaking of which, we're now finding ourselves towards that second ring with 2 minutes 41, and we're seeing Esports Arena having a little bit of fight at the moment, trying to fight for that most northern point on the map, but recognizing it's not the fight to be taken right now, as there is a team currently holding down that northern side, and it looks like it might be NRG who are giving them a few problems.
We did see at the top right of our screen that Furia eliminated Ghost Gaming from the lobby. So another disappointing game from Ghost on Storm Point. We'll see if they can turn things around on World's Edge as we jump on board with NRG. Speaking of disappointing performances, so far NRG with only 4 points, been relatively quiet. I'm glad we're catching them here so we can see how they will do. They're obviously nearby ESA, who was just in a fight moments ago. On board now with Scary, one of our LATAM teams. So if you're from Mexico or Latin America enjoying some competitive Apex, this is the team you want to cheer for. They find themselves a first pick over
Oh my.
Sam Alberlelli of Cloud9, that's huge.
Yeah, not just the first pick. You see Naughty's gone down as well, and now it's looking like C9, who had gold in their hands after game number 1, is looking like that gold is turning to dust as they lose 2 players, and with a bow in hand, Gunjaman's trying to chase down this final player from C9. He's jumping in the Trident and getting out of dodge. That's one way to do things, but no, it's not going to happen. We haven't seen many Bocek clips throughout ALGS, but there's one for the record books. Put that one down on tape, VHS, DVD, whatever you want to store it on, because that will not happen too many times.
Yeah, not only just because people don't use the Bocek too often, but that shot will not happen too often. Long range, as he's in the Trident, trying to make a run for it. A little scurry there from Zach Mazer, and Ganjaman connects for the headshot cross map. That was a sexy shot right there from Ganja over Zach Mazer, and Cloud9 gets taken out. I just want to take a moment to say, I saw a couple y'all trolls in the chat being like, Cloud9's so good, casters, why didn't you pick them as a team to watch after they dominated in game 1? Obviously, they're a team to watch. We can only pick 3, and they're a very remarkable team. But this is the kind of issue I've always had with Cloud9. It's a high-risk, high-reward start type of gameplay, and how they play, they're so aggressive. They love to pick fights, and it works when it works. It works so well, but consistency has always been the issue with C9, and not the best games, too, in game number 3, unfortunately for them, but they will be just fine since they did have that pop-off game number 1 going to the World's Edge.
Yeah, the strange thing about the last 2 games for C9 is how they've died, right? It's been 2 teams late rotating actually through zone, and they just haven't been aware of it. And why would you be aware of it this late into the game? But there will be teams rotating that deep into zone and catching you off guard when you might be doing a little bit of looting, a little bit of crafting, whatever it might be. So C9 just need to be a little bit more aware on Storm Point of teams who are playing extremely late as we jump on board as a big shot does land. Casuals involved in a fight once more. Massive shots inside of the bubble. It's Carnage, but only 11 onto that purple armor. And I tell you what, Casual decides, you know what? It's really cool to fight, but my 2 teammates are dead. So I'm out of here, boys. I'll pick you up and I'll see you in the next game.
Yeah, Caster's like, let me just leave and exit this situation. But I got to give a shout out to Scary. I mean, they're looking scary right now. They take out Cloud9, and then they go and take out the Casuals as well. Very aggressive, very in your face, and so far really good for the Mexican squad. A strong start to game 3 here. The question is, can they make it to late game? Can they get some placement points? That's what we're looking to see, as Casual just be running away with his tail between his legs. Meanwhile, Built by Gamers, BBG synced former Sign Us Please. Well, they got signed. Congratulations to them. That's a great pickup from BBG. I'm a big fan of the BBG org. They get a kill here, and they're doing quietly pretty well in this competition as well.
They certainly are, and they're going to have to continue with that little bit of form and try and roll it into a good week 1's performance when all of the dust is settled after our 6 games today. NRG, speaking of dust settled, it's good to see them in the lobby at the moment. We haven't seen too much of them in games 1 and 2. Still 18 squads alive here, so a lot of work for them to do, but a good position at the northern side of the map. Rocket trying to land a few shots with this flatline, freshly crafted, of course, out of that crafter. But for now, NRG going to be safe. Still at the northern side of the circle. Furia are the team who are kind of being held out by them at the moment, but they will be safe. So don't expect to see too many engagements for the next few moments or so, as we see 17 squads now remaining. Casuals, unfortunately, losing that last player alive.
Yeah, and things are slowing down a little bit. One thing I will point out here, we have a northeast finish, and typically these northern zones on Storm Point, because it's so mountainous, there's all these fights that can take place without risk of third party. Like, you'll hear sounds, you'll get audio cues that say, I want to third party, but they're on another side of a mountain, and there's not a lot of routes. It's not a very porous type of terrain. So there's a lot of fights that you'll see take place, a lot of kind of clean 3v3s. That's why we see 17 squads remaining already, a lot more aggressive of a game here than we saw in games 2 and 3. Game 1 and 2, sorry.
Speaking of aggressive, here comes GeForce. So it wasn't the prettiest of Ash ultimates to use that portal to get into position, and Oxygen are just handing it to them at the moment. You see they haven't lost any players. It's been a very, very simple wipe for them. Only Protectful took any damage, really, in that fight altogether. So that is just free KP being presented here to Oxygen. They will take that all day long.
Yeah, that's huge. And obviously it's Oxygen squad. We haven't talked a lot about them. They haven't shown up a lot in games 1 and 2, but you gotta say, a huge upgrade with Aiden the Destroyer, a controller god joining this team. He was on Moners last season, and they didn't play really well as a squad, but Aiden was a standout player in my opinion. I've watched a lot of Aiden in UMG Arenas tournaments and other scenarios. Very, very talented individual, joining Protectful and Kubsky, longtime teammates. You know, Kubsky obviously formerly of the Flashpoint squad that used to do really well consistently in ALGS online tournaments. I'm excited to see if Oxygen can have a good games 3 through 6 here as we jump on board with the Charlotte Phoenix. Speaking of big pickups, Bowser, formerly of Renegades, joins the squad.
This is going to be a tough, tough circle to try and get into. 16 squads still remaining, but look at where we're pulling, right to the northeastern side, of Storm Point here. Thunderwatch is where we're going to be ending up, and you can see a lot of teams at the moment just kind of holding down that northern side. I think it's NRG who are the yellow right at the very top of your circle there, who are just watching their backs, trying to essentially prevent what has happened to C9 in the last 2 games, making sure there's no late rotators through that storm and that they're going to be comfortable as the end game starts to progress. But for everyone else, it's going to be Valkyls. Like you mentioned, mountainous areas, not a lot of different cut-throughs to try and play with, and it's going to be a tough move for anyone who is involved here. CLG still alive, though, our leading team, and inside of that top 16, pretty decent spot.
That's right, big fight going down right here. Greek and the Charlotte Phoenix squad going to find themselves in an engagement over Built by Gamers. They get a knock on Synced. That's a good start for them, and it looks like the rest of BBG is just going to run away and survive for now. But guess what? Teams hear the action, and this is third-party Central over just north of Stormcatcher as Greek's going to get his health back, playing his Wraith. We haven't seen a lot of Wraith so far here, and CLG decides to enter the fight. You talked about the Valkults. Here they come.
Yeah, this is the perfect Valkult from CLG as well. Even though they've lost Vatro on their fall, they found somewhere to play. They should be able to get the res off, and it was the timing of it. As soon as the fight started to kind of break out, they recognized it. They got those audio cues, and if you can land just as the fight is breaking out, the attention is not on you. CLG make the rotation. They're safe for now. Vatro will be able to get the battery off as well, and CLG have an end game spot here, right bang in the center of Thunderwatch.
Wow. That's huge. And I want to take a moment, actually, just a minute ago, you guys saw that mini-map and a new UI that we get to see. So there were a lot of circles on that screen. There were all the blue circles, which are obviously global ults, for those that don't know. Hold that thought. A big fight. Another team trying to get the same spot that CLG already occupied. This is obviously a key spot and a key location, and teams trying to fight for it. Big 3 versus 3, but they got to be careful because we know Charlotte Phoenix and other squads are nearby.
Devotion in hand, turbocharger attached as well. So if Malice Mamba can get this battery off and survive, he's going to be able to shred through some shields. Ooh. There's 84, there's another spray, but not the damage he would have wanted. Malice Mamba in a 1v1 now. Vatro,
oh my God!
Huge for CLG, a massive shot to keep our leaders alive.
Massive is an understatement. Over optimal ambition, Vatro had 5 HP in a dream, connects for the Mastiff to the face to keep his team in this and secure 3 KP, but he's not done yet. He's got to go huge. The revive came through on Nano, who's able to heal back up. CLG is playing so well right now.
Bubble comes up as well. Vatro just went massive for his squad. Not only did he get the knock, he managed to just intimidate that player who was trying to get involved as well. Here comes ESA though. They've made their rotation. They've made their Valk redeploy, and now they are clearing out the top of this building. ESA doing what ESA does here once again, finding a spot towards endgame to play, and now they command the height.
This fight in Overwatch has been absolutely nuts. Charlotte Phoenix still alive, even though they heard those fights and the noise come through. They decided not to push it because they like their positioning here. They're in one of the best positions in this game to potentially close this out, similar to CLG, who got their health back and I think was able to hit reset here. So 11 squads left. CLG survives, but barely. I can't believe Vatro connects for that massive shot, clutches up for the bread and for their life. That was massive. Meanwhile, 100 Thieves eliminated to the hands of Atlanta Premier.
Yeah, you just see all of them dropping at once there. They will be out, they will be done, they will be preparing for World's Edge as we keep our eyes on Charlotte Phoenix right now. You can see where that circle is, you can see where it's been pulling, and you can see that we're going to be moving a little bit away from the cover of Thunderwatch. So teams who are right at that northern tip are going to be pretty comfortable. CLG, who are probably thinking, oh my god, we've just made play after play to find this spot. I'm now going to think about making even more towards this end game as Esports Arena will pick up some more kills. But look at the kill feed. NRG look like they're in trouble as well. Nathan has fallen as well as Rocker.
Yeah, it's going to be Charlotte Phoenix and ESA both combining for that aggression over NRG, who I think may have been either 2/3 wiped or all fully squad wiped. We'll keep a close eye and seeing if NRG can somehow survive. I'm not sure if they got taken. I think they're still up. I think one person survived, right?
I'm pretty sure Sweet might still be alive. Yeah, I did see all of them being eliminated in our feed, so hopefully Sweet for NRG fans and for my predictions is going to be still alive, but Fury is not going to be. He's going to be knocked. Duplex with some great shots with the 2 times on that wingman, and not only some shots initially, but even more damage. He's going to be so tempted to jump off to finish this kill onto Phony, but knowing that position is king towards endgame, once again showing some great reserve to not dive down and look for that free KP.
And look at all of the duress that they are under. W somehow still alive. Let's go ahead and jump right into a listen in though, as ESA is finally going to eliminate W from this lobby.
Right. Dude, did you take that?
Take what? The red dot? Okay,
Yo,
my bad.
Yo, dude, we might be able to Valkyrie and just land up here on the right and have, like, game-winning spot.
Right now?
Yeah, right now. I don't see anybody over there.
Let's go. I like the call.
There's Kraber on Ash.
No, nobody's there! Oh my god,
down,
Skittles, let's go.
There's an Ash with a Kraber over here somewhere.
Oh,
don't
that's
get Kraber
not...
from height. Don't get Kraber from height. Just crouch.
He has it.
You have to crouch. Dude, you can't get Kraber.
I'm good. Look at it. I'm good right here. Drop it like right here. Oh, that's kind of
I have one too.
I got one too.
I'm putting this one right here. I think they're shooting at someone on the left side. They might be running up. Yeah, somebody's on the left. We have to.
I'm blocking this spot.
Yeah, that's good. You blocked the hole in the wall. Fuck.
I have no bat. Oh, I have 2 bats. You need?
No, I have 6. Dude, you just cannot get Kraber. Like, if you get Kraber here, we die.
I know. I'm not peeking, bro.
Oh fuck, dude. I have a lightning rod.
And Mark, call it foreshadowing because you called it perfectly. ESA always finds a way to get themselves the best position on the map, and they do it again. What a great call.
I mean, there was so much surprise in their voices as well when they landed. There was like, there's no one here. Like, what is happening? How has nobody taken this position? But again, you only know that if you've played the game, you put the practice in to know that that is the potential game-winning spot. NRG are still alive, by the way. You saw Sweet pick up a kill. You now have Atlanta Premier right at the northern side, and they are right next to ESA. They also have a Kraber. Now, like it or love it, a Kraber will certainly produce opportunities for any teams as we see that circle start to close in.
Yeah, a lot of fights going on, but quick reminder, you can watch via multi-view to check your favorite POVs out, but for now, it's Esports Arena getting a knock on AP Crook of the Atlanta Premier, so Atlanta Premier dropped right next to them, wanted to take the fight. ESA says, nuh-uh, this is our spot. Atlanta Premier eliminated from this lobby, only 5 squads remain.
5 squads remaining. Duplex trying to do what he can with the wingman in his hands. Unfortunately, not going to be able to connect for too much. Team Liquid still alive as well. NRG finally eliminated. Sweet doing God's work to get them any kind of placement points here. Liquid, you can see on the left hand, the bottom side of your screen, excuse me. ESA on the left side. You now have Charlotte Phoenix trying to push up as well. The car starting to shred through some shields. That's Team Liquid. The damage is being done to here by Bowser, but not too much ammo for him to work with. Liquid surviving for now, but also look at the ammo in the gun here at the flatline for fun. He hasn't got anything to work with whatsoever. It's going to be down to that Ava 8 in the end game.
Yeah, good luck with that Ava 8, playing it a little bit as a sniper here. ESA gets the knock, not able to get the kill. If you wonder why ESA dropped so many mobile beacons, by the way, if you're new to competitive Apex, it wasn't for reviving, obviously. It was for cover. And so keep that in mind. Pro tip, you can drop a mobile respawn beacon to give yourself some extra cover in late games when you need it the most. BBG able to get a revive, and his little backpack means synced back up to half health, half shield. Skittlecake gets a knock on Gildersons. That's big. That's the second knock. Do they decide to take the fight here? Yes, they do.
takes to the skies. That Kraber shot could have just won them the game. He now moves in again. He hits the body with a Kraber. He's going to spray now with the flatline. He is outputting huge damage here, Skittle Cakes. And with that, they will wipe Team Liquid. And more impressively, wipe Team Liquid while staying alive. Nobody goes down, and they still have the Kraber to play with.
ESA is playing out of their minds right now, and they're not done yet. Skittle with a wide range flank, and he gets a knock on Bowser. That is huge. That is going to draw first blood, breaks ice, and they almost get the kill. And now they have a 3v2, v3, and they have high ground, and they have the best position on the map. ESA so well positioned to drop another 20-plus point game.
Forget about Built by Gamers, because Skittle Cakes is just built different at this point. The man is not missing, and now Duplex says, hey, enough about Skittle Cakes, my teammate. I'm going to show you I can do work as well. It's only 3 squads remaining. Duplex has got the wingman in his hand. He's also got a Mastiff, does some more damage. 3 squads still remaining. Now it's 2, and surely here, John, this is an ESA win. Of course it is. They go back to back, and they are looking scary.
Mark, ESA is on another level right now. I mean, they are literally playing chess while everyone else is playing checkers. They are making this look like a pub, the way they are running around the lobby, killing everyone. And again, the big brain call from Skittle Cakes is what set them up there, Mark. They rotate, they get high ground, and the fact that they're able to use that high ground to basically take out one team after another. First it was Atlanta Premier, then it was Team Liquid, and then it was BBG, and the last team remaining in Charlotte Phoenix, because they're able to just slowly work their way in from high ground. I mean, again, I can't even believe that a team like NRG, Furia, so many teams that were on that northern side of the map weren't able to get that high ground positioning. Again, we didn't see what happened to them necessarily, but ESA capitalizes, and they do it to perfection.
The impressive thing for me is there's a lot. There's a lot of impressive thing. That's impressive. That's 28 points. We'll put that to the side for just 2 seconds as you all could watch at home and read the points that have been put on the board. But, I mean, the Valkyrie redeploy towards the spot is one thing. That's genius. That's brilliant. Finding that spot again, like I mentioned, is something they just have this knack of doing. But to win team fight after team fight, when people are pressuring you without taking a knock, without anyone going down, they all stay on their feet to fight another day, is just absolutely ridiculous. The chemistry of these 3 players is outstanding. That is an outstanding score. And I don't think you're going to see too many teams put up a bigger number than 28 today.
Yeah, that's for sure. That is close to a record. I think the highest kill point we saw in all of ALGS Season 1 was 17 kills for a 29-point game. ESA right underneath that with 16. Ridiculous performance, but obviously notable on this page as well as Cloud9. They're in 19th place. They got taken out early again against from the Mexican team in former Astral Esports' current scary roster. So a very good start for Cloud9, and a lot of people were thinking maybe they would just run away with this, but instead it's been ESA on Storm Point. Take a look at their damage done and kills. Wow, almost 2K damage for each of them. Duplex as a Gibraltar, by the way, with 1,700 damage, 5 assists, 3 kills for Noct, aka Logan, the controller player. And then Skittle Cakes on Horizon, using the Horizon kit to perfection. You saw the black hole come through at the end there against Team Liquid, which secured them those kills. Got the Kraber knock, 6 kills, 6 assists. Wow, I mean, I'm just lost for words right now. ESA is playing so well.
That is just ridiculous. Look at those numbers on your screen at home. I mean, it's just outstanding. Almost every player on the team doing just under 2k damage is insane. Absolutely nuts from these players, and they are making it, like you mentioned, look a little bit like a pub, that game. It was just every decision they made, every team fight, every redeploy, whatever it was perfect from ESA. And it's just a signal of why they are such a great team at the moment. You said they needed more respect. I couldn't agree more with you. I think they've demanded respect from everyone now. And if you don't think they're one of the best teams in the world, and you haven't for quite some time right now, quite simply, you're wrong. They are one of the best teams in the world, and they just display it game after game.
Yeah, you nailed it. I mean, they've demanded, they've commanded, and they've landed the respect of everyone at this point. I mean, how could you not consider this team a top 2, top 3 team in North America? I'm just excited for whenever we get that Group A versus Group B matchup. We get to see TSM against ESA. That'll be a fun one to watch. But obviously, this is all about Groups B and C. And so far, CLG been playing really, really well. We saw them and off the heels of that play from Vatro in Game 3, get a couple kill points as well. Cloud9 starting strong in Game number 1. This is just a recap of Games 1 through 3 for those that are just tuning in.
Yeah, I think games 1, 2, 3 have all been very interesting stories, so to speak. The first game was obviously completely dominated by C9, and they looked really, really strong. Great resilience from them in that end game. Great, a little bit of, you know, trigger discipline in certain moments as well to make sure that they picked up a huge amount of points and kills, and obviously winning that straight 3v3 with CLG. But also, we have to mention CLG, right? CLG in games 1 and 2 put up big points that actually, after those 2 games were done, John, they ended up at the top of the leaderboards before our game number 3.
That's a great point. Yeah, we keep talking about ESA, but CLG was actually a #1 on the leaderboards. Obviously, that's changed now. ESA is going to be on top. But CLG's been playing really, really well. And, of course, Game 2, Cloud9, really good first fight against the team that actually took them out in game number 3. It was scary. And they get that win in the 3 versus 3, but ultimately got taken out in the rotation. Unfortunately, got a little bit choked and got taken out as a result. The Casuals performing pretty well. I guess they have all of the Challenger Circuit team, kind of amateur teams looking to make a name for themselves here in Pro League. I think Casuals has stuck out the most.
Yeah, Casuals just a boogeyman there for Cloud9, just coming out of nowhere, jumping out of the wardrobe and scaring them as they came out of zone to pick up those free KP. But this was the end game from our game number 2. Furia doing a good job to work their way in towards it. Unfortunately, they couldn't quite capitalize at the end, but once again, we're going to see the POV of ESA, and they will be in the God spot, they will be in their shots, and they'll be picking up that win. And it was a very similar story here in match number 3, John.
Yeah, it was. Match number 3, similar story, different zone. We got a northeast zone for the first time versus our east and southern zones we saw in games 1 and 2. Scary was looking really scary. That was that Bocek shot on Zach Mazer we saw from Ganjamin in the early game. And then, of course, Charlotte Phoenix did a really, really good job kind of turtling up and holding Thunderwatch very, very well. And here's this play from CLG. I'm glad we're going to have a chance to run this back. 2 members down. Batro's last alive. Look at this. Connects for the Mastiff to the face. 74 damage to stay alive with only 4 HP left.
Yeah, the definition of a crunching shot there coming in. And then we can see Ganjaman again with the Bocek. It's his weapon of choice by the looks of things. Mastiff doing a pretty good job for him as well. But it was this endgame, right? A lot of teams, like you mentioned, were stacked up in the middle of the map, and they were all stacked up around Thunderwatch, but it was that pull away to the north that really kind of caught a lot of teams off guard, it seems. But there's only so much room for teams on the northern side of it. Esports Arena timed that redeploy perfectly, and then more importantly, just cleaned up when it came to those final fights. 56 points now in our overall leaderboards, John. I mean, that is a gap already established at the top between them and CLG.
Yeah, huge. And obviously, we talked a lot about ESA, CLG, and Cloud9, but built by gamers, playing really well. Very consistently in the top 7 in terms of overall placements. Have gotten a lot of kills along the way, so sign us please, and their plea to get signed finally got signed by BBG, and they're performing under the BBG banner right now. 4th place going into World's Edge, actually tied with Cloud9, but they're going to lose the tiebreaker. Cloud9 has a win under their belts. And 100 Thieves playing well with their new roster. Vaxilon making an impact.
Yeah, it certainly is, and they've been in some good positions towards the end game. The only difference is, I think, between them and Esports Arena has been execution towards their end game. It's one thing to get into a good spot, it's one thing to command the spot and deal with the other teams around you, and ESA have just been doing that better than anyone, not just maybe today, but over the last few months or so of ALGS competition that we have seen. A better performance from NRG jumps them up 3 spots, but it was a kind of desperate play from Sweet towards the end as a solo player to get them some sort of points on the board, but I think they've certainly got to step it up as we now move away from Storm Point and we move back towards the fan favourite, and I'm sure a lot of players' favourite as well. And certainly my favourite, just in case you were wondering, is, of course, World's Edge.
Yeah, I'm excited for World's Edge here because we're doing a map switch for those that are curious. Obviously, we do have, for the first time in a long time, 2 maps in competitive Apex, reminiscent of the Kings Canyon and World's Edge days that we saw early on, but now we'll have Storm Point and World's Edge. So that means games 4, 5, and 6. We'll be making a switch over, so we'll see different team comps, obviously different drop spots, different ways in which teams play, and different teams get to shine, right? I mean, a team like NRG knows World's Edge so damn well. So you can expect a potential, I don't want to say it's going to happen, I'm just going to throw it out there into the universe, a potential dominant games 4, 5, and 6 from NRG because really World's Edge is their dojo, let's just be honest.
Yeah, it certainly is, but at the same time, so it's ESA's dojo, right? It's where they made their name. One of my questions coming in today was like, okay, ESA made their name on World's Edge, they've looked really dominant, they seem to have everything they want to have nailed down on that map. What are they going to be like on Storm Point? Are they going to be able to recreate that? Yeah, they are. and then some. It's almost looking like Storm Point is their home ground at the moment, and World's Edge is just going to be their playground. So I'm looking forward to seeing ESA continue this run. I think they've been setting the standard for sure today. And for other teams in the chasing pack, they've got to make it happen pretty quickly because 1-2 points, as we know in the Pro League format, 1 placement point can mean a big difference when it comes down to the final points at the end of things. So it's going to be a nervy final 3 games, I think, for a lot of the teams who are outside of that top 3 or so.
Yeah, that's a great point. I just want to say, If I would have told you that the 3 Challenger Circuit amateur to pro teams would be ahead of NRG in groups B versus C day 1, you probably would have told me I was absolutely insane. But that's the situation. Shot to LMK, Casuals, and Scary playing really, really well and ahead of the GOATs, the second place runner-up team from Split 1 playoffs in NRG. But hey, Game 4 is about to be loaded. We're about to be there in just a second. But I want to take a moment to give a massive, massive plug for the VOD series and content that exists in general, by the way. The youtube.com/PlayApexEsports has silently been producing some of the best content I've seen in esports. But in particular, Monsoon and Zach Mazer, myself, had a chance to do kind of a Let's Play series. And honestly, the best way to put it, it was like a podcast meets gameplay right in the middle. And I've been a lot of great comments, a lot of great feedback so far. So 25 minutes, purely entertaining. I put them on the hot seat, asked them type of questions such as, who's the best player in Apex? Who's the most underrated player? Who's the worst player in Apex? We got some truth in a tell-all type of format. Make sure to check that out. Make sure to follow us on all things social as well. Twitter.com/PlayApexEsports. I just mentioned all the YouTube content. YouTube.com/PlayApexEsports, where you can see that pilot episode with Zach Mazer, Monsoon, and myself. And then, of course, hit the follow button on Twitch, twitch.tv/PlayApex, so you can keep up with all things competitive Apex Legends. But for now, that's going to be it for Mark and I as we take a little bit of a break before we get ready for game number 4 on World's Edge. It's right around the corner, and we'll be back right after this.
Lobus one.
Give me fried.
I'm selling. Heal up, Skittles.
I'm batting. All you knocked.
Lobus
behind us, dude.
Last
team.
one.
Go for knocks. I don't see any knocks. Just get the Gibby.
Let's go, boys.
Go, boys.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is time for game number 4. It is Rain Day and Vicky Kitty to bring it to you. And if you've been enjoying a little bit of those teaser questions to keep you entertained, I got a question. How many times in the last split did Vicky mention something about caustic? Is
I
it
knew it.
7,250, 7,253, or 7,251? You guys let us know. And, of course, if you're watching closely, we should have a prize for you. I don't know, Vicky. What do you think?
I think James Bardoff is going to get that answer correctly, for sure. But you know
That's
what
right.
I am excited for with those nerfs? What does that mean for the composition change that we're going to see as we move on to World's Edge for game number 4?
Well, that's the biggest question for me. And I was going to ask you first because, you know, this could go either way. For me, I look at it in terms of a game plan. If I'm running a team, I'm going to say, guys, here's our plan for World's Edge. We've scrimmed. Here's our plan for Storm Point. And we stick to it. But inevitably, Vicky, if you're doing well and if you're popping off like ESA or you're having great games like CLG, there's going to be the tendency to not want to adjust. And maybe you wouldn't naturally play the Horizon on World's Edge. That might not be a part of your plan. But you might go, man, it's just working so well. Why fix it if it isn't broken? So what do you think? You think teams are going to lean back on what's working, especially on the top end? Or do you think we'll start to see those Horizons, maybe some of those flex picks, start to shift away back towards the Wraith, towards the Ashe a little bit more traditionally?
Either we're going to see that change or we're going to see the consistency with the comfortability that these teams are feeling making this transition over to World's Edge. I do remember during the playoffs that Sweet was kind of playing off of the Loba very consistently on World's Edge. Are we going to see Sweet stick to the Horizon because it's not Storm Point, though? Or are we going to see that change up to the Loba? I feel like overall, though, ESA has just built such a large gap, and ESA is not unfamiliar with World's Edge. We see them usually land over to Big Mod, and they have all the loot in the world and all those quick rotations in that middle point of the map to kind of figure out whether they want to rotate towards the south or towards the north. But look at this, 56 points for ESA. I know Follow, he had called this out, and for a good reason. This is a team that has just integrated Nox so well, has built up this synergy. CLG, in my opinion, I feel like has really shined on Storm Point, but can they keep that up going into World's Edge, and is it going to be enough to even contend with Esports Arena sitting at 56 points?
Well, you never know. I mean, this is something that happens in sports and with esports quite often, where you get an infusion of a new player due to a 3-team swap, and that new player almost takes it out on the old team, saying, you're really going to get rid of me? You really don't think I'm the right fit? Well, here we go. Let me show you what I can do. And, you know, maybe an overperformance from ESA. Obviously, for many of us, it's a surprise how well they're doing. And we look at the back end of 11 through 20, and I see some teams here that on the opposite side, Vicky, if you're not performing well, what do you do with your lineup? Because specifically with NRG, it's kind of the easy name to pick out here. We have seen Sweet IGL on the horizon. It hasn't worked out in this tournament. I've seen it work out in tournaments a few weeks ago on Storm Point. But does that warrant getting picked up on World's Edge? I can't imagine it, except for the fact that I'm saying, listen, we already know where we stand after 3 games. Let's just go with it. Let's get the experience of playing this composition on World's Edge and on Storm Point because we need to get better at it.
And just kind of, you know, we highlighted the pool water at the very beginning here, Rain. I mean, I feel like that's kind of what we're seeing from Energy. They're trying to just fit into this comfortability pig with those compositions. And I agree. Just maybe sticking through with it and going into a map that you feel way more familiar with. But right before, you know, you kind of feel like what you need to work on from Storm Point isn't transitioning well. Just stick to it, you know. I believe Energy, they usually land staging, kind of similar to the big mod situation with ESA, although it's on the complete opposite side of the map. It's all the way east in comparison to staging that's all the way west. You still have that option to either traverse to the north or traverse to the south, depending on where you want to rotate. And I think Energy is going to do a lot better here on World's Edge because, again, this is where they feel most comfortable.
I mean, it's a great point to bring up that, yes, you may keep the lineup that is an adjustment, but now you're going back to something more comfortable in a map that you already know how to play more consistently at this high level, which has been dominating where we've seen most of the ALGS over the past year. So it does mean that, yeah, I could be a little bit more risky, a little bit of testing the waters on some areas while now getting a little bit more comfortable with where we like to rotate, how we like to play, and, of course, the end games, which they have not made it to yet. And of course, these teams dominating this way, it's been a tale of maybe the first half of a tournament that could have a very different ending. We might be hitting more of the dark side of things for certain teams, Vicky, and we might be hitting the upside, the bright side for other teams, depending on how they tackle game number 4. What is, in your mind, as we get ready to load into this one, the most important thing to do for teams to start out here in game 4 and the back half of the tournament?
I feel like it's just transitioning to the fact that this is not Storm Point, and a lot of those rotations don't need to be done as quick as we had seen on Storm Point. We saw a lot of teams stick within the ring for a reason, and it's those slow rotations that allow these teams to catch other edge guarding teams off guard, because you have a lot of these teams that really want to stick to the edge of the circle, but then they find themselves getting thirded by a squad who is making their rotation already from outside the ring. That's not going to happen as often here on World's Edge, so I think getting used to that transition is going to be very important. But Rain, my favorite game usually is game number 5, because that is the make it or break it. A lot of our teams already figure out how many points they need to secure, how aggressive can they get, and we've been seeing so far within our last few games, these games kind of start off very slow, and then they start to pick up when they have the opportunity. So now you have to make that transition once again, but this time on World's Edge.
I think they start to pick up once teams realize, oh crap, what are we going to do if we don't do something now? It's game 5. And I think that's like the honesty in the revelation, because they do get that point hit like a truck. You know, like some might have a midlife crisis. They have a mid-tournament crisis saying, wait a second, this is it. This is all I got. I only got 2 more games here. Oh my God, I've been wasting my time. And that's the thing that you hope to not ever have to hit. Considering Storm Point started off a little slower, I would expect, like you're saying, absolutely right, to kick things off very, very quickly. But game 4 will be a little different. I feel that we're going to go into this matchup with teams still feeling each other out right now. I think we will see 1 or 2 teams get very aggressive. I think we'll get to 17 squads remaining within the first 5 minutes or so, but I honestly do think that we will have a 10 to 14 squad Zone 4, Zone 5 final circle where teams are like, hey, this one matters. We've got to make something happen now.
Yeah, and you know, with Furia as well running the Bloodhound, you could expect perhaps more Bloodhound being played into the mix. I mean, we saw the Bloodhound getting replaced by the Valk, by the way, which is why Furia is not running the Valk, because that Beacon scan character is going to be the Bloodhound there. And it could be risky, especially on Storm Point, but it's not as risky on World's Edge. So with some of these potential composition changes and just trying to adjust going from Storm Point into World's Edge, again, here, our pros, they're used to playing on World's Edge. This is not unfamiliar to them, but moving away from Storm Point after playing these first 3 games, maybe making that adjustment, could come a little slower for some teams versus others.
I like what I've been seeing by built by gamers as well. This is something that, big interesting kind of note here, playing, I think, the only Loba in the lobby. There might be one other, but I believe that that is one of the only premieres for the Legend opportunities to be chosen. But I have an inkling we will see more Bloodhound. It's been weird to look at Bloodhound be such a staple in the meta as far as a lot of aggressive play, the scans being almost the quintessential element alongside a Gibraltar that has been necessary and vital for a team to succeed in these team fights. Now drop to the wayside in favor of the Valkyrie Gibraltar stability, and then your flex on the Ashe, your flex on the Bloodhound, something like that. But I feel that it's also due to the massive amount of space, and that Bloodhound scan goes far, but it's just less effective at those longer ranges, and it's much more effective when you can do something about it. And we'll see that in World's Edge, because if you're not going to get something done now, might as well pack it up, turn the computers off, save some electricity, and go finish binge watching something on Netflix, because you need to be here doing something now, Vicky. It is do or die as we switch maps. 3 games to go. Some teams at the bottom, this is their last chance. Some teams at the top, well, can they keep it going and make history with an epic performance? We'll find out here as the dropship takes us over this beautiful, beautiful spot where we've played so much competitive Apex over the year.
Oh, this is where all those memories have been made. And ESA, they're taking over not Big Mud, but all of Lava City, all at the same time. So much loot for this team as they make their rotation, but they do have some intel on another team up ahead. Looking to see if they have a beacon here, maybe that they could work off of, but not necessary here. Maybe at Big Mud if they can make those quick rotations. But this is what I've always wondered, Rain, where ESA, since the very beginning, even when Verhost was part of this roster, they had so much free loot that they could work with, and it was because they were booting everybody. off of Lava City, off of Big Mud, and now they're going to be able to get this quick rotation because look at where this circle is taking us.
Yeah, wow, wow, wow. All the way down to the bottom. This is beautiful here for those Southern Circle fans of ours. Northern Circles tend to be a little bit more, a little bit less of a frequency in high-level Apex for whatever reason, and those Southern Circles do create some drama, especially near the lava thermal station or lava siphon. We're going to see a lot of success. And Ganjamin, one of the players who was in our featured highlights in Match 3 with the Bocek Bow, going to have a chance to be featured here as well as we take a look at NRG Esports Arena, Cloud9, Built by Gamers, some of our top teams right now heading into this one, and C9, Big Mod, looking to get a Big Mod in a positive way onto their loot so they can head into the mid game.
Now, seeing at where this circle is going to be pulling towards that southern side of Launch, it's almost like I'm getting deja vu, like we're still here at the playoffs, right? That was that last game that we had seen TSM pop off in originally. Very similar circle, looking like it's going to encapsulate the eggshell right outside of Dome. We're going to have to see later down the line as ESA, they are going to be able to loot up nicely. There was a team that also landed at Geyser, so that's going to be that next team that they have to keep their eyes out for when it comes to their next rotation.
Esports Arena. Skittles on the Caustic. Gonna see that play. One of the few in the lobby. We see Onmu and Vaxlon Scurry on the Ash, Valkyrie, and Gibraltar. No changes there. And we see the Crypto, played by Optimal Ambition. Again, one of the, actually the only Crypto team here, rocking an alternator early on. Not hitting a lot of shots, managing the movement though, and at least keeping the pressure on. It seems like they would have an understanding that this is going their way, because I don't see Nades approaching this fight with any level of concern. And well, wouldn't you know, they seem to be handling that quite effectively.
Oh, sorry, just try to run before getting taken out. That's going to be Atlantic Premier, who usually lands is taken over by Oxygen, or rather OA. Now they're going to be able to take over the construction building as well. And they're also going to have that beacon. So a great start here for OA. And we were highlighting the Crypto earlier before from Nades. I believe the only Crypto that we've seen thus far. They've been trying out this composition too since before the buffs. So they were ready. They were prepared for the second split here of the LGS.
So what's the, I mean, taking a look at W, they're running the Loba as well. Fury already on a fantastic gold shield. This is great early game for me. Just the fact that you can be so much more efficient with your resources, your shield cells, can save those shield bats for late game, and obviously the looting so much easier. But I'm really curious about that Crypto loadout. We just saw Optimal Ambition using that team composition. What is the point of bringing in the Crypto here? Because clearly it's not a wide adaptation by the ALGS Pro scene. It's not necessarily something that's caught on. So what's the intention? Why is it something you feel that is going to be the game changer for them, and why not go to something a little more traditional?
Oh man, even juggling, thinking about Crypto here in NA, and as well as seeing back in the Split 1 playoffs with APAC, you had seen Crypto and Watson used a lot. I mean, the Crypto EMP allows you to just go get really aggressive, but also deletes those Caustic gas traps, since we used to see Caustic a lot more before that nerf, although we do have that Caustic in our lobby, but they would delete the Caustic gas traps. In APAC, it would delete those Watson traps as well, and, you know, those fences in general, but then also you could scan those beacons without having to overextend, without putting yourself in a bad situation. So OA, their game plan is always to try to situate themselves in that final circle without having to commit too much closer to a beacon.
It is a great, I think, point that you bring up there. A team maybe not as storied in terms of their 3v3 fighting, taking less engagements, playing a little bit more towards the standings portion of it versus the kills portion of the points, and having an opportunity to counter what is consistently always going to be there, a dome shield from the Gibraltar, destroying that and any traps alongside the Caustics as well, which is being played by #1 team here in the lobby so far. So pretty good ideas, great insight there on the use of the Crypto here from Vicky as we follow along with LMK. We're just holding down, getting their crouch on, as I guess you would if you wanted to do something else besides just wait, as that's what it seems like they are going to do. 19 squads left here in round 1 so far.
That slowdown, though, I like what I'm seeing here from a lot of our teams, just trying to prioritize that loot. Obviously something that our Loba squads don't really have to worry about. Team Liquid, though, they are going to be able to surround themselves around the Replicator, and a nice gold backpack for fun as well. So that's going to be very important here as they are going to start making their rotation shortly. And look how many squads already on the other side of that rock formation. A team just trying to leave through landslide, and with the circle just coming up from right behind them, they have to make their way over to that southern part of the map, because again, that's where that circle is going to be pulling towards. Whichever team is going to be already at launch site is going to have a field day in that southern building of launch site.
Nocturnal, fun FPS, Gildersons having a good time on the Wraith and Gibraltar Valkyrie. Gilderson's a new addition to the team. Been playing a lot and featuring in a lot of streams, a lot of content. Really, really enjoyable. Kind of partner here that we've seen a lot of players welcome, and clearly with Liquid, a rising star. Will it be the same impact Verhulst had on TSM? Still remains to be seen on that one, and big shoes to fill there for the immediacy of Evan being introduced to that squad, but a lot of fun to watch to see how these next 3 games unfold. Cloud9, though, approaching with Albarelli, Stay Naughty and Zach on purples as they continue their rotation, trying to find a better spot.
They're also pinging just to make sure here. They know that ESA usually plans over by Mod here. Ghost Gaming also just trying to play a little incognito, but C9, they're not giving up this ground just yet as they take the high ground. They know there's a squad right behind that truck, but Zach gets melted right away. Amazing dome placement by Albarelli.
And this is, again, a team that's been playing their Horizon. You saw the benefit of getting all 3 players up to that high ground, but again, that's just actually more damage that was done to more players as they faced an onslaught of bullets that has forced them to turn away and say, let's find maybe a less traffic area to move through and get to the final circle. That one seems a bit crowded. Maybe switch up our routes, and Albarelli and them looking to regroup, reset, and maybe double down their efforts when they next go outside.
I like this option to just disengage here instead of trying to fully send it. Not only did they lose the initial trade, but that's Ghost Gaming up there. And Ghost usually landing Geyser, and ESA is not in the area right now. They could have started rotating up towards the south of Lava City to try to start heading towards the dome. But that means that C9, they understand that. That means there's 2 squads in the area. So they're just going to try to take this slowly.
One thing I do see about this engagement, though, and what we're seeing with Zach and the gravity lift is it's such an easy ability to kind of use haphazardly and to not save. And one of the tenets, I think, that stops you from having moments like that that actually kill your team is just making sure if you can walk it, walking it. They didn't have to take that shortcut to get up there, but without a gravity lift, now you get into an engagement and you've got 20 seconds before you can use that again. Might have allowed you to survive some of those things. So little details, obviously, showing a good performance overall on the day, but those are the types of things, if you're watching at home, that can make the difference in these trades at such a high level. Having that ability on cooldown or not, could we have walked there, taken an extra 3 seconds, and then had more resources to be able to win a fight or disengage like they got to?
That's all that micromanaging. Meanwhile, Energy playing things a lot slower, and Sweet is on the Loba, by the way, so they did go for that composition change. That was that observation that I noticed, that Sweet really liked the Loba during the playoffs. It really worked out for them there, and they are sticking to it. And this position could be tricky because you never know when that squad on the other side by tree could take that zip line to get onto the higher ground, and that could be extremely scary for Energy if they're caught off guard on that low ground in that disadvantage. So Sweet, not taking any chances, immediately gets up on the high ground despite taking some shots without the shield.
I've got maybe 30 seconds to be proven wrong, and it seems like it's going to happen here because I thought we might have 2 more teams dead by this amount of time. It seems like maybe a little bit more cautiousness is going on for these teams, and NRG seem to be at the helm of it. Let's listen in to see what Sweet is adjusting for this squad on the Loba as they look to get into round number 3.
Faculty. Hopefully someone fucking fights.
Oh fuck, this guy's out. Not here.
Wait, what? I just got like shot by invisible. I didn't even see the bullet tracer on my fucking screen.
This guy has just been staring at me the whole game.
Thank you.
Do you want to buy blue if you're gonna keep shooting?
I'm not really like trying to shoot. I need to save ammo, so no. Oh, right here. It's coming behind them.
Pulled.
Sure.
Not much to say about that. Not much to hear about it either, Mickey. Silence sometimes speaking a lot louder than words. NRG clearly a bit tense there.
A bit tense, and Team Liquid may be joining them with that same feel because Curly just trying to get out of a pretty tiresome situation, and you could see Ready with Ghost Gaming taking the high ground right here. Why this was so important for them to make that quick rotation, for them to keep up that pressure onto that squad, as they are going to be able to make this rotation already, just restabilize at the same time. They took out Knocked all in the process, but they were getting pinged by potentially ESA uphill right close to Dome.
18 squads left here as we enter the midway point of round 3. G-Force might be NRG, the team they were shooting around. 2 holding down below and 1 up on top. You can see the conversations around conserving ammo. And really nothing else being spoken about. G-Force, James Fearless. One of the characters that he's been playing over the last few weeks is Bangalore. Not seeing the introduction there. I'm sure Shiv FPS in the chat, if he's still watching, is remiss to not see the beloved main being showcased here in the Pro League like he has done for so long in EMEA, but still, nevertheless, Mooney, Slurpee G, James Fearless alive, fighting NRG, and look at this, Furia coming around the edge. Could they somehow pinch this, put NRG in the middle of a sandwich?
The Valk-Tac actually let Furia know that there is nobody on that high ground platform, so that's just going to be free real estate for Furia to keep up and get on top of to pressure NRG, who are going to be pinched between 2 squads, a third over inside the building, and that's exactly what happened. That's why Sweet gets booted off of the high ground. You saw Sweet with the triple take. RCO also right behind them, could be on the other side of that rock there, but it's Furia who have control over the high ground and have that advantage. Such a tiresome situation for NRG to deal with right now. They're tired of it. They're trying to approach this slowly, but look at Furia. And Zera is on the fuse, by the way. We've seen Zera with the fuse ever since Split 1, and it's been working out for Zera amazingly, too.
I was so disappointed to have not seen the fuse on the Storm Point, and I think this is a great choice. Zera tricky, Panders and tech. Panders coming into Furia, and you've seen Hakulo use the fuse. I wasn't sure if it was just a lack of comfortability, going back to, you know, character choices that maybe allow them to feel more in line with how they normally like to play, but the fuse here, really excited to see what they can do with it. This is going to be one to watch for sure as we see a rotation come through. Malice Mamba, ooh, with the Kraber, almost did some damage there. CLG, clearly one of our teams to watch as they are in, I believe, 2nd place here in the overall leaderboard.
You would think that I'm the one holding the Kraber, holding my breath here as I see Malice Mamba just waiting to take those shots. Ooh, sitting on the edge of my seat, not landing them, unfortunately, coming close to it as they do get pinged from right behind them. Having to be careful. They don't want to find themselves getting sandwiched. It's a good spot to try to contest these teams who are trying to funnel right outside of zone right here, right outside of Lava Siphon. We've seen these circles sometimes end in this spot alone, but this is a great spot for CLG to really just try to farm a lot of these kills in.
And that will do. The only one in the game to 1 tap. That's the Kraber. That's why it's the best in the business. Slurpee G looks like he doesn't have long to live. Will the missile swarm pick him up? It will. Oh, that's a cleanup for sure. CLG doing what they need to do, holding onto the high ground with some fervor.
My goodness, it's still, you have enough bullets here in the Kraber to make something happen. There was a fight happening right north of that. They know that there's another squad right below them. Charlotte Phoenix, they're the ones actually in that southern building that I was noting earlier of launch site, and this is such a good spot because you have the high ground. I believe that may be ESA over on the other side, on the outside of Dome. So they really do like that position, or the inside of those smaller buildings of Dome itself, but CLG are still trying to take some of these shots with the Kraber.
I mean, clear command right here, and this is the difference. You know, you're going to be able to clear out this entire backside if you want, put so much pressure on these Kraber shots, and there's still rotation possibilities for both of you. Not only if you get caught out, Malice Mamba on the Loba is going to have some easy translocation with the Loba bracelet, but CLG Nano's going to have that chance with the booster to be able to do it as well. Another big shot from Mamba, and he keeps the tempo alive for CLG as they are getting better and better positioned and better at hitting these Kraber shots. And the rest of the lobby is hoping that this ends soon.
Some may wonder, why would you take these shots? Well, with Impulsive going down to that Kraber shot, not only is it wasting time as the circle's closing in behind them, do they even have enough time to restabilize? We're going to have to see here as the circle is closing in, but CLG, they can take it out in the middle of a redeploy, and Nano goes down. Another sick Kraber shot. Mamba, can he keep this up with one of his teammates going down? No, he's out of there. He's out of this. This is none of his business anymore.
And there's that bracelet. It was a beautiful attempt at an Ash tether, but you can't tether the Loba, and that's the problem there. So it was a great moment to see literally Vibing come in and change the pace of the game. When you're seeing someone else control it, you got a chance to just sit there and take it or do something about it, and that's for CLG Mamba into what will be his final moment. He has gone down. Huge, huge plays from literally Vibing, who have stopped literally the Vibing of CLG.
And it's Oxygen who are taking that away. Skittle Cakes too, also the other side. That's going to be Sweet making a comeback as Energy make their way into the party. Look at this black market. They don't have to overextend, put themselves out in the open, but they're still getting pressured over by the other side, and they need to stop looting that black market because Energy are falling low.
This is a big, big moment for them, and this is why we see it be so valuable to have good position and the Loba. Right now, they've got not great position, but they've got the Loba, and so that means resources aplenty, and again, in about a minute and a half, he's going to have it back up one more time. But right now, going down before he can get it up is Rocker. Sweetie falls as well, and it's just Nathan. To get the revive, that's one thing to ask, but to revive both and survive these next 30 seconds, that's almost too much for anybody. Nathan is going to go down. That is the end of NRG. They will place 9th here in Game 4 when they looked like they could have been turning up the heat.
Can we talk about... God, how do they keep doing it? And with the Rampage on top of that, that's going to be so much pressure from this position that ESA is holding.
And this is what makes them so successful. It's why they're at the top of the leaderboards today, and it's why it looks like they might just stay there. Oxygen has a chance to change things around. Kubsky, his cousin's a local near where I live. He says, say what up. Tell him my cousin wishes him some good luck. I see him at the coffee shop. Well, he doesn't need it right now, my man. He is already creating his own luck, and so is Esports Arena. Every single time they're doing something like getting the God spot, well, that's how you know it's not by accident. But there's still C9 hanging around as well, and this is a big thing to pay attention to. C9 have gotten themselves involved, Vicky, in a lot of these final circles. They won our first game. They know how to take a fight, and they know how to press their advantage. So I would be very, very wary of what C9 do in these next few moments.
Oh man, with Casuals and Ghost Gaming just kind of taking reign over this building, they're sharing this space here. It's a good spot to be, but the moment you have to funnel out of that building, that's when the chaos is going to happen. And Ghost Gaming have that advantage. The dome being used up already. You can see C9 on the other side of the eggshell. They have other things to worry about though. A skill picks with a huge Nox grenade is going to get everybody on the inside, funnel everybody out. Nobody could breathe, and I love the split focus that Skittlecakes is going to do to clean up Oxygen.
Oh, the toxic scuba dive. They were forced to go ahead and get involved, but the Caustic survives the day, and this is how you know this character, even with the nerfs, still can bring the thunder in a final circle. Skittlecakes with the hip fire, he hits it! He hits it! The headshot, Skittlecakes doing the unthinkable and already hitting damage with the Caustic trap. It's the no-look damage. This is an incredible performance from ESA, Vicky, and it looks like it's only getting better.
I want whatever Skittlecakes had for breakfast because he has been popping off all day long. He's forced to reset real quick here as ESA, they back off. Look at Noctro on the high ground. He's just trying to hug the rocks over to his side. Ghost is finding the opportunity as they make their way outside of the dome here, but they didn't fully set on ESA. They didn't have the opportunity as they needed to reset themselves.
And if you guys want to take a look at this action, not just from this one POV we're following, but from multiple, check out Multi-View. It's an option now in the ALGS, and it allows you to watch multiple streams of your favorite streamers and teams at the same time to get every single perspective But if you watch this, you're going to see also how these teams have to manage just from their perspective, not knowing where other teams are moving, having to use their game sense and their awareness. And boy, oh boy, there's not been a better team today who's done that and showed us how it should be done than ESA. Caustic Ultimate raining up and then down. Missile swarms all around. It is a minefield here. There's a tether. It's going to keep Skittles there for a minute, but he's going to get out of that one. And that was Ghost Gaming's attempt, but they just get hit right back with a big arc.
Huge arcs are breaking too, but they can't fully send it. They can't give up this spot right here. They'll be in the line of sight of 2 teams at once, and they understand the situation. They need to wait. They need to play this patiently. 3 squads left. ESA, Ghost Gaming, Casuals trying to find an opportunity to go off to the flank onto ESA, who are just continuously poking, but with the zone closing in right behind them, they have to give up that zone soon. They have to give up this ground shortly.
And this is really, really tough for ESA because it seems like they're going to be forced to fight Casuals. And you don't want that to happen. The one thing that I think would deter them, though, is an advance from Skittle Cakes and maybe some of the Caustic Barrels. It's going to be so difficult to push a Caustic team, and this is what they're trying to do. Force this engagement on their terms. They're going to either have to go around that and fight the other team, forcing ESA to be the third party. It's a beautiful ult from Skittle Cakes. You're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't. And right now, we're just trying to see if they can get out of this. Esports Arena on the bottom ground, 74 points, leading the lobby. It's 3 teams left, Vicky, and it's all coming to an end now.
And ESA, they have 11 kills. That's absolutely insane. Here comes the grab, though, coming in. The black hole is Esports Arena, though. They're fighting these cracks. Get one. Akuma goes down. Ghost finding these pigs, though. And the cleanup is happening here, Rain Day. Esports Arena, they are cleaning up. Skittle Cakes adding more heads to his record as ESA, they win 3 games in a row.
Wow. What am I seeing? This isn't just Caustic play. This is game play. This is pro play. This is how you get things done in Apex Legends. The ALGS is seeing a performance maybe to remember here as far as a team in a single tournament. ESA have dominated in a way that, man, especially going off meta, especially going maybe underdog in the lobby, and especially going new roster, we wouldn't have expected to see a 30-point game.
What?
Man, I don't know what's happening, but this is unheard of.
That is insane. That is record-breaking here for Esports Arena. 18 kills. What a statement. I mean, this is a team that went through a roster change of Furhost obviously moving over to TSM, but integrating Nox here. Duplex and Skittle Cakes have just made this team shy, and this is why this team, you need to keep your eyes on this team. And I mean, you know what? Yeah. No wonder Furia Tech could be a little upset here, because Skittle Cakes is absolutely popping off today.
You know, I really feel that you're right about this story and trajectory of Esports Arena. They have lost maybe one of their most notable players at TSM. He's gone on to do great things and win in playoffs. And now they've had to add a couple of other players to hold that time. Now they've got Nox coming in, and it seems like maybe that was the thing that has made the difference. And it seems like there's an energy that Nox is bringing. It seems like there's a stability that we're seeing Duplex and Skittle Cakes have in general. But man, Logan, Ira, William, y'all are on fire, and I don't know if anyone can put it out right now.
Look at that. Nox with 2,000 damage, 2.2k in general. The cleanup 2 from Skittle Cakes. Can we talk about that Nox gas, though? The Nox grenade just funneling so many of these players out from their just natural cover that last circle was able to provide, but also the quick gas traps that Skittle Cakes was able to set up, not only to add in some of that extra pressure, but as makeshift cover for the rest of this squad.
Well, Casuals and Ghost Gaming were forced to fight each other, and it's because of Skittles' incredible ultimate that would have forced the entirety of Casuals to most likely run through this gas if they wanted to fight and take what was the primary safest end zone area, which is below on that lava with the rocks behind you to be able to climb up and not get exposed. And just by that ultimate, was able to really turn the tide and say, yes, we might not be in a great spot. We're the team that's going to get third-partied. Let's switch that narrative. And the fast thinking, but the execution, and also doing it with a legend that has been nerfed, that isn't a part of the mainstays of this lobby. If this point difference doesn't showcase you how excellent every decision they've been making is, there really isn't anything that is going to change your mind. I mean, it's almost double the score of second place. In fact, it's more than double the score of second place.
what do you even do in this situation when there's 2 games left right there? I mean, CLG with 39 points. We were highlighting CLG before on Storm Point. I love their rotations. I love the approach that they have towards these final circles, and they've been doing a great job. But this gap that Esports Arena has made for themselves in first place, I mean, wrap it up. Unless some of these squads could get things different, kind of just approach game number 5 and 6 with a different look, I do not see this score changing much with ESA just getting stronger and stronger by the game.
No, I think ESA can literally not play the next 2 games and still win this tournament. And I've almost never thought that about a game heading into game 5 and 6 in an Apex tournament. And that just shows you that they're on record pace. I mean, we could be seeing 120, 130 points at this point. And I don't know what the biggest score is in 6 games of Apex Legends, but they're definitely going to be in the conversation if they keep up this pace. It is phenomenal to see Esports Arena, with their trials and tribulations, with their roster swaps, Vicky, still play this well and put on a show.
Yeah, I'm honestly very impressed here, but you know what? It's Esports Arena. I'm not impressed at the fact that it's ESA. I'm more so impressed at how dominant that they've been taking these lobbies. Also, 3 wins in a row while maintaining double-digit kills. That is not easy. This is the ALGS we're talking about right now. These are our pro players here coming out to shine. Meanwhile, ESA is cleaning up almost half the lobby out here.
Yeah, and it's the benefit of the Valkyrie and these amazing ultimates, getting that Caustic to late game. We talk about Caustic being a late game winning machine. If you get him to late game, he's going to do the job for you, but you got to make the right decisions. And it's a guy like Skittle Cakes who's been such a big part of this team that's really making those decisions, and everyone else is supporting so well. This is pro level at the highest level, and I love it. We got game 5 coming up to see what continues with this ESA saga. Are they on record-breaking pace? That's for sure. But where will they end up? Well, you just got to stay and watch. We'll be back in just a moment with Fallout and Onset to take us through Game 5.
Shit the Valk!
Yep.
Valk's 1.
I got Valk.
Coming up.
Got Gibby.
There's the Nox.
Thirst it. Last guy.
Let's go, boys!
Dude, let's go.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Apex Legends Global Series North American Pro League. This is the kickoff for the Split 1 NA Pro League, and what a kickoff it's been, Mark. ESA playing insane at this point. I don't on par, potentially on track to set a record in terms of most points scored in ALGS so far.
Yeah, I was being silly before when we came back on the broadcast, and I was like, who do you think is going to win today, everyone? Because it's been ridiculous, to be honest with you, hasn't it? It's been ESA all day. They have been dominant, and it's just been crazy to watch. Like, it just looks so simple for them in every single game. It's like, oh, there's a fight going down. They look like a little bit of a disadvantage. Skill Cakes almost sticks 3 people just to keep them alive in a few seconds. Every single time that we're on a POV of any of the players at the moment, they're just making something ridiculous happen, whether it's a Nox gas, grenade going down to clean a team out, whether it's just a couple of barrels being thrown down to throw a little bit of protection in the way, whether it's the arc star, whether it's the shots at the end. Everything they are doing is just working out absolutely to perfection for them. It's difficult to see anybody slowing them down at this point, and I think you're right. The question is the record going to be broken for total points actually accumulated? Because the crazy thing is we still have 2 games to go. There's still 2 games of Apex Legends to play for them.
Yeah, and they already have 86 points to CLG's 39 in second, and Cloud9's
Just say
35 in third. Like, are you kidding me? ESA could stop playing right now. Not that they're allowed to or would, but they could stop playing and still probably win this tournament. I mean, that is mad.
I mean, you could say probably they would. I mean, with all due respect, like 86 points after 4 games is absurd. It's the only word to use to describe it. It is absolutely absurd. CLG, though, I think we have to talk about the rest of the pack, right, though, as well, to give them the due. CLG up in second, C9 just behind them, 100 Thieves jumping up a place as well into 4th. BBG, like you mentioned, pretty good performance from them today in 27th. But one thing we should also remind ourselves with the leaderboards, that point total, even though it is crazy dominant, you don't kind of get that reflection. It's a set amount of points for the places that you do get. So even though ESA are dominating the lobby, if you switch one position in that chasing pack, that can be a big impact on how the points stack up towards the end of the Pro League split. So a lot to play for still for all of the other teams who are chasing, but at the moment ESA look like they've just got points in the bag.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, they've already set a record for the most single point game scored with 30 points last game, on par to set a record for the most points in a Pro League series or in an ALGS online tournament competition. Right now they have 86. If they get another 15, they're going to be over 110, which is, I'm pretty sure, a record at that point, close to the Sentinels pop-off Pro League that we saw in Split 1. I mean, it's just insane how they're playing. And, this is the point in the tournament where typically the casters are like, does CLG have what it takes to bring this back?
We've got no stories. We've got no stories, everybody.
Like,
it's just, can ESA break records? That's our story for you right now. I think it's fair to say that probably is the most interesting story right now, right? It's nuts that we're even in this position as we head into Match 5, that ESA have an opportunity to break records. Just think about how much competitive Apex Legends has been played, and they are sitting here after 4 games with a chance to put up more points than we've seen from any team across a 6-match series.
Insane. Yeah, at this point, the only story is, can they break records, and who's going to get second? Because the reality is, at this point, like the points are really evenly distributed everywhere else outside of the top-heavy 86 points that ESA has. I mean, all the way down to like 12th, 13th, 14th place. I think you see teams with like 12, 13, 14 points overall, and a chance to get to that 30, 40-point threshold that they pop off here. So obviously, we got to kick off with ESA. They're playing insanely dominant. Now, the fact that they're still running Caustic despite the nerfs, pretty damn impressive. They stuck to their guns. Skill Cakes on Caustic is arguably one of the best, if not the best, Caustics in the game, and they're still rocking the same team comp in World's Edge.
I think you could put Skill Cakes on any legend at the moment and you'd be saying he's one of the best of X in a game. He's just been the X factor for his team. He has been ridiculous. Every single thing that he's done has been perfect so far in the game. As we do look at the map overhead just to see A, where the circle is going, but B, also where the teams are dropping. If you're just joining us, to give you that little bit of information, it's going to be an epicenter ending by the looks of things. C9 are going to be pretty happy with that. They play these circles incredibly well. No surprise to see that, of course, with them dropping over at Climatizer. But you could argue this is a difficult zone for ESA to play. And you know what? I will say it. It's a difficult zone for ESA to play. They've got to travel up to the north, down from the south. I say it with my tongue firmly in my cheek, of course, because it seems like at the moment any circle, they could put the circle back on Storm Point, and everybody else knew it was on Storm Point. And with ESA dropping on World's Edge, they'd still probably somehow put points on the board, John. That's how well they're playing.
Yeah, I mean, if they manage to get a top 3 performance again here, I mean, not that I would doubt them, but yeah, very difficult rotation. I would just be mind blown. I think the rotation here for them is going to be through Geyser and through the caves all the way up to the east side of the map and continue to hug the east. So we'll see how they rotate. They do, of course, have Valkyrie for that rotate. Meanwhile, Cloud9 gets a northern zone. I know this handsome man named Monsoon is watching right now and smiling, happy to see a northern zone and probably thinking, why the hell can't Complexity be in this game, dropping on the northern side of the map. But Cloud9, well, they get to be the benefactor of that. They get a zone that pulls towards them. Meanwhile, LMK are ready to fight with Built by Gamers at over towards Lava Siphon.
Yeah, BBG have had numerous fights off of drop so far, and LMK have lost one player already. Car in the hands here of turn, so any short-range battles, or close-range battles, I should say, he's going to be able to rip through some shields. But at the moment, they've got to work out how they want to play this one. They're kind of just making sure that they're sticking together, which is always a smart thing to do when you lose one player. See if you can pick one player out to try and even up the numbers a little bit. But at the moment, it's looking like a pretty difficult battle, as that player also has a purple shield. And when you've got white and you've got blue on your side, it makes things a little bit more difficult for you.
Yeah, that's decent damage from turns right here. So if I'm LMK and I want to take this fight, now's the time to do it. But the question is, do you want to take this fight? Wicked's going to get healed back to full. Notice how they actually gave the blue shield over to Wraith, given that the Wraith is typically the tip of the spear, initiating fights, breaking ice. Wise decision there. But you don't want to fight a 2v3. Obviously, that's one thing we love about Apex is you can win 2v3 fights, you can clutch up. But if I am this squad in LMK, I'm trying to avoid this fight. Not going to happen, though. Easier said than done, as Dimmy's going to get taken out. That's 2/3 of the squad eliminated. Make it a third. Oh, no, it's a third party. Their squad comes through.
Another squad comes through. I was about to say the same. You know, that Horizon's throw in, just give the last kill away. But no, it's not. It is a third party arriving, and all of a sudden, BBG might actually be able to survive this and get away. And it's actually Scary who are coming through and trying to cause some problems. There's the knock, and there is BBG actually down. Well, Wicked at least has been finished. This is an absolute war going down at the start of this map here on Lava Siphon. And to be honest with you, I wouldn't be surprised with how long this is taking, John, for another team to maybe turn up in a few moments' time.
Yeah, and I think Scary drops in trees. That's a really fast rotate for them to get there. And again, over BBG, who's in contention for a top 5 finish. I mean, they've been playing really well. If they lose their entire squad, it's looking dangerous. And it looks like one full squad was wiped. And I don't know if it was it BBG or was it? I think it was. I think BBG's out.
We'll have to wait and see and get confirmation if it is BBG
completely
wiped.
But
no,
I don't know.
It's a mess, basically, down here at Lava Siphon at the moment. But what we do know is we have 19 squads remaining, and ESA is still alive. So it's going to be it's Carnage finally followed up by a little bit of calm here over at Lava Siphon. You can see that C9 are also in the vicinity, so are CLG. So an interesting battle may be developing on the other side of things. This is actually over, a Climatizer, where you see CLG making a little bit of a play here. Sentinel in the hands of Albrelelli, which already gets my hair standing on end, because you know that this man has the mechanical ability to hit a big headshot and make it look pretty flashy and create the opening that his team needs.
That's right. Cloud9 and CLG both nearby. Question is, do they want to take this fight over north towards Climatizer? It looks like they'll just coexist, both banking on the zone to pull north. Cloud9 just posting up and chilling. Sentinel in the hands of Albrelelli always seems to have a sniper of some sort, which is pretty typical for a Gibraltar. Charge rifle, Sentinel, you name it. Looks like Malice Mamba, controller player for CLG. The new addition to the CLG squad got picked up from Buff Pathfinder and has kind of been my breakout player of the tournament so far, Mark. He's playing really, really well.
Yeah, playing really, really well, and CLG in a great position towards endgame as well. Not only because of the physical position they find themselves in, but also playing with that Loba means that they're going to have lots of loot to play with, ability to steal away resources, batteries, whatever it might be, and most importantly, ammo. I think it's something that's overlooked a lot of the time with the black market. It's the fact that you just have the ability to constantly fight, constantly deal damage. Speaking of which, some damage being done here once again by Team Scary, who are living up to their name at the moment as they pick up a couple of kills on these knocks.
Team Scary, man, they have just been a menace. Absolute menace. I mean, one team after another team, both on Stormpoint and World's Edge. Probably the most aggressive team we've seen so far, and they're not done yet. I've been impressed by this squad. They pick up Genjaman, who joins this team. Obviously, the Astral Esports squad that we saw in Pro League last season didn't really make a whole lot of noise, but had some kind of glimpses, some blinks of greatness. I'm excited to see if the Scary team continues to evolve. 18 points right now. I mean, they have a chance to break into the top 5 here if they can pop off these last 2 games.
Yeah, it would be a really, really good start for them as well, just to get into that top 5. Good points on the board in week 1 of the Pro League Split number 2. It's always, I think, if you're going into any week, right, you're thinking top 5, you're pretty happy with that, I would imagine, for a lot of teams coming out of the carnage that will ensue. But you can see on the right-hand side as well some of the damage done through our Split 1 regular seasons. No surprise to see Mr. Imperial Howl up at the top, and with Sweet just behind him. But I think when we get to the end of Split 2, we might see some different names up there. Possibly Skittle Cakes, by the sounds of things, with the way he's been playing today.
Yeah, that is a great point.
I think he might have done nearly 40k damage already today, to be fair.
Yeah, let's just be honest. Let's tally it up. He probably already broke that record. Yeah, I mean, undoubtedly, ESA is up there. And I was actually talking back and forth with, I think it was Zach in the chat. You know, do you think ESA is going to win the entirety of Split 2 or the ALGS Championships? And my biggest question for ESA is I think they can, especially if it's online. You know, and obviously this is Fallout speculation here. Obviously nothing's announced, nothing's official. But if, hopefully I'm praying, we go back to LAN, ESA doesn't have a whole lot of LAN experience. So I just wonder, will the nerves come through with ESA playing on LAN for the first time against TSM? This is all speculation, but you got to say ESA is in the S tier alongside TSM, Sentinels, and normally I'd throw NRG in there, but, you know, not performing really well today, I'd still have to throw them in that S tier.
Hey, NRG, all about the redemption arc. We've seen that in Split 1. You know, we saw a slow start for them, and then they came storming back, and, you know, they just like to build the story, NRG. They're good friends of ours in the fact that they give us a lot to talk about a lot of the time. But Cloud9's still looking very comfortable. It looks like they've managed to force CLG away into the dome building that kind of separates the two sides of the northern side of Climatizer here. So they're going to be very, very comfortable. Speaking of comfortable, you can see that Atlanta Premier also looking like they've found themselves a cozy little sofa to sit on for quite some time. A little reminder, as you can see, the teams are remaining on the right-hand side of your screen. 86 points currently Esports Arena find themselves on. We've only lost one team so far in our game number 5, as we do see a little bit of crypto action actually reintroducing itself here. Crook changing things up, and the good thing about crypto, of course, had that little buff in the new season, so we might get to see some cool stuff coming in from crypto.
Yeah, that is true. Caustic nerfs, crypto buffs, and crypto back on display here in North America, which we saw a decent amount of in NA, but we saw a lot of in EMEA. That was one of the big differences, was crypto between those two regions. And as things slow down a little bit here, 19 squads remain. We're starting talking about kind of S tier, A tier. Chat, I'd love to hear your thoughts. Look, you know, which teams are in the S tier? I think Mark and I probably both agree. NRG, Sentinels, ESA, and TSM. A tier underneath that, I'd probably throw Cloud9, you know, and a few others in.
Oh, you get them riled up here, John, with this kind of talk. I mean, I respect it. I respect it.
I'd like to hear your thoughts, Mark, but chat, let us know as well. Make sure to tweet at us, at Fallout with 2 T's, at OnsetMTH. Is that your Twitter, Mark?
Yeah, I think so.
My man. Let us know your thoughts. Use hashtag ALGS. Post in the chat. We'd love to hear everyone's thoughts. Who's S tier, who's A tier, etc., as we jump back into gameplay here. Crook getting some good visibility, good recon, good intel here for Atlanta Premier as they're up north towards Climatizer near Cloud9, CLG, and others.
Well, not too much action going down at the moment. Everyone seems to be quite comfortable either on their rotation, their path to where they want to play towards this late game, or already finding themselves a spot to play. By the way, John, now you need to do a tier list. You need to start the stream, and I want to see an Apex Legends team's tier list, and I want to see the reaction, because, I tell you what, there's nothing like a tier list to get people going, as Albrelele still finds himself with the Sentinel in hand, and still finds no targets to fire at, no heads to be removed, so to speak.
Yeah, is that the truth? Twitch stream coming right after the broadcast of the official Apex Legends Global Series tier list, aka just Fallout nonsense opinions. That's what'll be live. But Furia finds himself in a fight here over towards Epicenter. It's going to be NRG, who rotated ridiculously fast, by the way, all the way from staging in the southwest side of the map. They made it into Epi, and they got some of the best positioning, but Optimal Ambition takes the spot right above them. So 3 teams nearby, NRG, Furia, and Optimal Ambition, and you know neither of these teams want to take this fight necessarily, because another team's going to pounce.
Yeah, Furia in a bit of a difficult spot here. This isn't a great place to play. It's kind of leaves yourself open to a lot of angles. You can see there's not a huge amount of cover, and they're just constantly taking chip damage from where they are. They're already forced to burn that bubble after the damage being done, not just by the team NRG, who are down on that low ground, but also a couple of teams just poking at them from distance. So they've got a decision to make here. If I'm them, I'm trying to get out of here. I'm trying to find a quick rotation, maybe a path away, because otherwise they can find Zeratricky on his back as a Thermite comes in as well and heats things up even more.
Nathan, good angles here, goes to the head glitch, and oh my gosh, the damage is done. Beams and fries, but Nathan has to back out. Somehow still alive right now. The dome shield's going to come through. NRG going to heal up, but they're not able to capitalize on that damage just yet. Just enough defense coming through, and here's the third party we talked about. This is why it was not worth the fight. 100 Thieves nearby, and they find a knock on Sweet. Their IGL is out.
Sweet down. Furia had one player down as well. Sweet's actually still alive. Hasn't been finished off quite yet. Optimal Ambition probably thinking about, hey, can we get involved with this, or do we want to learn from the mistakes of the team surrounding us and just let it play out until we see a couple more knocks come in? As I say that, Sweet will be finished off, so Nathan and Rocker will have to play this one as a 2. Furia get back to a full 3-player complement, so you're right. NRG, they did actually get the initial knock onto Furia, tried to be aggressive to take advantage of it, but unfortunately for them, just too many teams in the vicinity to really capitalize on it.
Yeah, and that's where typically NRG, one of the best IGLs in all of Apex, behind Sweet, and usually makes the right calls. Again, I don't agree with that call to play aggressive. Maybe they knew something we didn't know, but you're an Epicenter, and you're in a northern zone finish. You know there's going to be at least 3-4 teams just on the outskirts of Epicenter on high ground that are just ready to get damage in. You're obviously very vulnerable to damage, a lot of sight lines coming from various areas, so that's not necessarily the right fight to take. And now Furia, knowing they have a 3v2, decides to take the fight, and instead is going to take that black market. They get a black market to chill with.
NRG and Furia changing places. You can see just spinning around each other. Furia trying to push them and just being out-rotated. It was almost a micro-rotation away. A little bit of kiss change going down inside of Epicenter, and nobody quite connecting as yet as Team Liquid now looking to step up their game a little bit, make a push onto the team inside of this building. Nocturnal going to take some damage. It's 100 Thieves who are inside of the building, and they're holding the line for now.
Team Liquid dropping in Skyhook alongside 100 Thieves. Both made that northern rotation through survey camp. Top Epicenter, that's why they're all nearby. Gilderson's in his debut on this Team Liquid squad. If you're just joining, we've talked about that a lot. One of the marquee, kind of bigger roster changes. The controller player from Pittsburgh Knights in Gilderson's joins Team Liquid. And here comes, right behind them, an RCO squad, Nando's, which we are just going to wholeheartedly agree that is his gamer tag in honor of the British chain. Got to be careful because they're nearby.
Hey, we all love some peri-peri chicken. Nocturnal though, he's going to have a little bit of time to maybe go and pick some up because he gets taken down as Noct and Esports Arena now make their assault towards this zone. You can see they've got around 40 seconds to play with here as Noct tries to force his way forward. Defensive bombardment going to go in, it's going to hit as well. Duplex gets the knock onto Slurpee G, and now you can see Esports Arena with the numbers advantage, and with Noct with this 301, which is singing all the notes you want to hear, almost managed to get the kill. It was actually a Spitfire, excuse me, I stand corrected. And Spitfire still manages to hit a pretty good tune, as unfortunately they can't get the knock, but they certainly have created the space they require, maybe to think about a Valkyrie redeploy now.
Yeah, literally, Spitfire shooting for days. He hadn't even reloaded yet, still had 23 bullets in the chamber. So Noct on controller with the Spitfire in hand will be dangerous in late game. We'll keep a close eye on them, we'll keep tabs on them and check back in. But that's a tough rotation, they're out of the circle right now. We'll see what they can do as Team Liquid eliminated by 100 Thieves. Their neighbors from Skyhook take them out here. 100 Thieves with 30 points has silently been popping off. They broke into the top 4 last game.
They certainly did, and they are getting better and better, and it is going to take them a little bit of time after a team change, as it is with any team, right? Just to get that little bit of cohesion down, work out how to work around each other in those fights, in those big moments in the end game. But 100 Thieves getting better and better, it seems, as the games do progress. Omnu now is going to be sticking on Ash as well, which is something that I like from him, just trying to see if they can be a little bit more aggressive, if they need to take some fights and need to reposition when they come under a little bit of pressure. But for now, they control all of this high ground. Anyone rotating in from the survey side is going to be taking shots. Anyone from Epicenter is going to be taking shots. And you can see here, Omnu getting so much information, but also chipping away at shields as well, burning through resources of the teams below.
Take a look at Onmu's stats. 41 total kills, 1.1 kills per game. Some solid stats from Onmu, who I believe is the IGL of this 100 Thieves squad. Vaxlon joining this team, former member of CLG and former champion on that CLG roster, alongside Pow Pow and I'm Madness way back when. Nice wingman shot's going to connect long range from Onmu. 100 Thieves, really, really good spot. Really, really good high ground, and arguably kind of a god spot here in this late game. We'll see where the zone continues to pull, but they're sitting pretty.
NRG are alive, and it looks like Sweet is back in the game. So they managed to somehow or other get a res off and get their IGL back involved. 18 squads still remaining though, John. I mean, let's take a second here. This is zone 4. We've got a minute left. Look how small that next zone is going to be. There is not enough room for everyone to live, to coexist. All of the rooms at the inn are full, and that means unfortunately some people are going to have to be evacuated. But with 18 squads remaining here, NRG are in a pretty good spot, but they've only got a little bit of cover here with the bin. But hey, look what happens. You go on Sweet's POV, and the man has a Kraber.
What? From being dead and watching his teammates to being alive with a Kraber. Only Sweet. As we take a look at the minimap here, I want to quickly explain what you see. 3 lightly blue-tinted circles. Those are Loba ultimates, black markets. The gray circle is obviously the next zone. The dotted line circle is the next zone. Big shout out to EA and Respawn for the great UI changes here in spectator mode. We get to now see where the next 2 zones are going to be. Love that look. And yeah, you're right. This next rotation in 7 seconds is going to be madness, Mark. 19 squads, 18 squads, probably going to get down to about 10 or 11.
C9 are going to have to do some damage as well. You can see they're under pressure here. Abraleli knows they have to go forward, knows he has to do something, has to get the bubble down. Or is his feet going to be exposed, though? You can see there's just a little bit of a gap between the bottom of that bubble and the teams below, so they might be able to thread a few shots through, but the zone is now closing. 30 seconds until it does so. Now they have to make their move, and it looks like they don't want to leave anything to risk. C9 are going to be forced into a fight, but you just see with 18 squads alive here, John, there's just no room to move without taking damage.
Yeah, this is a dangerous fight, a dangerous situation. Let's jump into this dangerous listen-in with Cloud9, see how they fare.
Stay above them.
I'm just dead, bro. I'm getting shot from everyone.
Not even have to 2v3 this.
Wait, I think they left.
I just got exploded. They're just all right there. Come here. No, we were safe right here. I didn't know we were safe.
Swing us, bro.
And you said, see how they fare. They did not fare well. That's just safe to say. That was not a good situation for Cloud9. Obviously, really difficult scenario. 13 squads left. We talked about how crazy that zone would be, that pull from 18 to 13 already.
And now look at the position that NRG find themselves in, just outside of the next zone, but with the Kraber in hand, they have the ability just to disrupt every single rotation. It's almost strange to see numbers not popping up when the trigger is pulled here from Sweet. Usually one of the best Kraber players in the game, but maybe just missing a couple of shots here. Not quite hitting the form we're used to seeing him. He's got a couple more opportunities to do so. Maybe these are just warning shots. Maybe it's just letting them know he has the Kraber. I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt, so to speak.
I'd literally die if he just drops it and gives it to Rocker. It's like, all right, listen, I'm going to quit while I'm ahead here. Rocker.
Enough's enough.
Yeah, exactly. No, but yeah, not what we're used to seeing here with the Kraber in Sweet's hands. A couple missed shots, but at the end of the day, Furia nearby. That could have changed things up a little bit. Lazura taking on Slurpee G at the top right of your screen. It's a big pick from our Challenger Circuit squad. 10 squads remaining. NRG in a pretty good spot here, but they do have to traverse low to high. They're going to play Gatekeeper for as long as they can as this zone's collapsing, and they can pick up quite a bit of KP here.
Yeah, they certainly can. I think that's the plan here for NRG, right? They have pretty good access to the zone. They also have another Loba ult down to make sure they've got all the ammo they need, all of the resources they need, a couple of bats, a couple of cells, whatever it might be, and to really disrupt all of these teams that are going to have to move to the north. One of those teams you can see here is Team Scary. Ganjaman is going to be on our screens. He's got a Rampage and Prowler, but he's also taking a little bit of damage, and this is, I think, Furia, who are trying to make the move down from height with that fuse. Unfortunately, they can't quite do the damage that was required to make it a comfortable move, but Sweet is looking to just hard aim this corner, see if anyone is going to walk into his crosshairs. At the moment, Sweet doesn't have any options, or any targets, should I say, to hit the Kraber shot on, but there's 116. Not the headshot, but the damage immediately turned into a kill, but now NRG are getting pushed.
Yeah, they're actually going to get flanked, and now they're sandwiched. They find themselves at least a few KP. The quick shield swap's going to come through. Sweet has to go huge right now with the Peacekeeper. This is the first shot. The revive is in. Sweet buys just enough time. Nathan is back up, and the gold backpack helps. Some way, somehow, they survive. They take out a full squad, and they're not done yet.
No, they're not. You can see that was a portal, attempted third party coming in. 100 Thieves also in that kill feed, and NRG have gone from being in a horrible spot just a few minutes ago down to 2. Sweet revived, back in the game. Kraber in hand, and now being inside of that top 4. Now they make the push onto the bubble, but Rocker will fall.
And Noct is still alive. ESA is in this game again. One of the squads remaining here. RCO gets taken out. Rocker does fall, like you said. Nathan as well. Sweet last alive. He connects. Sweet gets one, goes for the second. He's going to hit another 145. Sweet is not missing. Just took him a little while to warm up. Misses that quick scope, but it's now going to be forced to back out, reset. Shield swap is not there, and Sweet is going to get taken out here momentarily.
Trying to use that knockdown shield, though, gets away for now, but that will be NRG out. 100 Thieves involved in that fight, causing problems and eliminating NRG. 3 squads remain.
Are you kidding?
And who would have thought it? Kings of the castle, up on the high ground, all alive. It's ESA.
What is happening right now? ESA is literally just having their way. They are on another. We talked about a tier list. God tier, then S tier. ESA in that God tier right now. Not even a question. 99 points. About to break the 100-point threshold. ESA, last squad remaining. Full-blown 3 versus 3 here against 100T.
Deep breath, everybody. But if it goes anything
like
the score and like the form book has, expect to see ESA are your champions in just a few moments' time. The team who could play spoiler, though, is 100 Thieves. They get that bubble down. They now make that move. The fight is about to go down between the two as Duplex moves in.
Too easy. ESA not missing a shot. And Mark, you called it perfectly. ESA is your champions. Fly across the screen. And they are now back-to-back-to-back wins here. Are you kidding me? This is an absolute display of perfection from ESA.
I think it's back-to-back-to-back-to-back for
right.
ESA. It has just been, I don't even know, I'm running out of superlatives to use right now. I could use some that would be, you know, maybe expletives, but I think they would be accurate for how they are playing at the moment. But I don't want to get fired, so I'm not going to do that. But ESA, I've just been absolutely insane. And how they get to these positions, I'll never know. But once they get there, you just never doubt them. They're just winning the fight, and they just let everything else happen around them. NRG, I want to give them a shout-out, though. Sweet in that end game with the Kraber almost pulling off did pull off some crazy stuff. They forced their way into 4th place with some decent KP, but ESA, Esports Arena, Duplex, Noct, and Skittlecakes put up 20 points yet again.
Yeah, crazy. I mean, we've talked enough about ESA at this point, but how about the 100 Thieves actually getting more points? 22 points in 2nd place, and by the way, they are already in top 4. This was huge. I mean, we all were questioning, obviously everyone was questioning 100 Thieves' performance last Pro League. Did not perform up to snuff after winning the ALGS Championships last summer, getting signed by 100 Thieves. They make a roster change. All eyes on them. Vaxlon, can you make the right impact that 100 Thieves needs? And the answer so far is yes. I mean, that will put them in 2nd place, I believe. 100 Thieves looking very, very strong. And then, of course, on the last page, Cloud9, a strong start. But my question for them has always been around consistency, the high-risk, high-reward gameplay that they have. And, well, the answer is they have not been consistent so far, Mark. Another disappointing finish for them in Game 5.
Oh, absolutely. Going to be very disappointed, especially with the zone as well. We've got to remember it was a C9-friendly zone right below their feet, dropping over at Climatizer. And Team Liquid seeming to have some teething problems as well, not really getting the job done, falling in 19th place. But I think you're right. You know, ESA is obviously the headline. They're going to be up on the billboards, whatever. But you know, 100 Thieves, I think, is a great spot from you. Really been performing consistently well today. But I mean, it's just another win, isn't it? You know, it's ridiculous. That is 4 games in a row that these 3 gentlemen have won in the Apex Legends Global Series. This isn't pubs, ladies and gentlemen. This is professional play, and these guys are destroying everyone right now.
Yeah, and this time it's Duplex. I mean, last game it was Noct and Skittlecakes with 2k plus damage approximately each. This time Duplex is like, my turn, guys. You know, you picked up the slack last game. This time I'll carry a little bit more. 1,300 plus damage, 5 kills, 2 assists from the Gibraltar, by the way. I mean, all 3 of them playing so well. I mean, yeah, we always have this discussion around kind of Monster MVP, who played really, really well after every... anyone. Pick anyone on this roster, and they are the ones that have performed incredibly well. I mean, they're playing so... all 3 of them are playing so well so far, and, you know, if they can keep up this level of play, if they can keep their foot on the pedal, I mean, I really do think ESA can run away, potentially, with a first-place finish here to finish this Pro League in a couple of weeks. But obviously, I want to get ahead of myself. 106 points here.
Wow. 106 points. And just to remind everybody, we have another game to come in just a few moments' time. That's after 5 games. 106 points. No, I don't know what to say. It's nuts. It's ridiculous. It's almost unfair, to be honest with you, with how the scores are totaling up. But in behind them, 100 Thieves jump up 2 spots, like you mentioned. 49 points for them. Vaxlon seems to have added what they were missing. CLG dropped down 1 point, but look how close everything else is, John. You know, we're given, you know, Esports Arena, they're gonna be first after the next game, whatever happens. But the rest of that table can change so quickly. NRG jumping into that top 10 as well, right at the bottom right of your screen. 4 places they jump up, and look how close it is. It is all to play for the rest of the teams as far as the top 10 positions are concerned.
Yeah, 2nd to 11th. 38 points to 22 points. I mean, literally, NRG, Atlanta Premier could have a pop-off game. We know NRG's capable of dropping a 15-plus kill game here. They could easily put themselves in the top 4 still. Like that, just think about that.
Yeah.
Because there are so many points and it's so top-heavy awarded to ESA, everything else has been very evenly distributed. So that's going to mean buckle up, get ready for a hell of a game. Number 6 coming up here soon. It'll be a great one. But hey, I also will say bust out the 100 Thieves merch, all right? Because 100 Thieves obviously had high expectations going into Split 1 when they signed this roster. They are certainly back to top-tier form like we expected from them after being your champions of the ALGS Championship back in June of 2021. As we take a look at the highlights here for match number 4.
Yeah, I mean, this is match number 4. Of course, we just saw the result of match number 5, and you will notice there's two things that will be very, very similar when we do get to the end of the highlights. That is the champion banner that pops up and the name that is above them. This is Esports Arena towards the end game in that game number 4, and it's just, again, exemplary play from every legend. And the one thing that always stands out to me about ESA, it's not just the crazy shots they hit, it's the utilization of abilities of the character at just the right time, John. They just time everything so well.
Yeah, that is spot on. The Wombo combo they're able to deliver, obviously with Caustic. You saw it last game with Horizon. Skills teams playing Horizon. The Black Hole was so incredibly efficient. And you see their ability to team fire so strong as well. I mean, that's the craziest thing. It's the perfect combination of the two mouse and keyboard players plus the one controller player, all synchronizing so well. As we jump into game number 5, BBG started strong. Really good fights, won the 3v3 fight at Lava Siphon, and then all of a sudden we thought it was someone throwing away his life, but no, it was an entire squad. Scary coming down from the tree, and they take out BBG, which is big because BBG was in the top 5 before that.
Yeah, disappointing game for BBG. Like you mentioned, losing their lives so early in this game would have been heartbreaking, knowing how close the rest of the table is as well. It just makes it a little bit more stressful. But 100 Thieves, this was a big moment for them. This is the fight that they won inside of a building that they occupied for the majority of the game, as they took down CLG as well, which is one of their closest competitors. But this is the final moments here. And ESA, you can just see, just shredding. It just doesn't even look close. It doesn't look comparable with the talent that is on this lineup at the moment. They just made a 3v3 look like child's play. Another win for them. That's 4 in a row. 4 wins in a row.
Crazy to think about. That's for sure. You know, I'm just excited for Game 6, though. Obviously, we'll keep hyping up ESA because they deserve it. But at this point, it's a race for second. Looks like 100 Thieves in a good position to secure that. But we have a couple Challenger Circuit teams that made it from the Challenger Circuit in Split 1 that are in contention. And that's really exciting to see. I love that kind of rags to riches or amateur to pro story. And speaking of which, I know my boy Nick Merckx right now is grinding through the Challenger Circuit as he's starting his journey in competitive Apex, which you'll love to see. And for those that are asking, no, Nick is not competing on this stream. He's completing in the Challenger Circuit, which is the kind of the amateur semi-pro circuit, to earn a spot in the ALGS Championships, which, by the way, I would not doubt him. I mean, talk about someone who's done it across 5 titles, Gears of War National Championship, did it in Call of Duty, did it in Fortnite, and now looking to do it in Apex Legends. You'd love to see that trajectory and journey from the boy Nick. We'll see what they can do. But for now, if you did not check out the content that you see right below here, please check it out. It was one of the most entertaining things I've had a chance to see and be a part of. YouTube.com/PlayApexEsports. Monsoon, Zach Mazer, and I in the pilot or inaugural episode of dropping in a Let's Play series. Make sure to check that one out as we are talking all things Apex Legends. Who's the most underrated player? Vibing, having a great time. Make sure to check out that content. You'll enjoy it, that's for sure. But also make sure to follow us on all things socials. Play Apex Esports on Twitter and YouTube, which I just mentioned. And, of course, hit the follow button on Play Apex. Click the watch multi-view below as you, of course, can watch the command center and see multiple points of view as we go into game number 6. And speaking of game 6, that's going to be it for Mark and I casting today. Of course, we have game number 6 right around the corner. And to call the action, we will have Vicky, Kitty, and Rainday live right after this. Don't go anywhere.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it has been a historic day so far. Over 100 points at the top of the leaderboard when people are barely trying to climb to 50 underneath it. It is a doubling of scores and a doubling of efforts to try to catch now second place, which is currently where 100 Thieves sits. Vicky, it's Rain Day and Vicky back to call Game 6. Close out this tournament with Esports Arena putting on a performance that is something we rarely, or maybe not really haven't ever seen. 4 wins in a row.
That's record-breaking. I believe the last time we had seen something similar to that where it was 100 Thieves in the last week of the Split 1 where they won 3 games in a row. It was game 4, 5, and 6. Meanwhile, Esports Arena is coming close to potentially winning 5 games in a row with the performance that they've been putting on throughout this entire day. I mean, Skittlecakes alone before that last game had more kills by himself than any of the teams here entirely. Right before that last game. So now, 100 Thieves with that last performance, though, they go up the leaderboards. They're up 2 points here. They're at 49 points overall. In that second place spot, they finally dethroned Skittlecakes, and we're like, all right, hold on. We have to put a pause here because what is going on with ESA?
And I think the rest of the lobby is probably taken a bit by storm, maybe a bit aback at the idea that they're losing so tremendously and performances not being on par with what they expected, Vicky. This would definitely shock me as a competitor, and I think it's gotten into the minds of some of our players, and it's definitely thrown them off. But let's talk about the teams we need to talk about, which is, again, the impressiveness of what ESA have done. Not only is it 4 wins back-to-back, but it's 2 wins in Stormpoint and then 2 wins in World's Edge. And that has been maybe the biggest overlying topic that we've tried to discuss today, with now Stormpoint and World's Edge coming in as 2 map rotations. An entire day is going to consist of you having to do well on each of them. And there's no better example of what doing well on each of them looks like than what ESA has done.
And what's crazy here is that right now, the way that ESA is looking on World's Edge, obviously winning the last 2 games out of the 3 that we're going to have on World's Edge, they look to be the best team on World's Edge. And since they already have that win on Stormpoint and the way that they've been able to perform on Stormpoint with their composition, they're going to dominate the Pro League here today. I mean, with just mastering these 2 maps alone and just keeping that consistency, that should highlight that gap that ESA has built up for themselves between first and second place. That highlights the skill gap that ESA has made for themselves.
And, you know, is it a skill gap that is unreachable between some of these other teams? Obviously not. We've seen a lot of these players trade in and out of performances, and sometimes you do have an off day, and I think we've seen that with other rosters. Specifically, looking at maybe some expectant results from NRG, expectant results from maybe 100 Thieves. CLG has performed quite well. C9 is fallen off a bit, but they've definitely had such a strong start and stayed around and towards those mid-game, late games to where they're in the conversation for taking second place. But it is one of those things that makes you wonder, you know, let's put ESA to the side. What teams are performing in a way that gives them hope heading into Game 6? Or is there really just no hope for the lobby, Vicky, going, wow, everybody's got to step their game up if we're going to have a chance at winning against a team like this?
I think it's secure to see how CLG is doing so far. CLG, they were in second place for a bit before 100 Thieves just had that pop-off game in that game number 5. 100 Thieves definitely could pick up that momentum from the last game, bring that over to this final game now, especially seeing how ESA is doing. Maybe try to plan those rotations in preparation to avoid where ESA usually lands, which is Big Mod and Lava City there. But also, I just think it's so strange for CLG to just be performing in the way that they're doing, and now that they're in third place, and then looking at Energy, who have been struggling throughout this entire day, including on World's Edge, which is one of their best maps.
Yeah, we've seen obviously B and C go at it today. A and D is tomorrow, so for those waiting to see the likes of G2 or TSM competing against one another, or maybe Sentinels is a team you've had your eye on, that's tomorrow. And yes, there will be differences with how these 2 teams and these 2 lobbies of teams, really groups, go at each other. There will be different dynamics for sure, and this dynamic definitely seems to be benefiting ESA. And I wonder, maybe being the only caustic within this lobby, maybe deciding to play these circles with less aggressiveness up front, but more focused towards these in-game zones, when I feel like if we were to see a TSM in this lobby, there would be a lot of contest towards those god spots that we see Skittlecakes and the rest of ESA really getting, not for free, but a little bit too easy, wouldn't you say, Vicky, looking back at the tape? The lobby's got to make it harder for them to be in such good positions late game, because that's part of the reason why these wins are coming so efficiently.
Yeah, I'm wondering, is it the intimidation? Is it knowing that ESA has just been winning these trades? I mean, it's not just the fact that they've been able to put themselves in those god spots, but it's also just the trades and the kills that they are securing. The KP, yeah, the wins come with those 12 extra points, but the KP that they're securing while they're at it. I mean, I believe right now overall, Duplex, he's got 18 kills. You have Skittles with 23 and Knocked with 14. That is insane looking at the overall kills that some of our other teams have.
Yeah, there's no doubt that that's a big part of it. But it's also a little chicken and the egg conversation. Is it easier to get all those kills in a much better position than another team? Or if you're fighting an uphill battle, you know, is it a lot harder to get in that KP race? And it seems like maybe both things going the way of ESA. And the lobby has to adjust. It's Game 6, and it means that this is the last time to do it. There are not hopefuls to really win this tournament now, but there are hopefuls for improvement, and especially on the World's Edge side of things. But, you know, as an overview of this tournament, Vicky, it's also been, I think for the fans watching too, an experiment in some elements, but some of the risks I would have liked to see taken that I've seen in tournaments coming up leading into this aren't being taken. We're seeing our first Fuse here, which I would have expected to see more in Storm Point. We're seeing some of the teams that were playing Loba or were experimenting with a Bangalore opt back into more traditional lineups. I feel like the hesitation might just be because of the way this tournament is structured, the first day coming back after a big break. But maybe that's part of the reason that this lobby is looking a little bit restricted, except for ESA, who is actually playing the most unique roster here.
I love it. I love what I'm seeing from ESA. Can they win another one? I mean, that would be absolutely insane to win 5 out of the 6 games that we have for our first day of competition here in the NALGS. Already with that beacon scan as they make their way over to the usual mod area, as Esports Arena are going to have that intel for that next circle.
It's quite a heavy team, too, as well. It's not a weight joke. It's really just about the, you know, defensive mechanics of what they bring together and the utility that they all bring. Each character here is providing so much defensively and rotationally. It's really, really going to be one of those that you got to pay attention to as our first circle, Vicky, comes up here as to where we're going to see the southern side of this game being played.
And let's not forget, just 2 games ago, ESA, they won a game where the circle was pulling south closer to the dome, but their rotation was amazing, where they were able to prioritize their positioning here, looking at where the circle was pulling. They know that Ghost likes to land in Geyser. We saw before that Team Liquid had tried to rotate through Geyser before, but they met up with Ghost. So this is a good spot for ESA and another potential win in the bag if they play this comfortably.
Yeah, and, you know, let's talk about it, too. Southern zones do help a team who's playing Southern, less room to travel, less teams to go and fight against. You're talking about the loot impact of this area, big mod, and being able to, you know, get into some of these higher positions in terms of their armor and their weapons heading into mid-game, which is helping those trades, helping those KP, you know, moments go their way, but they're not playing with anyone at their back, and that's also one of those huge things you try to do as consistently as possible in Apex Legends, and they've got the benefit of starting out where they're not in the middle of 2 or 3 teams that might be applying pressure to them, even in a Game 6 where you're throwing some things at the wall, Vicky. You know, you could expect teams to sometimes say, hey, we're out of it, we know we are, let's just rush this team. Not a lot of teams around ESA to do that to them.
Yeah, it's funny. I said comfortably. I mean, of course ESA is going to play comfortably. Look at the points that they've secured for themselves. They know that they can be laid back here, looking at the gap that they've built up between themselves and second place with 100 Thieves right behind them with 49 points. But now, of course, you highlighted the loot distribution, and that's why landing here and then rotating between you want to going north or south, depending on where the circle's going to pull, is so important because ESA, they have the entirety of Lava City and Big Mod with those weapons that they could secure.
Yeah, it's a really huge advantage when you talk about it. It's like having Fragment East with no one around you and with a wall as well to make you feel safe about taking your time. And then, of course, that rotations. And NRG with Sweet on now the 3rd legend we've seen him today. The Wraith clearly just trying to figure it out. Going back to that comm, we didn't get a chance to really talk about it. But, Vicky, it kind of spelled hopelessness. I mean, the way that I was listening there, it was frustration. It was, hey, we don't have an answer. What are we doing? There's nothing to say because it's just not working out. And there's no point in trying to figure it out because we don't know what to do right now. Did that say something different to you here as we see Optimal Ambition get in a fight?
A silent but deadly, you know, that silent just speaks volumes here as OA, Box of T just trying to break some ankles here, breaking the shield on that Gibby, but managing to just get out of that situation for that reset with that shield bat. Also having your two teammates down right there is going to be able to give some intel to Box of T to see what Box of T could do here in case there's a res coming out, but the Valkyrie deploy isn't going to be used offensively to get away. Instead, it's trying to be used to see what they could, it is actually going to be used offensively, or rather just to get away in time here. Going to leave the rest of the two members of OA behind. Even though they got that crack, they don't want to actually contest because this is the last game of the tournament.
And you do your best. You try to make sure that you can get out of there, play as if everything's on the line. You know, 13 points isn't really going to get the job done for the placements they're looking for, but, you know, it could if Box of T somehow ends up surviving it alone and making some historic plays. Will be difficult to go back and get the banners, but you can see that's the attempt at least being made right now because without those, it will be very, very difficult to do much in this game. Ghost 6 as well, getting a couple of kills onto Wraths, but things obviously still being figured out by a lot of the lobby. This team, 26 points. Honestly, a pretty decent performance. 6 taken out by the Hemlock from 100 Thieves on Moo. So 100 Thieves going to push this one.
Actual 6 shots right here as 6 gets taken down, but 100 Thieves were a little further away, so they couldn't fully send it as quickly as they had wanted. They don't even have the phase breach right here, as you can see Onmu just backing off, understanding, look, we put down the pressure. It's about making a statement here, and while they're making some noise, ESA, they could start rotating in this direction, and 100 Thieves would find themselves pinched.
100 Thieves on 49 points, second place in the lobby. On Muscuri, Vaxilon, winners of our playoffs, I believe last year, and heading into this new phase of being signed by 100 Thieves. It was something that has been met with a bit of resistance as far as things flowing as smoothly as they would have hoped. And obviously that is the part of competitive gaming that makes things so intriguing to follow these players. Sometimes one roster swap can make all the difference, and that's what we've seen happen with Noct. Heading into ESA, what a performance they've had. 100 Thieves just trying to keep pace, though, with the Sentinel. Got a gold magazine as well, so this will at least have plenty of ammo in the tank to be able to fire off and get a finish.
Yeah, I'm loving this look, too, from 100 Thieves, just incorporating Vaxilon into this roster. They've been working so well together. RCO Esports, this is a spot that they absolutely love with their rotations, and they do have that beacon information as well. As you can see here, Holiday's got that R301, he's got that purple mag. Maybe trying to save that bombardment, though, as they see that they are able to utilize that dome, trying to get away, but using that dome is going to be lethal here. As you can see, James actually coming in on their 6.
And James and Fury doing a decent job of hiding. Basically just trying to take different angles. Mooney on the high ground. You can see him with the Rampage. What a great weapon here. As it's not going to do too well with that staggered aim, trying to catch a Valkyrie in the air, but up close, it will get the business done, that's for sure.
Always cry a little bit when you hear that Rampage being charged up. Can't hide behind those doors. It's going to be absolutely deleted right before your eyes. And good spot here for W, holding onto the high ground, but they are just going to make that quick rotation already. They know before seeing how these circles have been around the southern part of Lava Siphon that it could pull more towards that right side building of Lava Siphon, closer to the east side here by the bridge. So they're just going to try to put themselves in a better position when it comes to those rotates, but Fury's getting shot at from behind.
W backing up. Fury Sucks just using that benefits of the gold shield and getting 2 bars on the recharge for 1 shield itself, making it just a second longer than hitting a shield battery, but still getting the same amount of health in total after it's said and done. Zach onto the horizon. Liquid trying to gatekeep a little bit outside the ring. We know teams are not afraid to play out there for a little while. Still 20 squads remaining. That's a first for any of these games. We have not seen, I believe, in round 2, us get to 20 squads. So maybe instead of the rush that I expected, Vicky, teams, you know, really playing more patiently, saying, hey, we got one more go to figure this out. Let's give it our absolute best here to see if we can make some adjustments.
Yeah, you know, aside from the obvious of seeing ESA with triple-digit points overall after today, 106 points in total, just to reiterate there, but seeing 100 Thieves at 49 points and CLG right behind him in third with 39 points, it's very close here going forward between second all the way even down to fifth place with Furia holding on to 30 points. So one really good game could skyrocket these teams up in the leaderboards, but that's why you see a lot of these teams just playing this very slowly here. It is that last game for these teams to secure those points.
Yeah, and that's a great mention of the difference between the bottom and the top as far as 10th or 15th, and then of course second place, which is the only tenable spot right now since ESA's huge lead at 106 points, more than double the second place squad. One big win will get it done, and literally vibing. We saw them come in, make a splash in game number 4 in the final circle. All these teams, though, holding out, and you'll see that patience play out for certain teams a little bit better than others, especially, in my opinion, for more defensive-minded squads. Have not seen the Wraith have the biggest impact quite yet, despite being a staple of Apex for so long. Maybe just looking at a little bit of a different meta, different pace that is tough for the Wraith to hang in. Cloud9 making a quick move right now, though, as they're landing opposite a team in the other trailer. Just going to find a new spot here in round 2.
It's scary, too. You were talking about defensive characters and just how they excel here on World's Edge. It's for a reason. That's why those final positioning is so important to have those defensive characters. We have a fight going on here. Mooney is going to be able to take inside. Scissors, though, has that gold evil to reset, while Fury and Jimmy, they need some help here. They need somebody else to help contest for them as W are getting pressured. It's one of our squads running the Loba here. Has the black market in hand, but needs to land those PK shots. A nice shot coming in from Fury. Nice poke at the same time. That's one way to buy some respect. It's his G-Force, actually, who's taking up this real estate inside the house.
Such a common fight we see, these little angles inside this specific building, holding that outside on the final corner, then peeking your head. Not a great head glitch, but you can tell you may not need to when you push that hard. The Gibraltar bubble almost assuredly wasted there, and it means that they're not going to have it now. Mooney is going to go down, just escapes with half a bit of health to his name. Moosin going to press the advantage and throws the defensive bombardment over the top into the backside, forcing everyone inside for the fight. Fury sucks, has the ultimate, but she's Loba. It's not going to do too much for now. That choke on the PK, hoping to bring them to salvation. But just as I speak about it, really not a lot of pressure, and they fall off. This will give her time to level ult and provide some resources down inside.
They need to reset, too. You saw that they were low on loot in general. They needed some of those shields there, as Fury didn't have any, but does have that black market, so that way they could be able to loot up quickly. And G-Force, they don't want to give up this fight necessarily, because look at where they're positioned right now. They're right inside the circle. They're going to try to circle keep W here, as you can see Slurpee with the wingman trying to take it off angle, but the redeploy coming out, I mean, Rain Day. That is exactly why Valkyrie has become the staple in the meta. That's that quick get out of a bad position card played right there, as the redeploy is going to allow W to reposition.
Yeah, and this reposition is going to be a little interesting because the two cards they were trying to investigate have teams in them, and we just saw a rotation, I believe, from C9 to get in there, but they were inside, so she could not scan. They take a safer spot and essentially just go in front of where Slurpee, Mooney, and James Fearless were. Now, that doesn't mean that this is going to be the way it stays, because Slurpee still has the Valkyrie Skyward Dive to be able to bring James and Mooney into a different position as well. But right now, W with 9 points, stay alive, and that might just be all they needed from that.
Super important as they play this slowly, too, because you can see, again, they're low on loot. That's why they're not just going to play this out and just rotate around the side here, because they need those shields, but they need to wait for the black market from Fury to even come up, so that way they can have a chance to see what's in the area here. We know that that high ground platform that you currently see W pinging is highly contested a lot for these circles, because it allows you to have that high ground position and overlook a lot of the teams rotating from the southern part of the map. So they're just trying to decide what they want to do here without having the information necessary to see where that circle is going to be pulled, because they didn't have the opportunity to perhaps scan one of those beacons.
Something unusual has been going on today, and it's not just ESA with 106 points after 5. It's that in the 6th game, after so long, heading into round 3, we've got no one dead yet, not even a team. And there's been a lot of fighting. We're almost at round 4. I don't think we'll last that long. Surely the next 30 seconds, that will change. It's been a fun stat for a while, but unless somebody can Valkyrie ult from inside a building, that's going to be the end of that one. It will be Akuma Wraths falling down, and Liquid will be putting an end to them. However, NRG getting taken down here by Slurpee, and Niesel taking Slurpee down. So something happening on the other side. Sweet finding Mooney. And this could be an interaction that, again, leads us to a few teams dropping very quickly from this lobby.
Yeah, with Little League I've been going down, they heard you say that no teams have dropped yet, Rain, and they're like, okay, say no mas. And the follow-up off of that car was beautiful after that initial PK shot had landed, so they're going to escape with some KP. Meanwhile, Box of T has been in some trouble here. As he was a solo at the very start of our game, it looks like he gets taken out by 100 Thieves, and that's great news for 100 Thieves, as they're securing more points after a great game they had in that last game that we just saw in Game 5.
Round closing in round 3, heading into the 4th. 18 squads now. It'll be our second squad to fall in a matter of minutes. Right on cue. 100 Thieves, 1 extra point. They're still in second, trying to hold on. Make something out of this last game. 6 taking down turns in your kill feed. And Scurry on the Gibraltar just going to loot up and hit that shield cell. 750 away from the red Evos. Haven't seen as many of those as probably would have made these players comfortable heading into final circles, but that's the name of the game. There's been a lot of rotation, a lot of Valkyrie ults, a lot of duress. There has not been as much charged rifle camping kind of location standing that we've seen over in Storm Point. And by the way, there hasn't been as many Hemlock shots that good in this tournament as well. Anmu doing damage from afar.
Oh my God, he's not stopping! He's not stopping! The split fire from Anmu and this Hemlock is absolutely insane. He knocked 2, he breaks 1, he knocks another one from another team, and he's still going. 100 Thieves, that's that momentum that I was talking about before that they're going to bring into this final game, and they're not stopping.
Well, the hype doesn't stop here. Let's listen to 100 Thieves as they push.
All right, we're good. There's a team to the left, Anmu. Team to the left.
Okay, I'm going back up to Scurry.
I do need heavy.
Here. Take that.
Okay, I'm popping Ultic cells right now.
I'm getting more heavy.
There's a. Never mind. I think there's a solo wraith around this side.
All right, let's clear it.
The whole team up here died, right?
Yes, they're all dead.
On me.
Coming. You're alone right now? Okay. See him queuing? He's right here. I think we keep hunting him.
I'm looking for him right now. 41. Queuing him. Going up. He's right here.
Red. I'm chasing.
45. He's pretty far now.
Yeah, he ran all the way down.
Luck, just tell us if anything happens.
I'm coming back. We're way too far. Get back.
Out here. There's people out here on the side of the building.
Keep going. Keep coming back. We gotta go back.
Some active comms and a lot of confidence as they look to make a play. That's always going to dictate a team trying to take control of a lobby. 100 Thieves have done that over the course of the day, and they've got to continue. Esports Arena on the precipice of something amazing. 112 points so far, 5 kills already. It just isn't stopping, and there's no reason to suggest it should. A bunch of teams held up in here, though, Vicky, for this end game, which is going to certainly be interesting.
Yeah, we've seen before, sometimes we can predict where the circle's going to be pulling for that final circle, but outside of that fence, right outside of Lava Siphon towards the east is sometimes that final circle that we've seen before. Good position for 100 Thieves as they are not stopping this onslaught of Hemlock damage. Somebody needs to do something about Anmu because this is just absolutely insane. Love how ESA had slowed things down, but Atlanta Premier now are making their way as the sword takes a huge shot to the face, gets cleaned up as Charlotte Phoenix now are the ones that claim that KP. This building is just being shared by so many teams in general. We know that ESA is right on the other side of this, but look how ESA here have been playing this so slow. Despite having all the points that they have, they're still looking to take another win by slowing down their own gameplay and securing that building.
No team has taken 4 in a row. No team has taken 5. Will ESA set a record that surely doesn't look like it will be broken anytime soon in competitive Apex? Maybe not in Apex Legends history. Well, they're on the chance to do it right now. 100 Thieves in their way as they are fighting to hold on to second. So every point counts for these two teams who are still in the lobby. But Anmu gets hurt here. He's got a phase breach, has half health. Oh, wow, and a bubble waiting for him. Beautiful execution there.
You saw the hesitation, almost like, okay, it's just one arc star, and then more arc stars just appeared. He's like, all right, wait, hold on, I have to use a phase breach right here. That was so quick. Great awareness here, as currently you see Charlotte Phoenix just off of that team wipe. They have the Bolt in hand, as Greek is trying to take a nice position. Also has that window to overlook some of the action happening on the outside, but slowing things down again. They know that ESA was right on the other side of that building, but Charlotte Phoenix, they're trying to slow down their own gameplay, seeing a lot of the fighting just happening right before their eyes.
Yeah, Greek with the Volt coming out of the care package. Well, that'll take care of business, no doubt about it. Nox hitting up some shield cells. There's a minute before round 5 starts. 9 squads remaining, cramped in a tight space. Somebody's gonna get evicted, and it's not gonna be by choice, but who's gonna force it? Nox on the flat line, fully upgraded with the 2 times, still staying inside. Zone starting to move. CLG gonna run into Scissors. One goes down, that's a big pickup there. Fun FPS holding the backside of the building on height. This is gonna force ESA potentially out of their building, and it's gonna be mayhem. 100 Thieves holding the edge as well. Big shots coming in from the wingman. Scurry just can't quite figure it out. 8 squads left here. NRG will fall. Nathan going down, and it's 100 Thieves on the back of it as well. Esports Arena though, Vicky, it is their time to shine. Can they do it and make it 5 in a row?
I mean, they were hanging up on the side, and they were out of the action for far too long. Great Noxcast, though, to create some of that space on purpose to avoid some of that line of sight that 100 Thieves had of ESA there. But that doesn't mean that 100 Thieves is slowing anything down with these hemlock shots. Still putting on so much pressure. Anu has been non-stop. They've been in this position for the last 3 circles here, Rain Day, and they're not stopping. 100 Thieves now have the high ground advantage over ESA.
Oh, they're going on to ESA. This is 100 Thieves. They're taking it into their own hands, shutting down surely ESA, but no, Anu, will he fall? ESA, no way do they turn this around. It is C9 Noct who takes down Scurry, and ESA survive it all. 4 squads remaining from history. They just need 3 to go down, and they will have 5 in a row. 2 now. ESA, oh my God.
I cannot believe what I'm saying. I cannot believe that they lived through that. C9 are here over to the side like, all right, you got this. Now TL, Team Liquid, they're making their moves. They're trying to get aggressive with energy. Sweet being the only rat playing this from right below all of the action. Not trying to be seen, but at least with 3 other squads up, you could try to secure second place here as Team Liquid find the opportunity to try to push it onto ESA.
They do such a favor. They do history a favor. They push Sweet, and now Liquid and Sweet expose themselves. And it's just ESA on the low ground again. Is it going to be like what we've seen? Fun FPS taking the high ground on the boxes. A dome has to come up. Does Duplex have it? He does. Noct healing up on the backside too, but they're at a disadvantage in many ways. They don't have their shields, they haven't reset, and they don't have red Evo. So C9 Noct and the rest of ESA, this incredible adjustment, the new member joining this team, doing a record-setting, unprecedented 4 wins in a row, are fighting still an uphill battle to make even more history with 5, and Liquid do not want to be the team that they make it on.
No, Team Liquid here, they were taking great off angles to try to split up Esports Arena, which now forces them to play here on the defensive. And yeah, with that ultimate accelerator, you can currently see Skidokicks. He's got that Noxcast, and it's going to be so important here for this final circle, especially when everybody is shoulder to shoulder. It's going to be lethal. And aside from that, he's got the Diva with the turbocharger, but they lose Duplex right before the fight can start.
But how much damage can Sweet do to this? Who will he decide to fight? Assuredly, he'll push the 2-man team, but if he pushes Liquid with the ultimate, this could buy exactly the time they need. An Arc Star there as the bubble from Gibraltar goes down, and Skittlecakes, he's fighting a battle that just may not be won. The Caustic and ESA have brought this all home, but not quite to the finish line. It'll have to be 4, and Liquid with Gildersons as the new addition will take down Sweet, who claims 2nd place. And it will be the end of ESA's victory streaks. Well done by Liquid to manage that circle and end what could have been one of the most ridiculous tournament results we will ever see in Apex Legends.
Still absolutely ridiculous that ESA closed that out. Still in 3rd place, but with triple digits on day number 1. What a statement to make here in the first day of the ALGS and a split 2 here in the Pro League. But Team Liquid, they play that so patiently at the very end. I love how they just wanted to wait for the opportunity to split Esports Arena apart. They denied them the 5-game win streak.
And, you know, I feel for ESA in some ways, because at that point, you know, you're like, man, you got through that mid game of 10 to 4 squads when it looked like, I mean, when 100 Thieves pushed ESA from behind, you thought, oh my God, how is this not going to be the end? And somehow they still make it. This is an incredible performance. I mean, this is a team with so much flexibility. I just cannot wait to talk to them a little bit later. We know that we're going to get one of them hopefully on the line, and that should be something you guys are all excited for in the chat, viewing at home, because we got to hear it from them. But NRG, good job by Sweet to make something out of nothing. Second place, as well as Liquid here, 26 points. That's a big, big win. One of our biggest wins of the day. And a great performance from Liquid. I wonder what that will do with the overall leaderboards for where they were.
They needed it. They needed it. I believe before that they were like overall 15th with only like 17 points. So they 100% needed that to skyrocket up in the overall leaderboards now. But ESA just have been on another level today. Again, that's just one statement to be made here. But with that win from Team Liquid now, I feel like a lot of these other squads, they're starting to figure things out a lot better. But we have to highlight 100 Thieves in that position, the hemlock over to Onmu was absolutely insane.
I'm also going to read something, and I don't normally do this verbatim, but I want to get it right to congratulate ESA. We knew they were breaking some records. It felt like it, but we now have confirmation. ESA now has previously broken a 97-point record. That was from Cloud9 on October 23rd, 2021, which is Group A versus Group B from the North America Split 1 of the Pro League. They now hold the highest point total overall, so congratulations to our champions of the day, ESA. An incredible, historic performance from them. And you got to give it up to Liquid as well, who, you know, challenged the team playing that well. I mean, playing a record-breaking day. And took them to task. Said, we're going to win this one. We have a better position. We're going to do it. And Gilderson's Zachary showing up with 7 kills, 2,500 damage. That's all you can really hope for.
Hey, Gilderson's formerly part of Knights, now over to Team Liquid. You can see how this pickup has just elevated Team Liquid overall with that synergy that they were able to build up. And again, this is day one. And with ESA just being as dominating as they have been, this is a great look for Team Liquid to just, again, give them that extra point that they need to feel a lot more comfortable in the overall leaderboards.
Well, there's hopefully nobody except ESA feeling comfortable after this one, especially North America, who's going to be playing tomorrow. There's a lot to work on. There's a lot to do to be competitive here. We made a lot of storylines for it, but really, this tournament was out of sight, man. If this was match point, it would have been over a long, long time ago. But it's just such a great way to kind of start breaking this down. I think we've got my man Fallout coming back. I want to make sure I heard that right. John, I mean, history being made today.
Absolutely. ESA with a historic performance, 126 plus points, I think was the total. We'll, of course, pull up the overall standings here in just a bit, but history was certainly made. Congratulations to ESA on not only a historic performance, but really setting the tone for the rest of the Pro League, Vicky.
Yeah, I'm wondering here, who's going to be able to top this? I mean, we have another day of the ALGS NA look for tomorrow, but with this triple-digit overall score from ESA, it's going to be real difficult. And if I recall correctly, in the first week of the first split, it was Sentinels who kind of made that record, kind of had that bar set for the rest of these teams. Now it's ESA's turn to set the precedence here.
Yeah, I think they dropped 96 Sentinels, actually, and Cloud9 tied that in October of 2021 in Pro League. And then I do think that Sentinels are someone before the Pro League format got over 100, but 125, 126 plus, which is where I think ESA is going to end up at. Absolutely the highest we've ever seen. I mean, a really good performance. But Team Liquid in this game rain day, dropping 6K plus damage. They actually almost dropped as much damage as ESA did in game number 2 here. They looked really, really great.
Yeah, and it was spread across all 3 of their members, each having about 2,500 each, which is, you know, a huge boon to confidence. I feel like when you can look back at the players that you're bringing into, you know, essentially the battlefield, you can say you did as much as me, you had my back. That is a big, big aspect of, I think, trusting your teammates. And, you know, look at what it's done from Liquid, going from 11th to 4th. This is or up 11, excuse me. This is a huge, huge move from them. Almost took 3rd place in this overall lobby.
Wow.
Yeah, insane. Nice job to Team Liquid breaking into the top 4. And keep in mind here, everybody, if you're new to Pro League, and I know I saw a couple viewers that are saying, hey, my first time watching the LGS, I'm loving the hype. Well, first off, welcome. Second, this is the Pro League format, so every placement means you're going to get also 12 points in the overall Pro League standings. It follows the same kind of per game placement standings and points that you get, but all for the overall Pro League standing points. So ESA is going to get 12 points despite the 123-point game. They only get 12. They get 12 points. 100 Thieves will get 10. CLG will get 8, and then I think Team Liquid will get 7. So that's really big for Team Liquid to jump up 11 placement points, Vicky, into the top 4.
Yeah, again, I believe they were overall 15th before that last game, so the fact that Team Liquid was able to secure so much KP as well as the win just allowed them to skyrocket in the overall leaderboards, placing them in 4th. We were highlighting right before that game too how second place, although, yeah, they were in second place, they were at 49 points prior with 100 Thieves now securing 64 points, but it was close between second all the way down to 5th place, and for a reason. That's why you could see Team Liquid just skyrocketing off one good game into 4th place.
Yeah, and then Cloud9 in 5th place, disappointing for them given they started so strong, right? But still a top 5 finish is really, really solid. NRG breaks into the top 8, that's huge, and Ghost Gaming really quietly performed. I mean, 6th place for the Ghost Gaming roster in their debut with Rakanishu on that squad looked great. And then on the second page, you do have a lot of our teams that came from Challenger Circuit, right? That showed some promise, Casuals, literally vibing, LMK, RCO Esports, all coming from the Challenger Circuit, Optimal Ambition as well, Rain Day. But they did show some moments of brilliance.
Yeah, and I like that they brought different lineups to it. I mean, personally, looking at W, I think there's a lot of talent on that roster that maybe I would have expected to see within that top 15 to 10. And again, Team Liquid performing at that last moment, jumping up into top 4th position. I think it kind of settled out the way I felt the day went. I think Liquid got better. I think C9 started strong and got worse and couldn't really maintain that momentum. And I think 100 Thieves outside of ESA were the team to beat. They were the most consistent. You could see even in that last game highlighting Onmu how they were kind of firing on all cylinders and really saying, hey, this is a new 100 Thieves. We are ready to kind of go back to our championship winning ways. I think it's a great sign for them heading into the next couple of weeks.
Yeah, that's right. I joked earlier, but 100 Thieves fans can bust out the merch and start cheering on this 100 Thieves roster. And I think that's something to cheer about. Let's just be honest. Last season did not perform up to snuff. They performed this time around. And, I just tweeted, and, I'm trying to manifest FaZe Clan entering the Apex Legends scene officially. Obviously, Nick is doing his thing, representing FaZe. But that ESA roster, I know they're trying to get picked up by kind of a top-tier esports org. FaZe Clan on top, 100 Thieves right behind them. That would be quite the sight to see. I'm just going to put that out there, that's for sure. But let's take a look at our drop spots overall and kind of what we saw in terms of World's Edge. We showed this view earlier for on Stormpoint, but here we go. You do see our winning team, Esports Arena, dropping Lava City uncontested, and typically you'll see a team that drops right below them in Dome, Vicky, contest and maybe try and ape or third party or take that fight. You didn't really see a whole lot of that. Casuals paid a lot of respect to ESA.
Yeah, because we saw where Casuals and Scary were in the overall leaderboards too, because just looking at those southern teams, ESA knew that they had all the comfort just to rotate wherever they wanted, and having all that loot just puts them at the advantage. So not only were they winning their trades and kind of instilling fear into the competition, but they just were able to rotate either north or south to their own just ability there. And so having Lava City and Big Mod, I mean, we saw at the very end, that flatline, that stack flatline, that's the Big Mod flatline right there, and it's going to help out ESA. If nobody's going to end up contesting them, they're just going to have all this free loot like it's Thanksgiving.
Yeah, that's very true. And then an additional team I want to talk about in those drop spots is Built by Gamers, BBG, formerly the Sign Us Please roster. They showed up really, really strong on Stormpoint Rain Day, but contesting the loot with LMK did not work out well for them. We know Gambit in EMEA can actually splits loot sometimes over in Lava Siphon. Sentinels usually gets it uncontested, but not the best last 3 games from that squad here, Rain Day.
No, and that's the team that maybe was on par for us because we were expecting, some teams to perform much better on one map and then much differently on another map. It was surprising, actually, to see ESA's continued dominance and 100 Thieves, but Built by Gamers maybe more of the control for what is a typical experience, especially when this is a team with established players like Sanct and Wicked, but you do have the opportunity for them to still try to build their name up as far as competing in the top 3, in the top 5 consistently in these ALGS tournaments. So still some ways to go, but they showed promise on Stormpoint. That's going to be a map that kind of opens up the conversation for them. How big a lead they can build on that will help to transition the rough parts of World's Edge.
Yeah, that's very true. Well, hey, at the end of all of this in the Split 2 playoffs, we will award the Monster MVP, but after every broadcast or for every tournament day, we'll have a chance to talk about who performed well, who didn't necessarily, but for now, it's your Monster MVP segment. We'll go ahead and jump in. And with that, Vicky, I'd love you to start the conversation here on who you think performed incredibly well today. Something tells me I know what team they're on, but I'm wondering which of the 3 you're going to pick. Who do you think performed well and stood out to you?
I'm going to have to highlight Skittlecakes because he was just on another level today. Yeah, he was on the Caustic, but we saw how he was the only one on the Caustic on World's Edge and how much damage that he was putting out. The pressure alone from those Nox grenades, him getting the Nox grenade at the very end was also very huge. It happened here too as well, right before that moment with ESA where they were able to set up the Caustic gas traps too, create some of that extra space. Also, the intel that you could see from those traps, you could see Skills just preparing around the corner with those gas traps. So overall, aside from him just fragging out and also having so much KP, I highlighted it before that last game, but before that second to last game, he had the most kills overall than some of the teams had in general.
Yeah, ridiculous performance from Skittlecakes. And yeah, on Caustic in games 4 through 6, but also I think he was, in my opinion, the best player from the first 3 games as well with the wins that they got in games 2 and 3. Raina, you going to agree with her on Skittlecakes, or who do you got?
Well, I would have, but she's the Caustic main, so I had to give that to her out of respect. Noct is really the guy I want to talk about because it's more than just a game. When you get kicked off or you have adjustments to a team that you've been on and now you're not on it and you're finding a new roster, that is tough not only from a gameplay perspective, that hits you from a confidence perspective, a mentality perspective, an emotional perspective. Jeez. And to put that aside and go out and perform not just as good as you performed, but perform better and perform at a level that's historic around the ALGS, what bigger statement could you make to the future of your potential as a player than what he just did? That is the ultimate thing any competitor would want to do. I think Noct inspired a lot of people to say, hey, you might be one swap away, one team a little bit different, one little change, and man, you could be making historic ALGS moments happen at your next tournament.
Yeah, Randy, of course, alluding to the fact that he shockingly got dropped or replaced by Albert Lely on the Cloud9 roster. But I've been there before as a former competitor and pro player. Getting dropped from a team, you come back with a vengeance, and that's what Noct has absolutely done. Let's see what the stats say and see who got the most kills, who is the Apex Predator for the day, and who performed the best. Obviously, ESA is going to be up there. And there you go, Vicky, you called it. Skittlecakes, 26 kills. Are you kidding me? And almost all of ESA in the top 3. Anmu tying with Noct, though. So, yes, all of ESA was in the top 3 of the kills leaderboard. That is just insane. Anmu, obviously, an honorable mention, though, with 18. And then a huge drop-off all the way to 5th. Panders in his debut under Fury with 11, Vicky.
65 total kills for ESA. Are you kidding me? Throughout the last 6 games that we had seen, I mean, that was insane. And aside from 100 Thieves having 36 kills, it's true though. Skittlecakes alone with 26 kills and Duplex right behind with 21 kills, they still have the most kills in general than most of these teams, from CLG having 21 kills all the way down to Team Liquid with their 22 overall kills in the last 6 games.
Yo, what is happening right now? Do you have a cheat sheet, or are you just doing all this math real time in your head? Right?
I was looking at it before too.
Math,
I was looking at it before too. I just was in disbelief just seeing the kills that we were seeing from ESA. So I wanted to actually look to see what the other teams were doing. If ESA was basically cleaning up the lobbies, I mean, leave some for the rest of us out here. They're cleaning up all the kills from everybody.
You totally should have lied to me. You totally should have just, I would have considered you a human calculator.
No, I wish I was that good. I wish I was that good.
Modern day Einstein. Raina, anything you'd add to that?
No, it's just really an amazing thing to see. I mean, really, Anmu got that place ahead. It looked like they were separated, but he was tied with Noct for 18. So they literally were the top 3 scoring players across all of the lobby. That's just an incredible feat. What a day.
Ridiculous. Well, this has been your Monster MVP segment. And what a day it was. What a performance from ESA. And the big thing is I just can't wait for them to get matched up against TSM. I know Hal and the boys are watching right now and probably impressed, probably putting some respect on ESA's name. But I do have a feeling that that's going to become quite the rivalry, right? TSM versus ESA. Verhulst leaving that roster. Yeah. And, of course, going over to ESA and fitting going over to TSM and fitting right in, then picking up Noct. ESA and TSM were neck and neck throughout the entirety of Split 1 playoffs. I'm excited for that matchup, that's for sure. But keep in mind, we do have tomorrow a chance to watch Groups A versus D. So teams like TSM, Torrent, Complexity, and others will be competing in that one. But it's all about ESA today, and we have to, of course, continue to kind of ride the ESA train with how well they played until maybe TSM does something similar tomorrow. And on that note, we do actually have Duplex live for an interview. I'm so excited to chat for Onset to chat with him and get his thoughts and opinions on the day. Let's go ahead and throw it over to Onset.
Thank you very much, John. And I'm lucky enough to be joined by a man who probably has been smiling quite a lot today. Duplex is alongside us from ESA. I can see the smile on your face, and it's understandable why. Let me just throw a stat at you before we get your reaction to things, because today you have broken records. 97 points previously was the record across 6 games. Today, you guys got 123. Talk me through today from your point of view.
Well, you know, it's just a normal day for us, I guess. I just IGL'd, and, you know, there was input from Skittles, and we made the right calls today, that's for sure.
Well, it was a lot of fun to watch, definitely from the casting booth, and I'm sure for a lot of your fans at home as well. I mean, you mentioned as an IGL, was this personally your most satisfying performance with the amount of great spots you managed to get your team to in the end game?
It is the most satisfying so far. That 4 games in a row, getting 4 dubs in a row was very satisfying. And it was very fun to play.
Amazing stuff. Now, I want to talk to you a little bit about Storm Point, because it's the first time we've seen that in competitive play. What's your guys' approach been to Storm Point in comparison to World's Edge? Is there anything you're trying to do differently? How are you approaching it as a team? And how do you find the map in comparison to World's Edge?
Well, World's Edge has been out for a while, so there's a lot of, you know, quick rotate teams, and a lot of spots are taken. I'd say we have 2 different play styles to both maps. You know, Storm Point is still new. Everyone still is, like, very new to the map, so there's a lot of spots, you know, not taken, and we take full advantage of that. Some brazy rotates we take.
I was going to say, those spots, are they something that you've kind of seen as an IGL through your practice and the regiment that you put yourself through, and you think you're just ahead of other teams on Storm Point?
I want to say we're ahead of other teams. It's just, you know, I made the right calls at the right times, and, you know, that actually helped a lot, because, you know, we forced our way into most of our situations, and, you know, we clutched up in a lot of it where we could have died, but, you know, and then it helped us in the end because it made us win. So.
Okay, final question for me is obviously some shout-outs, because I'm sure you want to give a shout-out to your teammates, but also for a lot of people who are watching at home who have become ESA fans today from the record-breaking performance that you've put in. Anything you want to say to the people at home?
To the people at home, thank you for supporting me. It really means a lot. I've been getting so much support lately, and it's very heartwarming to see. So.
Amazing stuff. Well, Duplex, congratulations to you and your teammates. ESA on top today, without a doubt. And check out this man's stream, by the way, because it's a lot of fun to watch as well.
Also,
but for now,
shout
Duplex,
out to Skittles too, by the way. Sorry I cut you off.
Shout out to Skittles too, of course. But congratulations. Go and have a celebration this evening. You guys deserve it. But for now, we're going to go back to John on the desk.
Thank you.
Thanks, Onset. Thanks, Duplex. And TLDR, another day in the office? Onset, or sorry, rain day? That's pretty much what I heard there.
Yeah, I found that funny. You know, clearly an interesting kind of personality there, very laid back, and you know, it's not easy kind of having these interviews on the spot, so that could be a part of it. But I do appreciate his support of Skittles, and you know, you look at what those 2 players had to deal with, losing Verhulst in what was you know, an unavoidable situation. Verhulst has to say yes to an opportunity like that, even though they're dominating the league at that point. And that's got to be tough to hold it down and go through these moments where then you have to face the L's to finally have Noct come in and make this big transition. Surprised that we didn't hear a lot about how Noct was doing in there, but I think I kind of transitioned my thoughts to, well, him and Skittles have been through a lot, so it's kind of nice to see them, you know, get that win.
Yep, I was just about to say the same thing. I think they've been a duo for such a long time that, you know, you got to put some respect in his name. So actually a lot of respect for him, giving some respect to the name of Skittles at the end of that as well. And of course, Noct filling in that roster near perfectly. Well, it's time for what I've been looking forward to since Game 2, and ESA put up like 26 points, which is the talent predictions, outcome, and results. And that's right, people.
Come on,
you know what I'm saying? Look at that. Just a towering,
really
dominating
doing this still?
win. And done. I mean, not only did I 2x your prediction, I 3x'd your prediction. I have actually 4x'd your prediction here with ESA. You know what I'm saying? It's just another day in the office for me, too.
You ruined my record. This is what happens when Onset decides to choose energy. I'm never again. Never again. I should have, you know, T-Squared, Tom, he was talking about this before. I should have listened. I should have listened.
Yeah.
It's just insult to injury, man. We don't need to see this. We already know you won, John. Okay? We already know.
Listen, no one likes someone that says "I told you so," but I told you so. That's all I'm saying.
No, you deserve this one. This is a big win right here.
Appreciate it. And for those that are curious about what Vicky's talking about, so for those that don't know, Onset is quite literally the most cursed human ever. Anytime he throws to a listen in and chooses to listen in, it's the most boring, mundane listen in. Any prediction he ever has, even if it's the safe prediction, falls horribly flat. So stay away from Onset. His predictions is the lesson learned here. Vicky's a little new here. Been in the last couple of splits. I think she's learning the hard way here. I'm sorry, Vicky.
I was doing so well, too. That's the crazy part. I think I actually had, like, a perfect record when it came to talent predictions. And then, of course, the one time. I just got to learn my lesson. You know what? You has to be experienced at least once there. But note to self, Onset, I see what you're doing. I see this curse. It's the caster curse coming through for the talent predictions.
Too funny. Wait, it was one hell of a day, that's for sure. And for those that are not aware, it's my favorite thing of the weekend now is that we don't just get one day of competitive Apex, which like we used to. We get 2 days, which means tomorrow we'll be right back here on this exact channel, same format, running it back, except this time we get to watch the likes of TSM, Torrent, Complexity, Sentinels all in one lobby, and so many more. Groups A versus D will be live tomorrow at 4 p.m. Central, 5 p.m. Eastern, 2 p.m. Pacific, I believe is the time. So set your calendars. Don't forget daylight savings times tonight. That's my public service announcement to every single one of y'all. And we, of course, are going to be looking forward to the action tomorrow. Make sure to follow us on all things socials. Play Apex Esports on Twitter. By the way, Nixie, Competitive Esports Gaming Community Manager, been crushing it with the content on Twitter. My man Charles Workey has been killing it with the content on YouTube. If you have not seen the Apex YouTube channel, youtube.com/PlayApexEsports, make sure to check it out. We just released a Let's Play series with Monsoon and Zach Mazer, which was a ton of fun. And, of course, follow us on Twitch as well. Apex team and EA team's been killing it with the content, that's for sure. But what a day it has been. Let's throw it to y'all for some final thoughts here. Rain Day, start real quickly. Start with you.
Well, Nixie killing it, but Charles also killing it in the gym. I mean, I saw, a vacation pic. My man was, like, buffed out. I was like, come on, Charles. That is not what I thought was going down under there. But, no, I think in all seriousness.
Damn!
In all seriousness, man, this was a crazy day. And I have a challenge for tomorrow. I want to see a team take this challenge on and say, we're going to match you. We're going to match you and try to beat it. There's so many good teams in there that TSM we would unequivocally probably say, lead North America in terms of the Apex Legends competitive scene. I want to see that become a reality. I want to see them prove they can do that, tomorrow. So I'll be exciting Sunday. I'll be watching, and it's been a great day of Apex, man. Exciting one for the record books.
That's for sure. Vicky, what you got?
Honestly, just to echo what Rain was just saying, I love it when records are made, but I love it even more when records are broken. So I'm excited to see if any of these teams could try to take it over ESA, because that's going to be really difficult to do, especially looking at this triple-digit just lead that they've built up for themselves just in the first day alone.
Yeah, that's true. TSM, looking at you. Imagine they come in, they win 5 straight and drop 124 or something ridiculous.
That's what I'm hoping for.
If any team's going to do it, it's going to be TSM. I like that you're both manifesting that. That's for sure. Well, hey, thanks so much to every single one of y'all for watching. Apex fam, truly the best fam. The community is amazing. Twitch chat, always great, positive vibes, which I love. On behalf of myself, I'm Fallout, our casters, Rain Day, Vicky Kitty, and, of course, Onset. The entire production crew, our PGL crew that brought you this broadcast all the way from Romania, by the way, overnight. Big thank you to Sebastian, our producer, and everyone else. That's going to be it for us today. We will be live tomorrow for some more Apex Groups A versus D. Tomorrow, North America Pro League. We'll see you there.